And we have a hold here in Halls and towards Link with KO and Jet. Getting those Fade Prowlers to clear behind Pillar here and the C's just to make sure we're safe. And the beautiful Cosmic Divide on B site to split it in half a little bit. Seems we're pushing up slower here since we have these Nebulas we have to fight through. We no longer have any Fade Prowlers. We do have a KJ Lurk here, possibly to get some information for them to rotate if they can. But we do have this alarm bot here that Sasha will probably meet in a second. Yep, that alarm bot goes off. Seems like we're still leaning towards B site here. Just a slower push. See if they rotate off. Sasha gets picked off in Art, making it a 3v5 now. Oh, this is gonna be
30 seconds left.
It's gonna be a fun fight. It's gonna be a 3v3 fight here. All right, and we have shots trading back and forth. Pauline getting one, Vinko getting one, and another trade coming in. Now making it a 3v2. We do have KJ ult for retake here or to keep him off site. But guess what? The shots connect for ult here. And Scarlet taking another round. They played that well. They played it patient. I think they played off of just information. They knew they had that KJ lurking through mid. We had no information on A site, and they knew they were still lurking towards B to do a rehit.
Yeah, it seems that time at least Powerpuff Girls took a little bit too slow of a walk down. We'll see, you know, if they can speed it up a little bit for next time. I understand, you know, information is super important to have in that moment. They may have not been sure who was exactly on B site, but I feel like they could have gone a little bit better, but that's okay. We're still pretty early on, and it's a very close game as well.
Yes, and we have one ult point for Breach. We might grab this ult point and use that Rolling Thunder again on A site because they were very successful with the last push with Rolling Thunder. And there we go, off your feet. We had a last-second Astra Gravity Well there to slow down a push at least. Now we're getting that Nightfall from Fade from Defender Spawn. And Melanie fighting for her life there with low HP, Fade utility, and then it get taken down from Astra and Dugout. Seeing that flashpoint come from Breach. Zomi trying to connect the shots there, but then get taken down. Now we're in a 2v4. We still have the KJ ult for retake here, but we have numbers. So now 4v1, what can Leah do inside of the Nebula once again for post plant? We just have to swing out of it. And that's another round for Scarlet. We have a tied up game now. Wow, they're just pulling at our heartstrings back and forth. I'm loving these rounds.
Both teams are here to play their hearts out.
Absolutely.
They have played for so long just to get to the stage, and they are ready to just put on a show and play the best they possibly can.
All right, and right now we have a timeout active.
Let's recap a little bit of what we've seen, because it's been bouncing back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of hits on A site. We've seen quite a few also really good retakes.
Mm-hmm. When they play together and they fight as an army and apply pressure, Scarlet does really well with that for their retake and taking advantage of flanks and so forth. And right here we have a highlight, you know, just holding together in top site and securing that round for spike plant, for post plant as well.
And that double from
incredible,
Sasha.
the spray transfer.
It was just beautiful.
Yes. We see that both teams play well together. When they work as a force, they get the job done. But when both teams do it, it's just a matter of who's going to do it better. And they both do it well.
Absolutely. You can tell the synergy is just there with both teams. That's why the score is so close. It is 4-4.
Mm-hmm. We're seeing it go back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, and still like the double flanks that Powerpuff Girls have been using, the mid push to A's. It's just been absolutely great seeing this.
And we're 2 ult points from our Cosmic Divide for Powerpuff. Could probably get some picks, get some ult points there, use it for post plant or to get sight as well. Seems like we're leaning towards mid again. Going towards Link. Do we commit to the connector push? No, we're committing to the Link push now. Going towards B site. It seems that Scarlet took a gamble here, leaning towards A site. All right, we're getting those flash points out there. Try to get space for our team. And B seems like a free plant. But what they don't know is that we have Jet looking towards B main. And I think we're going to see Pauline meet up with Orchid here. Oh, and there we go. Orchid getting a pick on Pauline. And now Scarlet has numbers 5v4. And now we're fighting Connector. Leah getting 2 picks with the Phantom there inside a Link. Now we're forced to try to hold our best now. And there we go. That is a 4-5 game. Powerpuff held it down. They did their job. And, you know, I think Scarlet just took a gamble there to stack A.
Yeah, it happens. You frequently see gambles go in all kinds of different matches and everything, so it's fine to happen. And you know what? It's such a close match. It makes sense to do a little bit of a gamble sometimes just to try to get the ball rolling to grow that distance in how many rounds have been won.
Absolutely. Now we have that Astra ult too, along with the Fade Nightfall.
Yeah, and it seems we once again have our defenders leaning more towards A site, but also our attackers have decided to go A this time too.
Oh, and we have a fast flank coming in from Scarlet. We're sending Astra and KO on a flank. That Fade Nightfall on site there. Nebulas are placed. The entire team here on A site fighting for the space. Aftershock coming in. Now we have a 2v2 here in Art. Leah getting picked off, but traded from Pauline getting 2 picks. Now we're in a 2v3. All right, we have that defender lockdown coming in, taking all that space for retake. And we have Zomi pushing up here. Take some damage from that Molly. And Altair with the headshot on Zomi. Now making it a 2v1.
Placing swarm grenade.
And now it's a 1v1. We get the spike half, and we take down Sasha. Another round for Scarlet, making it a 5v5.
That was beautifully done. The KO getting that information as to where Sasha was in that moment it was great for Sasha to get the pick. However, that gave away their positioning, and unfortunately for them, KO knew immediately where to aim.
Exactly.
And they already were sitting by the spike, so even though Sasha knew they were there, it just a little bit of a flick.
A little bit. Crosshair placement, just perfect. Now it seems like Powerpuff leaning to, or just Melanie towards mid, taking art space here. But we have a little bit of an aggression from Orchid here on A main. Fighting for a pick here, fighting for information. And those shots transfer perfectly, getting 2 picks for Orchid, dashing out of there. Orchid got their 2 picks and they are out of there. They are high in numbers, but then they forget about Art. Melanie getting a pick on ult here. Now making it a 4v3. Here we go. Now I think Powerpuff is trying to figure out what they can do now. They lost 2. We do have Cosmic Divide to help them get on site or for post plant. And we do have Sasha and Melanie here in Art, again for a 2v2 fight that they have to expect here. Trading some damage here, and Melanie getting it, and Sasha supporting Melanie as well with those fights. Now it's a 2v3. Those are the picks that they needed to make this an even fight.
30 seconds left.
And here we go. I think we're gonna end up going towards B site.
Yeah, it seems we are rotating towards B since we kind of know where the last 2 players are, which makes absolute sense right now because it gives them extra space and extra time to get prepared. That way they can truly control the site as they wait for the other 2 to come and swing by.
Absolutely. And we have that Cosmic Divide for post plant. And we have those KJ Mollies on spike. Melanie getting a pick, but then traded and traded once again. We are seeing Powerpuff hold together and fight together. We love it.
Last round before the switch.
I mean, they are the Powerpuff Girls. They're living up to the name.
That is absolutely true. And it's just been close match after close match, both of these teams. You can tell, like, those players know exactly what they're doing, but also they're so comfortable with each other. And it looks like we have another timeout, this time from our defenders.
Yes, from Scarlet here. They want to make sure they get this next round and secure it.
They do.
They want to tie up the game. I wonder if they're talking about probably just strategy on holding these sites together and playing for trades so they can secure this next round, move it to the next half.
Yeah, this is a crucial moment too, because at this point you have enough information on the team you're playing against. You can kind of assess what they're going to do. You kind of know how they usually like to play, and you can prepare to the best of your ability. So having this conversation it's a good time right now, so that way they can adjust their strategy and everything.
Yes, I always recommend a timeout. You get that free time to talk and re-strategize and breathe for a little bit.
Sometimes all that needs to happen for a game to just like change to the other side is you have a moment to take a breath and just take yourself out of the game and then just go back and hang out and then go and play as best as you can.
Absolutely.
It seems like we're going back into our game now with our attackers leaning B site, but again, our defenders have gambled a little bit more towards the A site.
Yeah, mid and A site here. I think they hear a lot of action going on B. We have the run it back, getting space. And the close areas are cleared now. They have this spike plant for free. And we did have that KJ lurk towards mid, but they got taken down. So now we have 2 on flank Orchard coming in with the Blade Storm. Trade some damage. Now it's a fight. Here we go. Binko to hold. What Orchard? C's coming through in a cloud burst, but then Binko gets taken down. Now we're left with a share on Orchard. Gets a pick on Melanie, but then traded immediately from Zomi. Now it's a 2v1. Here we are, we're jiggling to get that information, get them off of the spike defuse. Now it's a 1v1. Zomi getting taken down. But guess what? It's a tied up game now. We like a tied game. We love it.
That was a great retake
It was.
that we saw.
Yes.
They gambled a bit more on the A side, realized that, hey, this isn't the right answer, and they just moved over to B as quickly as possible. They did lose KJ at the start of that. However, they still came together, and they were able to successfully get to the spike and defuse it. And now we see them switching sides, so we will now see Powerpuff Girls on defense and UH Scarlet on attack. So we'll see how that changes the game, since we're at 6-6 right now.
Yeah, it seems like we have some classic buys here. Of course, usually you'll see initiators and sentinels doing light shields, so they have more utility. So we'll see how this goes. We're gambling. They did gamble towards mid a little bit more, but we do have an aggressive push out here from Powerpuff. And guess what? They heard that, they got that information and rotated immediately towards A. And they had that fade probably go out towards mid. They got that information that they are close. So they are prepared for this A push here. And the Prowlers are coming here on A main. We get the early aggression from Jet onto site. Here we go. Now we can plant spike here. Planning for back site of A. And Scarlet, they're gonna play Flowers and backside here. And they're playing together. We do have 2 flankers from A main. They're gonna realize they did plant for backside, since no one will be there A main playing for post plant. This is gonna be a fun fight. We do have a 5v5 still. Trading some damage there. Getting a pick on Zomi, but trading immediately. Trades coming out. We're even getting a 2K there. Now it's a 2v2. And we're sticking this defuse on Spike. And then we have the Astro Stars on Spike. And the shots don't connect, so that's a round for Scarlet. I did not expect the backside play, you know?
Hey, if it works, it works.
It does. It did.
It created a lot more space for them as well, so it took the defenders longer to get to the spike, so they had more time to react and just have more information. Playing Flowers, I think, was a great move as well, because then you could still, you know, swing out quickly and everything and get the info you need.
Yeah, and they wrapped around there through art to really just confused them a little bit. And they held it down. They used their post-plant utility well.
Yeah.
They won their gunfights.
And you know what? They were very quick to rotate because Pauline was just so aggressive from the start. Just like now we're seeing, again, another B site hit, but now they are being super aggressive and quick on this one.
Absolutely. And they are out on site. We have those nebulas down, the cloud burst, so we get that space in halls. Then Binko gets a pick and orchard with their specters. Getting rid of that fade haunt. And they're fighting to get this spike down. Melanie coming out with the flash, but gets taken down. Fade Prowler's going there. It's just a lot of utility being used here. And that is another round for Scarlet. They just played for gunfights. They said, we'll get the spike down when we need to.
Yeah, they just went for it. That was very aggressive B push. They realized that the other team was going to be aggressive. They've already shown plenty that they will adapt and learn quickly. And that just highlighted the fact that they are so good at once that they notice one small thing about the other team, immediately they just go and they go, all right, let's adjust.
Absolutely. And now we have a full buy round for Powerpuff. And we still have a bonus round here for Scarlet. And we're going through mid. We're playing fast. We have our Fade Prowlers going through Link here. We get that early dash from Orchard, but then gets taken down by Sasha. And then we get traded immediately, and that's a free Phantom for Ultier here. Making it 3v3. Even numbers. Getting a KO flash. Getting rid of that Fade Prowler. Another flash. And now we have all the art space. And we're going towards the A site now. And we have smokes down. We do have Fade sitting there in main. Possibly play this well and be patient and get those picks. Oh, and now they're all leaning towards main. And we get one. Zomi takes one out. Making it even once again and traded. And we see that Phoenix Molly clearing out the corner. Those gravity wells for post plant are deadly. But it was a little bit early.
So they're coming in real hot, and attackers again taking that one. Now it's 9-6. They ended up planting Spike. It just became a little chaotic at the end, but they brought it home.
Just a little. Just a little bit.
Yeah, that mid push through A was aggressive, but still calculated.
Calculated, absolutely. Taking that mid space on Pearl is so important to win a round.
It is.
It's rare that you can just only push a site and win the round. So taking advantage of Link and Art and Connector, it can really cause a frenzy for your defenders.
That is something I do greatly enjoy about Pearl, is the fact that there are so many choke points on that map.
And now it seems like we're playing a little bit of a default here. And Melanie getting an incredible shot on Raven, and that's a free gun for Melanie now. And we're getting that aggression here from Powerpuff. And we're pushing on that flank a little bit with this classic. Always believe in the power of a classic. Mela, always. Oh my goodness, and then getting those picks there in Art. There's a full war zone here on site. See, believe in the power of the classic. Melody getting a 4K with Run It Back.
That thrifty, though.
The Rifty. Love to see it.
You love to see a good thrifty round. But yeah, it was interesting seeing just kind of everyone come and collide on A site at that point. There ended up just being mostly a gunfight.
Yeah, it was just pure gunplay. But guess what? Melanie got that Phantom from that early pick on Astra. So that completely changed around. One little mistake changed around.
Yep. Now it's a 9-7 game. We're inching towards the end of this game. We'll see how each team learns from the other one. We have a B push currently, and it's not as aggressive as we've previously seen these B pushes, but still pretty aggressive, especially since KJ just plopped down their ult.
Yeah, the lockdown. Here we are. We have this space for free. We can plant spike now. Melanie getting a pick there on flank. They're holding down their flank now. They do not want to be flanked anymore. They're just going to physically hold it now. Here we go. We're getting another pick and link from Raven. Now it's a 4v4. I love the hold and link here. Orchid and KO together.
Going up.
And of course the Blaze covering spike here. See if we can stick this defuse. Now it's a 4v1. We can stick the defuse. They are holding for their teammate. And you see how Melanie just trusted them? Like, oh, I got this. I can stick this.
That's synergy right there. Full trust in your teammates. But that link hold was really nice to see at the backside. It was, I thought, a pretty solid link hold.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love what I'm seeing so far. I believe we have a timeout now, so they're going to take a little bit to regroup.
A little bit of a timeout.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. You know, it's so close still. It's now a 9-8 game. Players are still playing absolutely amazingly. We're seeing each of them shine too. Each round, like, we have the players shine, whether it's Pauline being aggressive super early on that B site, the double flanks, the couple cosmic divides we've seen on our Astra players have just been absolutely amazingly thought out and well put down.
Yeah.
And then we've seen, you know, team aces, couple of gambles, but then those ended up being amazing retakes on the other site. So we're seeing our competitors play absolutely amazingly. And I know we're going back into the game right now a little bit, but what are you hoping to see this round?
I'm hoping to see, honestly, I just want to see Powerpuff take control, not be afraid of it. I want to see a little bit more confidence. And we are relying a lot on the run it back from Melanie, but I want to see that confidence in every team member.
I see we have a mid push right now. I'm leaning towards A,
Yeah,
getting a little bit of information. But we also have one player looking down B, so we'll see.
And Melanie getting 2 picks here in Art.
Spike down mid.
And Spike is down. We have that Phoenix Molly on Spike as well. Now we have to fight to get Spike. And it's a 2v5. The Stinger shots don't connect, so now it's a 1v5. Raven to do it all. We've seen people do a 1v5 perfectly. We do have full utility here as well. Will they expect the flank is the question.
Yeah, this flank is interesting because it's going through mid right now, so they're still getting information. They probably know that they are leaning towards the A site.
30 seconds
Raven
left.
getting a great pick there. And that's just crosshair placement. Now we have a Vandal. 1 pick there, 5 HP on Raven. Fighting through all those flashes, that was difficult. But it was such a great try.
It was. When you're dealing with so many flashes, there's only so much you can do,
Only so
but
much you can do.
they still got a couple picks on the other team, which was absolutely beautiful. That flank was great down through mid, and they got just enough information to make the right decisions that they could in that moment. It's just when you get flashed, and that's the end of it sometimes. Yeah, now we're 9-9. Both teams have a couple of ults ready. Sasha's is about to be ready.
Yeah.
This is going to be a chaotic round just because it's so close and there's so many ults that are ready to go.
And let's just talk about the last round real quick. We saw that. We saw a huge difference with Powerpuff. We saw that confidence.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted to see.
We did. It looks like we got some information on A, and we've decided maybe don't go up straight through A. Maybe mid push and then decide afterwards.
Absolutely. Because we know mid is the answer here for Pearl. And Zomi getting into a fight with 2. The shots don't connect. So now we're getting space in Art, but traded immediately. And another trade, and Leah taking down KO, but the ult is still there. Now it's a 1v3. KO is there for information at least. So you can prepare Raven.
Last player standing.
Oh, here we go. Oh, but we don't clear behind the box, unfortunately. But Leah getting the 2K. Incredible hold. And that is a 9-10 game, Mela. What did you think of that last round?
Oh, it's just that box clear needed to happen. It would have changed that whole round for them, unfortunately. And you could saw they did a quick flick, but maybe just didn't notice them there. They were just slightly off the scene right there. But that could have been a completely different round had that gone through. And now we're in a 9-10 game, leaning on A side again with KJ going up through mid for information.
And we have 4 ults for Powerpuff. All right, we're using one of them. We love the Nightfall. And Nightfall completely covers sight. So you get plenty of information with just that one ult. And we're getting a little aggression here from Orchid. Then gets shut down. We have trades for trades, 2 for 2. Now making it 3v3. We do have Cosmic Divide and Run It Back for Powerpuff. And Raven lurking through water here, but then Melanie as well, but the shots don't connect. Ult here getting that pick on Melanie. Now making it 3v2. And we're playing a little bit slower here.
Yeah, now it makes sense to do a B push at this point and rotate to B just because there's been so much chaos on A. We know that the other team is already at A site, trying to get extra space and a little bit extra time so that way they can prepare.
Ooh, pushing into spawn here, but Pauline gets 2 with the Phantom. Can we get another one? Yes, Pauline can! 3K to get this round. And now it's a 9-11 game. Wow.
It's getting close.
That was fast.
That was a very fast retake. And
Was it even a retake?
Yeah, well, not really, I guess, because they didn't really make it to sight even.
Yeah, they didn't make it there yet, but amazing shots we've been seeing from Pauline all game.
Saw those connected. It was 3 basically in a row at that point.
Yes, Pauline expected. They said, I think maybe the last one's pushing too. Let me just wait a little bit here.
Yeah. Sometimes the best thing you have to do is just sit and wait and then, you know, just have them come to you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. 9-11 game, Powerpuff. Wow. We're seeing that aggression.
We are. We will.
Now we're leaning towards mid here. Sending 4 towards Art. We do have a KJ Molly and turret for defense here. KJ lurk towards B site. All right, we're being seen by that KO knife. And we're just spraying. We're just spraying in a nebula here. And it's trades for trades. That's 3 picks there. Now we're in an even game. 2v2. We do have Run It Back and Cosmic Divide. And here we go. And the spray transfer from Leah to secure the round. 9-12 game, Powerpuff. They have all the confidence in the world.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so we're at 9-12. This could be the last one. Could be.
Could be. Keyword.
Yes, we see our attackers right now. They are leaning towards B site. We have our defenders going on a default. Honestly, at this point, the smart thing to do might just be to be that aggressive team and go straight to B and just get it done and out of the way.
Yes, let's do it. We're having those Fade Prowlers clear. Pillar here. The Run It Back coming from our defenders. Gets shut down immediately. And that is another pick on Scarlet here from Sasha. And then we get a trade immediately on Melanie. That Rolling Thunder coming in hot, but then we get picked off. All right, I think we play a little bit more patient here. We do have Sasha on the flank and Zomi. Now we have a 4v1. Cosmic Divide left. Trying to see what he can do here. We do have 1 star here with Leah.
Spike planted.
All right, we don't get seen by that KO knife. And now we're scaling up here from spawn, utilizing that 1-star to put a nebula towards Link. And the shots don't connect, unfortunately. So now it's a 10-12 game. We saw a little, maybe too much aggression
Maybe
from Powerpuff.
maybe a little too much aggression. A little bit excited there, but it's okay. There's still a few more rounds left, and it looks like we are getting a timeout from our defenders for so we will see how they are coming together to try to secure this round for themselves and the rest of the game. Yeah, it's been interesting seeing just like how quick they've been rotating and just the general game sense that they all have, clearly. So I'm intrigued as to what the play will be and what they are trying to go after at this point, whether it's trying to strategize down mid or strategize down maybe doing something that is absolutely beyond my game sense. But what in this part, when you are this close, what do you think would be the best way to go about this?
I think they have to play a little bit more patient, but play together here on defense. Powerpuff, they do a lot more in numbers when they play together, and you know we're seeing those trades come in very well now. Because earlier in the game we didn't see those trades coming from Powerpuff, but now we're seeing those trades. I think they have to play a little bit more patient, play off of information, and see where we can go from here. They just need one round to take this game.
Yeah, and we see they're doing another B push again. And it looks like the other team is gambling a bit more towards A site.
Yeah, we Powerpuff doing the same thing we saw Scarlet do, but it's always the gamble towards A, never B.
Yeah, interesting why it's usually the A side and not B.
But we got that Cosmic Divide down, and we're going to push past that Cosmic Divide to still get that space. And, of course, the Fade Nightfall going towards Link. But, of course, the KJ Lurk, but then gets picked off. Now making it a 5v4 for Scarlet. And the KO ult coming in hot to shut down that utility usage for a little bit. Zomi gets taken down from the Hall hold. It's a double hold here for Hall. Now it's a 4v2. And they're just playing together. Seeing that fault line come in. And the run and gun a little bit from Melanie. Taking down Binko. Now it's a 1v3. Oh my goodness, Raven with the 2K, making it their 11th round. And that is a clutch from Leah. The Astra Star placement for post plant, getting him off the spike, and then pure gunplay. That's what we saw.
Yeah, forcing that gunplay for a little bit was a solid move right there. And honestly, all the ults as they were used, absolutely perfect. That Cosmic Divide made it a little bit more difficult. But it's now an 11-12 game.
Do we get overtime?
I'm hoping for overtime at this point. I see our attackers are now leaning A side at this point. Trying something a little bit different.
Getting rid of that Fade haunt there. They know they have a little bit of info that we do see some attackers leaning towards A. I think our Fade tried to get a little information on B. But they are gambling A here. Powerpuff. It's that they have to push A this time. All right. Here we go. Orchid dashing out on site, getting some space, and gets a pick there on Zomi and Pauline. And our Astra sitting here in dugout gets a pick, gets one trade, swapping weapons. Unfortunately, caught them off guard. Now it's a 4v2. 4v1 now. All eyes on Sasha. Sasha getting one pick. We have 3 more to get. We're getting those KJ mollies on spike. Clearing our angles here. And of course, the attack, KJ lockdown. And we get our overtime game, everyone. What an incredible round from Scarlet.
Absolutely. And just seeing we are 12-12 just shows how incredibly talented and amazing these players are.
I love overtime games. I don't know about you.
I do
Ella.
too.
Yeah, you never want to see either lose, of course. We love both of these teams. But now it's overtime, win by 2. We'll see who can do it. Or we could be here all night with this one game.
It's about to be a long day. But we'll see how they strategize going into this next round. Like it's 12-12.
Taking that back.
We see our attackers pushing A site a little bit slowly this time with our KJ lurk kind of in the middle. Our defenders are default right now, trying to get some information. I'm sure those Astra Stars are plenty of information for our defenders right now as to where they're going.
And Melanie getting space towards Flowers. Hoping to get a pick here in Flowers as well. And there we go. Unfortunately, they didn't see Melanie push up towards Flowers. And there we go. We're getting our picks there. Now making it a 4v1. Zomi last left here. Sorry, Binko last left here. Wrong fade. But there we go. That's the round secured. They just played together. As usual, that's all you have to do is play together, secure that round.
And we've seen it consistently with both teams. Like they are pretty much always playing together and usually doubled up too.
Yeah, you can't give ones. You can't. That just hurts your team. So
Ones is the worst thing you could just give to the other team. So buddy system.
buddy system. We love a buddy system. All right, this could be over, or we can get 2 more rounds. Okay. Here we have Scarlet.
That mid push, but
Push
notice
up towards Art.
notice they left the spike behind strategically to pick
Yes.
up later, so they don't have to try to go back and get the spike in case it's dropped by someone. It makes it easier to rotate.
Yes, because remember that round where they dropped the spike in Art, that made it a really difficult round to win. So now we have our spike, and we're leaning towards an A push here. We do have that KJ alarm bot on A main, that turret for Art. And we are playing slow. We're just playing off of information here. And we're sending 3 towards A site. We still have that turret holding for the mid push if possible. All right, here we go. And we're on site. Utilizing those Astra Stars too for back site was really smart. Especially for Orchid to play off of. And here we go. Spike is down. 5v5, we are even in numbers.
Yeah, as they're rotating, I just want to call out like that fade haunt was, or fade prowler down B threw them off entirely.
And 2 picks coming in. We just always see the trades. I love it. Love seeing the trades. And here Leah and Orchid are fighting together. Orchid with the classic headshot. 13-13 game, Camilla.
We get another 2.
We get another 2.
Oh,
I
I
have to see it.
You do. I want to point out, I started talking about it, but that fade prowler down B, you saw the other team start to rotate towards B, and that gave our attackers just enough time to sneak back onto A site. That was so well executed. It was absolutely beautiful. Just a lovely way to fake a site.
Absolutely.
But still have fade come back quick enough that when they realized what was going on, they were already there to support their team members.
Yes. And that is called faking a site. You know, using that utility, giving them some sound that they can play off of. Like, oh, no, they're coming B. And no, we're going A.
And right now we do have a timeout real quick, which it's 13-13. I don't know about you. I wouldn't gamble in this situation.
I wouldn't.
If I was defenders. I would just play default and make sure that we try to play together, or even make sure like we're a little bit, I guess, more towards, I think, A site at this point. Just a little bit. Now
We
it's
just see 2 incredible teams fighting it out.
yeah.
Can they both win? Is that possible?
That would be nice.
That would be so lovely. They're playing very, very well.
They're showing everyone exactly how they ended up on the stage.
Absolutely.
So we now have our attackers right now, them going down B site.
Yeah.
Hit the spike.
We're using that Fade utility. The C is there to clear. Pillar is clear as well. Powerpuff, seems like they're committed to the B push here. And of course, we have the KJ lurk towards Link. Could possibly catch KO off guard there. Oh, but they expect the KJ lurk. They're using those Fade Prowlers towards mid. And now Melanie is in a fight now. There's KJ here on site, but then we have the support from Pauline to secure that pick. And KJ getting picked off in mid, unfortunately. So now we're even in numbers, 4v4. And we're seeing those Astra Stars be placed on Spike. Nebula for Link. We're flashing out of this Nebula. And now it's going to be Pure Chaos. Pure Chaos. Trades for trades going out. Now it's a 2v2. And we are holding for the flank here. Orchid getting the pick on Zomi. Now making it 2v1. Pauline with the beautiful shot there on Binko. Now 1v1. Orchid cleaning it up with just 30 HP. What a round. They did play a little bit differently there, for sure. I liked it. They took that space in halls. They were holding for flank 2.
Switching sides.
Now we're switching
Match
sides.
point.
Yep, we are switching sides, and it's hard to tell who is going to take this one home. Both teams are just absolutely phenomenal at this. So we just saw Orchid play. They are the duelists for their team, playing Jet, of course. Interesting thing, they used to play Overwatch, and they moved to Valorant, and they also played in the Valorant beta, so they've been playing this for a while.
Yeah, Valorant has been out for some time now. All right. We have Pauline holding with this fault line towards B site. Jump peeking to get some information. We definitely got some early info from those shots there. Now we're doing a fast rotate towards A, it seems like. Or maybe we'll get some mid space here. All right, we have Orchid here, just hanging out. And here we go. Orchid getting that pick on Sasha towards doors there. Now they're up in numbers. Seems like we might be doing a re-hit towards B.
I don't think we've seen a re-hit this entire game, so I'm excited to see this finally happen.
Yes. We're getting all that space, but Pauline gets pinched by that team with the solo hold on B. And now we're in a 3v5 situation. Okay, here we go. And we're getting trades for trades. We have a 4v2. Powerpuff having 2 last standing in this round. Getting that Nebula down to block some vision. Zomi pulling out the knife. That was probably almost scary there. And there we go. It goes to Scarlet for Map Pearl. What an incredible game.
That was absolutely incredible. Honestly, like, I love seeing when both teams are doing so well, and it's so difficult just because, like, you know they're playing the best of their abilities, and at the end of those like really tough games, those players are so much better afterwards just because they've learned a lot from their competitors, and just it's so much more fun seeing the games that are super close than just have someone absolutely get like steamrolled or something like that. So like we got to give a shout out to both teams, but also like Powerpuff Girls played so well.
So well. I couldn't agree more with you, Camilla. We saw strengths from both teams. We saw how they calculated their plays. We saw them play together, hold it down together, and play post-plant very, very well, and the retakes. And I think we saw KJ hold for mid only. I don't think we ever saw a KJ hold for a site. It was always the hold for Art and Link. So that's my usual way of playing KJ. So I love seeing that. I think it made some of the teams hesitant on pushing mid as well because of that hold. But they took control. They had fun. It was amazing to watch both teams.
Yeah. And like you could tell, like they're just so happy and doing such an amazing job. Yeah, it was nice seeing all the different like lurks and everything. I love seeing the double flanks. Also seeing a bunch of the different divides and everything, and all the team aces, all the retakes and everything. And we are, real quick, we're just going to kick it to Kari for an interview.
All right, I am joined here on the stage by one of the University of Houston Scarlets, let's say victorious competitors. There's another vault to go over, but this one felt really joyous. I mean, you guys were giving each other hugs. How has the competition been?
So the competition between us has always been like really, really tight. We have nothing but love for those girls, you know. Like on stage, obviously it's a rivalry, but backstage, it's just we're like thicker than thieves, you know. Like we've loved them since the beginning.
We absolutely loved watching you guys give each other hugs instead of handshakes, by the way. That is the kind of competitive honor and integrity that we kind of crave in the Valorant scene. So seeing you guys absolutely give that to each other was incredible. I want to know, do you have like a secret to your success, at least one that you're willing to share?
I'll say this, there's no way out but through, you know? Like, when you say, is there like a trick, is there like a secret? No, we just scrim and scrim and scrim and scrim, and we just limit test each time, you know?
I love hard work wins all. That's absolutely incredible. One last question here. Who do you have your eye on from your new competitor? Do you have any particular players that you want to watch out for or anything like that?
I'll say, in the past, Apple's lurks have been really instrumental in like us losing and stuff. We definitely have ways to counteract that, and we're definitely looking to, you know, shut that down this time.
You guys have never looked better, genuinely. You worked really, really hard for that win. So thank you so much for entertaining us, and I'm really looking forward to this next series. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, that was a hard-fought battle. Both of these teams deserve your respect. Give them a handshake if you see them on the floor. We are going to go to a quick break, and then the second series will begin. Please don't go anywhere.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola. Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Never seemed so clear. It's a new day and I need a lot. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Welcome back, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. We're super excited to be back here today, and we have some wonderful folks from Padia here. We have Taylor and we have Jill. So,
Hello.
hello. How's it going?
This is my first time on a broadcast, so I'm very excited to be here representing Padia. Hey, Jill.
Hello, Taylor. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
Taylor's first time on a broadcast, I heard.
It sure is.
Well, you look great up here.
Oh, thank you so much. Got my Padia hoodie on, got my friends.
It's all you need, really.
She's ready. She's ready.
Absolutely. Now, Jill, do you mind telling the folks at home? I know we've talked a little bit about Padia, mostly the Padia Cup and the matchmaking, but could you tell us more about Padia?
Absolutely. Padia is a woman-led gaming tech and media company, and what we've done is we've created an online portal for women and diverse gamers to connect, learn, and play. And what that means is the play tournaments. We host a lot of tournaments. You can play in any tournament you want. They're community-based. And our whole premise is really just to have fun and spotlight, highlight, and inspire individuals who haven't been seen in the media a lot. And it's just been an excellent journey. We have some incredible talent with us, including you two. And we've always had amazing partners on board. Xbox, who's brought this to life, is really, really genuine and authentic about making sure that gaming's for everybody. And I think it's so incredible what they've brought to life here. These women we've seen competing, this is the first time ever women have been on this stage. And creating those opportunities and spaces for women to up-level what they're doing is just incredible.
Yeah, what a historic moment, honestly, just to have women on the stage. And I know we were talking, one of us were talking earlier, where there's some folks on the high school teams that are here who just saw that there's college gate teams of women, and they were immediately fans and just so inspired and honestly just empowered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are. These women are paving the way for the next generation. And they just haven't had the same opportunity. And so younger women, seeing them on stage, it's just a really big moment. And seeing you two cast, we need women in all facets of the industry. And I would have to say you two have been absolutely doing a fantastic job. So thank you.
Thank you. Making us blush. But thank you for the opportunity. We're so thankful you trusted us both to, do this and cast these wonderful games and these teams of women and non-binary.
That last match was
my gosh.
That was
it was a redemption round, I would say, for Powerpuff Girls.
Yes, that was something.
Yeah.
That was great to watch.
I will admit, so I've been following along for the 9-week season, and it's been really great to see them compete. And Powerpuff Girls has really just, almost gotten that win with Houston. So to see them get even closer, love to see it. We hosted this matchmaking season, which was 9 weeks long, and being able to watch them every week come back and just improve, work as a team, work against each other, and then them all come here and really put it out on the main stage. It really warms my heart because it's just been a long time coming.
Yeah, they played their hearts out. I want to go and play. I want to learn how to be as good as them right now. It's just so incredible to see. And I'm sure for you especially, because you've seen them from the very beginning of this matchmaking, just to see how much they've improved and learned and grew together, especially since they all, at least for Powerpuff Girls, they come from all different schools. So they don't consistently, they have a consistent schedule, of course, but they just don't get to see each other face to face. And for some of them, it's their first time meeting.
Exactly, yeah. And we love to see that at Padia.
Now, I believe you wanted to talk a bit more about the matchmaking as well, or the matchmaking season.
Yeah, well, I think that one thing that Padia really likes to call out is the way that this tournament came to life was on the Padia platform, which is padiagaming.com, and we have the ability to host your tournaments. That's user registration, managing of your brackets, as well as even prize distribution. But we also have a matchmaking tool, which is how this tournament was first hosted, So when your team is online and ready to play, you go onto paydagaming.com and you get matched with other teams who are online and ready to play, which is a great way to get connected with others who are inclusive, kind, and supportive.
And we love to hear that just because we want, gaming to be positive because gaming is for everybody.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you can also attest to that as well, since I know you do a lot of your own competitions within your friend group and everything. And
Yeah, and you've been a part of it too.
it's been a lot of fun.
It's been something. That's for sure. It's been very fun, very chaotic. I think that's what got us here to prepare the most. Just doing it offline and doing community tournaments and scrims and just having fun, especially with the premiere that just released with Valorant. People are getting their premiere teams ready and they are taking it seriously. And I've been seeing a lot of women premiere teams being created as well. So I know we'll definitely be using Padia soon for some tournaments in the future. So keep your eyes peeled. You'll see me and Camila casting more and more, especially after this event. But
Miss Ash, I think what you said about community and having fun is so important. A lot of people feel intimidated to jump in if they haven't been given that opportunity. And honestly, like, join, have fun, and play. And that's like the start of changing the industry.
absolutely.
Fun.
I love having my community be a safe space, especially if you want to get into Valorant. We're all different ranks. It could be scary going towards, Immortal or Ascendant players, but you're here to learn and have fun. So hop in there. I don't care if you're Iron. I don't care if you're unranked. Get in there, have fun with us. So that's how we've been doing it for the last 3 years since Valorant has released, since beta. We've been playing since then.
Yeah, a lot of the players, when I was asking them, like, how did you get involved in Valorant? A lot of them were just like, they talked about being, stuck at home in COVID. They needed something to do with their friends, and that's how they started playing. And it's amazing to see, like, for those players especially, like, they found that community.
Yeah.
And they have grown so much since then. I forget, I need to scroll through my notes real quick. There he is, Altair that we've seen. This is their first ever first-person shooter game they learned.
Really?
And they learned by watching their sister play. So
I love
were
that.
telling us,
Yeah.
like, they sat next to their sister and they just watched them play and then eventually went, okay, it's my turn.
Yeah.
And now going from watching their sibling to being on one of these stages is so heartwarming. Like, that was one of the sweetest stories.
Yeah.
Like,
It's inspiration.
yes, 100%. And I'm sure there's plenty of other players on the Paydia platform as well who maybe they learned from their sibling, but they didn't want to, they don't want to comms or anything like that. I've played plenty of games where I didn't want to comm as well, just because it can get a little toxic. It can get very unsupportive, and you can just feel like, okay, maybe this isn't for me. But it's so wonderful to see a company, especially a matchmaking company, where there is that competitive edge or the competitiveness just naturally in it.
Yeah.
Still trying to make sure that it's positive and supportive, and that way people can be inspired. Even if they have a rough game, they're going to be surrounded by people who are going, hey, it's okay.
It's okay.
There's next game.
Yeah.
There's the next time. And then also providing opportunities for other folks, like we're here through Cast This, which we are so excited about. And we're still very honored just to have the mentorship from like Vansili and Miss Harvey.
Yeah.
Just to be here as well. So not just focusing on like one aspect of the esports tournament side of things, but doing an all-encompassing thing and being here with also like Esports U as part of the partnership, PC Game Pass and everything. Like, it's incredible just to have that empowering like guiding light in esports.
I agree. I think Cast This presented by Xbox was something that we saw with Paydia, that when we host tournaments, we're looking for casters. And a lot of the time when we talk to women, it's like they're just looking for more opportunities and more ways to get these experiences. So the idea behind Cast This, which for those of you tuning in, I'm not sure if we've talked about it on stream yet, was the ability for Miss Ash and Camila Panda to go to LA to spend time with Vansili, Riv, and Miss Harvey and this Camco to gain skills to learn, to bring them to the main stage and have this opportunity. And honestly,
this is it.
You two are absolute naturals at this. I mean, you have other experience, but to do it on a main stage at a LAN is very cool to watch, and we'd love to see it.
Yeah, it's been
It's
quite
been
the
fun.
opportunity and
Very
so
fun.
much fun.
Just watching the skill in these teams. And it's just great to see women in high rank, like Immortal, Ascendant. It's awesome. It's very motivating for me to get better, for sure.
And folks at home, if you're wondering, how do I watch this thing? It'll be out in June. So soon, and it's a 5-part YouTube series where you can see us just getting into casting, and then we've
All the
clearly
skills.
learned quite a few skills, yes.
Yes, it'll be on the Padia Gaming YouTube channel.
And you guys learned skills off the desk as well, like how to get ready for being on stage, because your appearance is very important, whether you're a streamer, whether you're a caster. And I know Elf Cosmetics helped you out with that, with your look. And we have some lovely, I think you guys look fantastic.
Thank
Just
you.
look at your eyeshadows. And Camilla actually put on some of Miss Ash's makeup before.
I'm a wing liner fan. I have been for years. That's just been my look.
And I don't know how to do it. So I said, Camilla, please do it. I just held down my lashes. And she made me pretty. So thank you for being the duo that I need.
Well, thank you for being the duo that I need as well, because I've learned so much from you.
I'm emotional.
Oh, no. I'm not going to get you started. I'm sorry.
Well, I do have my elf setting spray, so.
Oh, you'll
I
be
can
fine
cry.
to cry then. Yeah, you'll be fine to cry.
But it's been amazing doing this with you, and I can't wait to see what else we get to do together in the future of our casting careers. So
Same.
we hope everyone at home is enjoying everything that's happening today. It's been so overwhelmingly amazing, and just very blessed to be here. Blessed for my position here in this space. And it's coming. Nope. But thank you, Padia, for everything you've done for us. We really appreciate it. I love you so much, both of you.
The love fest up on the desk.
All right.
Right.
So it looks like we are about ready to get started with our next match, which will be UH Scarlet against Carlton. So as much as we have loved having both of you up here.
Me and Jill got to get our seats, so right in the front, and cheer everyone on.
Enjoy.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us up
Good
here.
luck to the teams.
So thanks again, Padia, for joining us. And we're going to cut it to the field. Yeah, we're
Are
ready
you
to
ready?
go.
You
We're
ready to go to the next match?
Going ready to the finals.
It's the finals.
Finals.
Let's
Time for the
go.
finals.
Let's get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage in the grand finals for the Padia Cup, presented by PC Game Pass, your starting lineups. At the #1 seed, please welcome back to the stage, Carleton University FE. Hans, Oketina, Tranquil, Apples, Equinoctio. And at the 2 seed, please welcome back to the stage, the University of Houston. Orchid, Binko, Raven, Altir, Alita. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Space Ghost.
It's me again. Sorry to disappoint you guys. Could I get the 2 team captains over here just for a little pre-show referee talk here? All right, folks. I want a clean game, but I also want to give you the opportunity to either talk trash or, say what you need to say. So some good final words here. What would you like to say? It can be to your team, it can be to your competitors, but I prefer trash talk.
Okay. Well, I really hope fourth time's a charm for y'all.
Do you need some aloe for that burn? What was that? Catching strays for 0. I think it's time to give you a response.
I just want to say we're just happy to be here, and we look up to you guys, so good luck, have fun.
Darn it, the wholesomeness. Chose the wholesome route. Okay, I want you to give a good handshake, and let's get this thing going. Oh, thank you guys so much for showing some incredible sportsmanship. All right, we're going to go ahead, and we're going to throw over to these beautiful casters over here. Take it away, my friends.
All right, we are back with the finals, and I am so excited to see how this plays out. Carlton has been playing today in the actual CECC, okay? So we've seen them on Lotus, Fracture, Haven. It's going to be exciting. I am interested in seeing what the map is going to be. I am just excited to see how they are adapting and playing together, seeing, they've played against each other before. It is going to be interesting knowing that they have already played against each other. Carlton, took the win last time to qualify for here, and Scarlett still is driven to win this match.
And I love what they said. They say, hey, we look up to you. We're just ready for the games. Good luck, have fun. So I'm excited.
That wholesomeness, though, that's the route I would go.
Yes. But I do still have a burn from that.
Yeah, I felt the AC kick on from that burn. It was suddenly, it was warm, and then suddenly there was that cool breeze, and you're like, oh, they knew exactly what we all needed in that moment.
Absolutely. We're excited to see in map 1. Just full energy. I think they might play a little bit slower here. They're probably going to take their time, and then when they need to aggress, that's when they'll be aggressive.
Oh,
sure.
Oh, yes. I'm really just interested in seeing how each of the players, they end up, picking who they're going to play. They all, a good chunk of both teams are Immortal rank, by the way.
Oh, hello.
Or have at least peaked at Immortal. We have some Immortal 1s, 2s, and 3s.
Wow.
So
that shows something.
This is going to be quite the
it's
showdown.
It's going to be the game. It's definitely going to be a game. I'm excited to see what we can see, and I hope that they just have fun. That's all I want to see. Just have fun, do their best, and get it done.
Yeah, I'm interested mostly because we asked the players in advance what their favorite player or agent is. We haven't seen Gecko yet today, and Tranquil said their favorite agent is Gecko.
Oh, so we're going to see some Mosh Pit?
I hope
Little
I see
Thrash? Dizzy?
Excuse me. Wingman.
Wingman is the only one that matters?
To me, yes.
Oh.
Wingman's the cutest.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, that's just me, though. I just love Wingman. But then another Astra player as well, or someone who said, Hound said their favorite player was Astra. So I'm interested to see how that works out.
Oh. You know I love the Astra picks. You know I do.
And earlier, we saw Raven just dominate as Astra.
Controller main, 700 hours.
Oh, yes. And Raven also earlier, we didn't talk about it, but their journey into Valorant was from Minecraft to Call of Duty Search and Destroy to then Valorant. And I think that is one of the more interesting journeys into Valorant I have heard.
What a change in pace, for sure.
Yes. Because we've seen some folks, they go from Overwatch. We've seen some folks just go from CS and CSGO.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Minecraft to Call of Duty Search and Destroy to Valorant is definitely a different one.
Hey, and it got them to this stage. Maybe we should have played Minecraft. And maybe we would be immortal.
I did play some Minecraft a long time ago. So
my thing is I can't play survival. I can only play creative.
With PC Game Pass, you can get Minecraft Legends.
I actually want to try that.
It looks like fun.
Yeah, they've been playing it around a venue here, and I'm like, oh, that looks really fun.
It does.
Maybe we can play together.
That would be so much fun.
Absolutely.
Get all your agents unlocked and also day one access to games. I'll say that's a win-win.
Definitely a win. Absolutely. And we love PC Game Pass. I know I do. I've been having PC Game Pass for a while now, and it's just an infinite library of games you can choose to play from. It's overwhelming, but really cool because I don't know if you know this, but on the app on PC, you can choose for the app to choose a game for you at a Game Pass. So I do that when I'm bored. I'm like, I want to try out a new game here. So the power of PC Game Pass is real. And we're getting towards our map now.
Yeah,
I'm excited and terrified. And guess what? We're heading to Split.
Ooh, all right.
Split's gonna be interesting. I don't know if that map is attack-sided or defense-sided anymore. It's just Split.
Is there something you really like about Split?
That's a good question. I love pushing B site more than A, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah, B is just better. A is terrifying now with the recent changes, so I'm excited to see how these teams adapt to the changes.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be rolling into our agent select shortly now that we have our map select down. Just got to get through a few more things.
You see Raven is getting prepared here. We love it. We love it. I wonder if they play Astra as well in Split. Maybe we see double controller.
Oh, yes.
Or double initiator. We'll see.
I feel like we've seen a lot of double initiator, double controller. I've seen a couple double sentinels. It's going to be interesting in seeing who gets selected, and we have our agent select up right now.
And guess what? Double controller for Scarlet. We have Astra and Viper. And the KJ and the Rays combination with the Sky, Flash, and Regrowth. I'm excited to see that comp for sure.
Oh, that's going to be an interesting composition right there. Moving to Carlton, it looks like we've got double Sentinel for them.
Double Sentinel. We have Cypher and Sage. I typically see double Sentinel on Split more than anything.
Yes.
And of course, you have to have a Raze for Split. That's Raze's playground.
Yeah. Both teams have a Raze. Both teams have an Astra.
But we have double heal for Carlton.
True.
Yes. I think double heal is very important for Split, especially with how the teams are so spread apart. And you can keep heals on each side.
Yeah. I think Split is one of my favorite maps to play, honestly. And I'm a mid player on Split. I just want to go up through and then check heaven and then, you know, kind of dart around as needed or go through sewers. That's just my style of play, though. I don't know.
Yeah. Usually I'll play KJ and lurk around here on Split. I like lurking on Split. It's just fun.
It is absolutely fun to lurk on Split.
Yeah, it has a lot of impact here. But guess what? It seems like we're leaning towards A site here. All right, we're getting that flash from Sky to get some early information. And look at the Viper setup here. This this Viper wall and orb, that makes you not want to push that site whatsoever. And here we have the Sage wall mid, trying to get some information with the jumps here. And I don't know if we can jump back on this wall, but they're breaking this wall here, but we have a Nebula there to stop that push for mid.
Yeah, that is a very interesting Viper wall. I really like that wall.
I like it. Very aggressive. And there we go. We got a pick from Orchid here. 2 picks from Orchid. Now we're jumping into Vents here. We're going to go to A. All right. Have a little bit of a hold there from Cypher towards defender spawn. And 2 picks.
Spike down A.
2 picks from our Astra there. And then we get traded. Now it's a 2v1. Our Cypher on low HP
30
here.
30 seconds left.
All right, now we're going to get some space towards main
Spike
here.
planted.
We did get a plant for Scarlet. All right. Holding for elbow there. It's going to be a hard fight. 45 HP, and the first round goes to Scarlet. That was a lot going on. They wanted to go towards A. They said, no, we are not pushing towards that orb or that Viper wall. We're just going to go towards mid and get that space towards vent. And there we go. We got the spike down and secured the round.
Yeah, that was a solid mid push in the end of it, just because, you know, they had to walk away from that Viper wall. And that was a good Viper wall.
I have not seen that setup before. The orb on ramp and then the aggressive Viper wall. I love it. I love to see it. Now we have a full buy for Scarlet. All right, we're getting the Sky utility being traded once again. Seems like we're just going to rotate off. We do not want to push that aggressive Viper wall. And we have a 3 hold here on A main. They're ready. They're ready for the right click. And now we're pushing, and the shots don't connect, but we get traded, and that's 2 guns down. That's 2 guns down for Carlton. They can take advantage of win this round now. 4v3. Oh, and Spike is down too.
Yeah, that is a tough position for Spike to be down. And of course, we're getting a couple picks on our defenders.
Now it's a 3v1. Can Tranquil do it? Getting rid of that KJ alarm bot. Maybe we can pick up a gun. This round could be winnable now. All right, we have those KJ mollies on Spike. Pushing through main here, trying to get information. Getting rid of that Trailblazer there. And we do see that KJ molly, we get rid of that. Trading a little bit of damage on elbow there. Incredible shots from Tranquil. And that's another round for Scarlet.
Yeah. Going to A site and then backing off and retaking it seems to be working pretty well right now. It's the first 2 rounds though, so we'll see how Carlton adapts to this strategy. But I'm loving this Viper wall. It's
terrifying.
It's putting so much pressure, and also at the same time, like, helping them build that space out. And if we keep seeing that Viper wall, I'm not surprised that they're actually just conditioning them to think they're at A site. So eventually they can make that switch, move to B, try something a little bit different, and then have a very successful round after that.
Absolutely. I wonder if we can see an aggressive Viper wall on B site.
That would be very interesting, or maybe they're saving it for when they're defenders.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think Scarlet is playing well. They're playing slow. They're playing off information, playing for trades, and getting the job done. Now they're on a bonus.
And we know these teams have played against each other previously, so they already know a little bit of their play style, so they can adapt pretty well. As we see, there's a mid-push leaning towards B based on where KJ is at right now, but still having that aggressive Viper wall with the orb on A.
Yeah, I love the Sage wall towards male and B heaven. It's really, really strong. They can get space, but they can't get enough space to secure B site. So now we're leaning towards A site. And we have a 4v4. We're even in numbers. We have an aggressive hold from Astra here. Now we're going to back up for site and play probably for retake here. Or we're going to try our best to just keep them off. And the frenzy shots connect on Astra, taking her down. And now it's a free gun for Orchid. And Spike is down. We're getting ready for this retake here with Carlton. 3v4. Getting that Trailblazer on site. They got all information that they needed. Seeing those paint shells go towards heaven. Now we're going to push out a defender spawn here from Screams. And then the Astra gravity well timed perfectly to secure those picks. Incredible hold from Scarlet and a incredible gravity well from our Astra from Scarlet. I'd love to see it.
that was just utilizing util together so well, especially with that Astra Gravity Well. I do just want to say, like, that Sky using the trail blazer just to get that information as to where folks were was also amazing and so incredible for their team, just because you now know where everyone is, or maybe, you know, when they're not there, you know where they're not. So I want to commend the Sky on that one.
Initiator utility is so important.
It is. It's so important to have an initiator on your team, especially when they can communicate like these teams do. You know that everyone else on your team knows exactly where the folks are when you find them.
Absolutely. And we do have Astra Cosmic Divide here for post-plant or to get us onto site. I think Scarlet is doing a really good job of wasting util from Carlton and then just rotating right off of it.
Mm-hmm. And again, we see the Viper wall again conditioning Carlton to get used to having Viper there, so they don't quite know where they're actually at, even though they're leaning more towards B site at the beginning and then moving towards A. And maybe this is the one time that changes, because we see them slowly going back up through mid. Maybe they're going to utilize a different path onto A site, or maybe they're going to commit to that B push.
And we're peeking off of that Sky Flash, but then they get taken down together in Vince, and another pick and mail on Astra. Now it's a 5v1. Tranquil left to do it all. Once again with the Sheriff, but then the shots connect on Alita. And that is 4 rounds for Scarlet so far on Split. They're playing this map so well so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Carlton, when I was watching them earlier in the morning, I saw them consistently check each site when they were playing on Lotus, and I feel like Scarlet, maybe they've done this before against them, but I feel like Scarlet picked up on that and went, that's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And right now, I think we have a timeout or tech pause at the moment.
So it's still early in the game, but 4-0 right now. And Carlton's been playing all day too.
Absolutely. Yeah, both teams. They've been playing all day.
So getting towards the end of the day, you know, tired, maybe in need of a snack.
Just a small break.
I hear the timer going off, which means I think we're out of our pause at this point, moving on to round number 5.
Round number 5, 12 seconds on the clock. And we do have 2 ults ready for both teams. We are close to Ray's Showstopper for Scarlet. All right, we're seeing an aggressive Cypher Cam here onto B main, B place. Taken down immediately, getting that Cypher Cage down. Sky Flash out of the Cypher Cage. Early aggression from Raze onto site. The shots don't connect, unfortunately. So now they have Cypher free. But guess what? Tina is there to clean up and get a pick and an instant trade. Now we're in a 3v2.
Spike down B.
And we have our Sky Seekers. And it puts Astra in a really difficult situation at the moment. They know exactly where they are. All right. And the shots connect for Binko, and that's another round for Scarlet.
You know, that was a great Cosmic Divide on B site that we saw from Astra.
They were just aggressive. They took that space. They did not slow down. And that's what Split's about, honestly, especially for B site. You just push it fast, get those picks, clear pillar, clear back site, and you can have a free plant.
Yeah, and having something like the Cosmic Divide too just makes it even more difficult on the other team, because
absolutely,
you could just completely block off that site from them once you clear it out.
And they won't hear a thing.
Not one thing.
All right. All right, they did get rid of that Cypher tripwire there on A main, placing another trip towards A site. Seems like we're defaulting at the moment. Scaling up mid here with Orchid. And now we're leaning towards B site. We do have the spike going towards there. Nebulas are down for vents. They're walking up mailroom. We do have a hold from Tranquil. And we do get that information. They're going towards B Heaven now. Have those paint shells coming in hot. But guess what? We are getting all the picks here on B site. Ultier and Raven getting those 2 picks, making it a 5v3 now. Orchid getting another pick from mailroom on Hans. We do have Sage Resurrection. It'd be a little difficult to get a resurrection here in mailroom in Heaven. And everyone is just holding their own. They're holding their angle that they need to on site. Tranquil getting a pick here on Ultier. And another one. We're seeing these picks come in, making it a more even round. KJ Molly on Spike to buy some time. And here we go. We're running out of time very quickly. And this round is going to Scarlet once again. Playing together, getting the job done, and they're playing very well off of Initiator Utility.
They are. Carlton just were trying to go for those 1v1s, it seems, and it just didn't quite work out for them. Especially when you have Scarlet playing, you know, pretty close together in close quarters, but still the 1v1s just didn't quite work out. It's okay.
Yeah. We're seeing Carlton get pinched here, especially towards B Heaven and mailroom. It's really difficult, especially when your initiator is gone and you can't retake with initiator util. So now we're on round 7 here.
And it's going to be a chaotic one because all of them on Carlton have their ults, so.
It is an eco round, but if they can use these ults to secure the round that they need, use them. And we got those paint shells on top of the Sage wall to make sure that Sage isn't holding that wall angle. There we go. And we got a regrowth there on our raise. Now it seems like we're going to just rotate over to A site.
Yeah, they're already primed and ready for A site just because Viper has that wall there, has been slowly taking, you know, trying to get that information, trying to get someone out and try to get a pick over there. However,
now they changed it up. They baited them for sound.
Baited them with sound just to get them over to back and re-hit B site, so that way it was a lot easier this time. And it looks like they've been able to clear out B site pretty well too, and they're just going for that plan.
And Orchid getting a pick on Tranquil, and they're getting that space towards spawn. And here we go. We're seeing a lot of damage being traded here. Seeing that Cypher Cage be placed for main to block vision for a little bit. And here we go, Binko and Orchid. Heaven holding it down, but then gets shut down. The Aquin there. And we have that Cypher ult. We have the defuse going on. And a diffuser is killed. Now we have 4v1 and they get shut down. Incredible hold. They're rotating through mid to pinch them once again in mailroom and B Heaven. That is where they are lacking right now. Carlton team.
I mean, it is a choke point on the map. It's going to be a little harder to, you know, avoid those fights in there. But we'll see if they try to avoid taking those fights in there, try to take it a little bit outside of there, or just, you know, try to bait them to not be in that area entirely in this next round.
And here we are. We are leaning towards a little bit of an A push. All right, yeah, we're pushing through. We do have Cypher trips here. Hopefully they are prepared for those. They took one out towards ramp. And here we go. We're getting that raised boom bot towards Heaven. We do Hans holding vents here. And those Seekers are coming, making it a little difficult now. And now Orchid has all the space in the world, pushing up towards screens here. Pushing past that Astra Nebula. And now we have a free spike plant.
Yeah. We see them going back up through A right now for our defenders. And a Viper ult.
Viper pit. It's coming in. Pure chaos. Unfortunately, Binko got shot down there, but that was a very good placement for Viper's Pit. Now we have a 4v2. And we got that Sage Resin, so we can have those numbers. And here we go. We have a 4v1, and the shot's connected for Tina. Easy 3K. And that is the first round for Carlton. What do you think they did differently this round that secured their first round here for this map?
They played a little bit more together, not taking those 1v1s. Granted, they also went into the Viper smoke a little bit and caught it early. But also, that Viper pit was in a choke point, which, you know, that could be a great thing to try to cut someone off. But at the same time, like, if you're stuck in that choke point, it's going to be really easy to find you. So
I couldn't agree more. Perfect. 1-7 game. Let's see how they bring back these rounds now. I'm excited to see what Carlton does.
I see Scarlet is, again, bringing the spike close, but then dropping it just so that way they don't have to go and rescue the spike from a particular spot, especially doing a mid-push like this one.
Absolutely. And Orchid has an incredible angle here to get some free picks. All right, we have a jump peek here from Aquin onto B main. We do have that lurk from KJ there on B main from Scarlet. And now we're backing up from mid now. Let's see what our strategy is going to be here. We may be leaning towards just faking utility, probably on B site. And they're running out, backing up, just trying to bait for sound here.
That is exactly what they're going for, and it's been pretty successful every time they've done something like that. And we see our Cosmic Divide going up, which is a wonderful Cosmic Divide, honestly, just because it cuts off so much of the map and giving them the space they need so that way they can take control of a site effectively. Once they clear it out.
Apple getting pinched there. Once again, left on site alone, fighting for their life. We're just seeing a lot of Carlton getting pinched, but Scarlet is doing a really good job at sound baiting and rotating when they need to. Here we go. Hans getting a pick on Binko, and trades for trades are happening and making it now a 2v2. Raven getting a pick on Astra and Tina. 3K. Wow.
Yeah.
Talk about an incredible hold. Aggressive hold, too. They are not afraid.
Not one bit. It was great to see them just kind of like with their crosshairs and also just making sure that their corners were completely cleared, still together, but had sights on each other. That way they could keep themselves safe and their partner safe.
I love that Cosmic Divide with the Nebula on screens. That is the best way to take A. I love it.
Yeah, no, I see our attackers currently are leaning towards B mid with the spike this time. So it's interesting to see how sometimes they make sure they have spike with them, but other times they leave it behind just so they can gather that little bit of information so they can play it safe.
Absolutely.
But we still, every round, see Viper with the wall on A that is so aggressive. But still holding it too and trying to bait the other team out just a little
and the
bit.
timing of this. Oh my goodness. I hope they don't get caught while they're in their form, and they did. Raven getting a pick on Aquin. Unfortunate timing there. But now we have a 4v2. They're getting kicked off here towards A Heaven and Vent. Incredible shot from Raven on Tranquil. 2v2. Camilla, 2v2.
It's going to be interesting because they're all over the map. The spike, I bet they're going to move towards A site and see if anyone's there, or they're just going to re-hit from the looks of it right now with 30 seconds. They kind of have to do the re-hit on the site at this point.
And guess what? We got an instant trade from Raven. We didn't expect a second one. Getting those paint shells out. And an incredible shot from Tina. Another round for Carlton. That was a really good hold.
That was
on B.
That was a great hold.
They had the easy read on Scarlet.
Yeah, that is why it's so important when you're playing this map. You really, if you're going to go B site, as much as it is a go as quickly as possible on the B, a lot of the time you still need to go clear out heaven.
Rafters is scary.
Rafters is a whole other world.
Terrifying. Here comes the party. Showstopper taking out Binko. That wall is immediately dropped now. I love that aggressive push. Oh, unfortunately, Tranquil being flashed and then getting caught by Raven. Cypher Trip being destroyed. Now we have a fast push on B site. Male and B Heaven is where they're lacking defense.
It's interesting seeing our attackers go through defender spawn, but it looks like they're about to get meet up with folks.
They're not going to be.
Spike down, defender
I think they had the strategy of going to A, getting a pick, and going. But they were ready for that. They were already rotated and coming. 3v1. We could possibly grab the spike here.
I got the spike.
All right, we have 37 seconds on the clock.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one just because they have 30 seconds. They have to figure out where they're going. But unfortunately, they get picked off right at the end of that. And defenders take that round, bringing us to a 3-8.
Last round in the half.
That was a really hard round to recover from.
That was.
I saw the strat.
Yeah,
it was good until it wasn't.
The strategy was there, but they were met up, unfortunately, on the other side of that map, and it just did not work out for them. But we're 3-8 right now. We'll see how things play out in this next round.
We do have Cypher ult here. Got close to a couple ults here as well.
I see they're still utilizing the B push through mid slightly. Leaning more towards mid, putting Spike in an interesting location, and Viper continuing with the conditioning of the other team.
Here we go. It seems like we are getting some space towards mid. We're just pushing slow. See if we can get some information or a pick here. Binko getting a pick here, Akwin. Revealed by the spy cam. Could be tricky. Cypher could get that pick as well if we do an aggressive push after that Viper wall falls. But we are leaning towards B. We do have the spike leaning towards that area.
It looks like we have quite a few flashes going out onto site right now. It's getting a little bit chaotic with a few utilities being utilized. We have Astra there making sure Heaven is covered at least. We'll see if Spike gets planted, and they do with Sage lurking nearby, joined by their teammates. We'll see how they plan to retake this site.
And Binko did end up getting that pick. I mean, I'm sorry, Cypher ended up getting that pick on Binko just a few seconds ago. And got that Sage heal now. Shots don't connect, so now we're in a 2v1. Can Tina do it? But the shots connect on ult here, securing the round, making it a 3-9 half.
Switching sides.
Wow, Scarlet, they took that aggression and went with it.
I have said this every single time we end up casting together and this happens. There's a 3-9 curse.
Absolutely, and we got it. We got our 3-9 curse. I'm excited to see how Carlton does on attack here.
I am too.
At this point, I guess Split is attack-sided.
I think we may have figured it out. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how the next few rounds go, but we're switching sides. We'll see how Carlton fares as attackers instead of defenders, and we'll see how Scarlet works as
and we have a bear friend.
Here. We do have a bear friend on the field right now. Very happy to see Bear Friend. Bear Friend clearly is cheering on everyone at this competition right now. Looks like Carlton has decided to do the mid push going up towards our B, deciding, B doesn't sound that great. Let's go A instead.
And you see that Viper setup in male?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to push that either.
I wouldn't.
Viper utility is just terrifying. All as a whole.
It is, and for some reason, people still think they can get away with just pushing through Viper utility.
Absolutely not.
No, there's a decay. You got to remember there's a decay.
All right, we're getting some space here on ramps. We do have a flank hold. All right, we're pushing off of heaven towards site. We do have 2 holding A site here. And they're just sitting in that nebula, playing outside of it, but then they both get picked off, making it now a 5v3. Carlton up in numbers right now.
30
We have the hold from
left.
Aquin on ramp. Nebula to cover heaven. And now we're just gonna play post plant. And we do have that wall to hold down screen, so either they have to break that wall or we have to just push towards main. But we have it held down.
Yeah, it seems that it's going to blow up quickly once folks meet each other on A site. We have a really nice Viper wall here. The spike is counting down pretty quickly, though, so we're getting picks going off one by one, and attackers end up taking it for themselves.
That was a really good round. We saw some really good shots be traded. And guess what? They did it together. As usual, that's how you win these rounds, playing together. Split is just a scary map. I know, I'm scared of everything involving Valorant. It's just, the game is a horror game.
It is secretly a horror game.
Secretly, for sure. And now we're getting into the next round.
Looks like we're again leaning towards B site, but our defenders gambled on A.
And they are pushing out together.
They are aggressively pushing this out together. We see the Viper wall too going through mid. Cypher is lurking, but might be getting met up with Viper, but takes out Viper immediately.
Wow. We love the Sentinel lurk. You get so much information off of that lurk. All right, we have to break that sage wall. And there we go. Raven gets a gun from that pick. Low HP on Cypher there. All right, and we just have a full war zone here on stairs. B heaven side. Ray's Boombot coming in hot. Orchid gets taken down, and Raven. Now it's a 4v1. 30 HP on Sky, and that's another round for Carlton. It was a gamble.
It was a gamble.
And hey, gambles can go either way. That's why it's called a gamble. So I love the push, though. They play together. They're like, hey, we're going to use all our classics together and just try our best.
That was a very aggressive attempt at a retake, just because they were so quick just to go through sewers and go up through that mid and get into heaven. And, you know, they lost Viper, and then Astra took over and was like, Cypher, no thankies, bye-bye.
Yeah, give me that Bulldog. And of course, the early Sky blinds.
Yeah, we have a lot of action already on the map.
Okay, the use of the Astra Stars, the Raze nade, the Mollies, shut them down quick. Now we're in a 5v3. The Gravity Well with the Mollies, that combination is deadly.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, we see that folks are just trying to get onto site at this point, and it's a little bit of a struggle just because there's already 2 folks down, and they're still trying to re-hit.
Wow, and that pick that we saw Aquin get on Raze in mid, and that was an angle with the Viper wall. Getting even in numbers now. 4v3.
Seconds
and we're leaning
left.
towards B site here. 30 seconds left.
They have to take this they have to go to B site at this point just because there's not enough time really to move towards A site. And there's still one person at A site. They're finally rotating though.
And Raven holding it down with the team, getting a 2K. But the utility usage, I love an Astra Gravity Well with a KJ Molly, paint shells, and then a Sage Slow. Oh yeah, that's deadly. They were well prepared for that round and that B push.
Yeah, utilizing the utility together is definitely a strength of both teams at this point, just because they play off of each other so well, and you need to play off of each other's utility besides, you know, just having each other's backs throughout these rounds.
And with Split, I think combining utility to just hold them off a site is very important.
Yes.
So they did that very well. And they thought the re-hit would work, but they weren't successful. But they played well. They attempted the re-hit. It's okay. Raven and Alita, they just held it down.
They did.
It was terrifying.
Yeah, you could tell they were communicating throughout that whole thing. You don't even have to hear it. You just know based on how they're playing.
Yeah, it's purely off of their gameplay. And they had a timeout, so hopefully they had a moment to regroup and figure out their next strategy here. It's a 5-10 game. And we do have a Cypher ult ready. We're close to Sage Res here. Carlton. Also Cosmic Divide too. So hopefully they can get some ult points or get some picks there so they can play properly with those ults.
And they're utilizing a mid push once again, so we will see how this goes since it is a B leading mid push. We have Cypher over lurking in A just to get some information. However, all of the other team is leaning on that B site as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they rotate or at least make it look like they're going to rotate to A and then try to do a re-hit real quick.
Aggressive 3 hold here on B main. They're ready. Now we're using that Trailblazer to get some information. Get shut down quickly. Binko and Orchid getting 2 picks there on flank and mail.
Yeah, as we can see, they're definitely going up towards A site. Cypher's already at A. They've been waiting, just lurking to see if there's anyone there. They probably have communicated to their team at this point, hey, A's empty. A's just cleared for the taking, so just go for it. So it's 3v5, but they have a lot of space.
And talk about a spray transfer, Camilla. Hello? 3K. That's a 3K for Apple. Oh my goodness.
That went from a 3 versus 5 to 3 versus 2, all in the span of like 2 seconds. Absolutely impressive showmanship.
And another pick from Apple, a 4K for Apple. Double hold too for the end of that round.
So we are at 6-5, or 6-10 at this point, sorry. It's getting late. We are at 6-10. Scarlet is still in the lead.
They are. They're at 10 rounds. But we did get that last round from Carlton.
With such a close ace too.
Absolutely.
And we are again seeing a mid Viper wall. Spike got left behind just so that way it's easier to grab, but leaning towards that B site for information.
And we saw a lot of util be traded there in mid. And now Carlton, they want to go towards A. They're fully committed. But then we have that Cypher Cam to get information for the team to see if they do want to commit to this push on A. They're just playing for information at this point. Playing patient. We do have that KJ hold on B site.
There.
It's interesting that they're just kind of moving between the two and taking their time right now, seeing that it's getting close to those 30-second mark. And at that point, you really, really need to have decision made.
Yeah, and I think our decision is going through Mail to be Heaven, and we're satching onto Sight here. Gets picked off by Raven with the Sheriff, but traded immediately, and now it's a 4v2. We do have a raised Showstopper. 15 seconds on the clock.
Planted.
Have Binko here and Orchid. Taking down that Sage Wall. Hold from Hans here on Rafters.
One enemy remaining.
Orchid gets dropped, as well as Binko. And here we are, 7-10 game.
That was something. We're seeing both teams play as best as they can, and Carlton's just bringing it back up every single round.
I think they're doing exactly what Scarlet did. They played slow, they wasted utility, they rotated when needed.
Yeah, it's been interesting seeing them move closer to one side, making a little bit of noise, and then just going back over.
All right, we do have 3 ults for each side.
Okay.
And now we're getting that Astra Nebula down on B site, holding an angle here. Probably playing for Nova Pulse or Gravity Well, for sure. Double hold here in Mail as well. Jump peeking mid, see if we can get some information there. And they're just playing patient. They want to play for picks here.
Yeah, I just want to mention, like, we keep seeing Cypher lean towards A and just kind of lurk around A, preparing for them to move over towards that A site, as we're seeing them do right now with the spike, but going up through Heaven.
We're seeing that Sky Flash and Apple getting picked off on main. And now we're playing with this Cosmic Divide, getting a pick on Hans with the Showstopper. Now it's a 5v3. And another Showstopper coming in from Tina. And now we have that res from Heaven on Hans. 4v3. And we have a double hold here in Elbow. Swinging together. Ult here, getting 2 picks, getting traded with Alita. And now it's a 1v2 situation. You gotta do something here. We do have Alita at low HP here, but we have a double swing here from Elbow. And another pick from Tranquil, a 3K. Hello.
Oh, that was beautifully done. They sat and they lurked a little bit after placing the spike, moving just enough to get the KJ turret, so that way they didn't have to worry about it, and just kind of realized, oh, they're definitely not over there still. Moved just enough over, peeked it, and then just secured that round for them. It was such a great play, as we're seeing on the replay right now. Just so quick just to move over and just go right for it, because they knew they were going to have to come from that way with the turret being placed in that spot. It was so well done and so well calculated.
Absolutely. And we saw that Cypher Cage go on to ramp there. They have a lineup for that for the start of the round. Just to help with vision. Tina getting a pick there on ramp. Now we have that guiding light coming out. And another one for Sight. And a Nebula, are we going to play inside of it? Unfortunately, we couldn't. Raven getting picked off there on Sight. Now we can plant for free. Sight is completely clear.
Yeah, it was interesting just because we saw Viper drop their pit in mid, since they'd been so consistently going up through mid, but instead they just went all A. And it seems they're playing the waiting game right now with a little bit of information. Sage is in quite the spot.
Very, very fun spot.
Just such a sneaky hold right there.
And it's all up to Altier. One pick from Altier and instantly traded from Aquin. Camilla, 9-10.
Yeah, we went from a 3-9 game to a 9-10 game.
And here we go. We're getting a timeout here from Team Scarlet. They need to have a talk, for sure.
Oh yes. Both teams have been playing for information, and they're just taking their time a little bit. Like, we've seen some aggressive moments from the start, but for the most part, they're just information gathering.
And they are playing very well. They're taking their time, utilizing that Cypher lurk as well to get space and information, and playing right off of it.
Yeah, that Cypher lurk has been, I think, a very big component as to how this has gone from 3-9 to 9-10 at this point. And also just some incredible plays and crosshair placement. I'm still a little shook just from that takedown of the KJ turret, the immediate turn, and just the 2 in a row. It was wonderful to see.
It was a good play. You know, they wanted to bait, for their teammate that has low HP, but the shots just connected for our Sage.
Yeah. But also love seeing that little bit of sneaky Sage just then. Was delightful.
They're getting creative.
Very creative. Utilizing the Sage wall just to get them up on that platform, because you're not necessarily going to look there to see if there's a Sage or anybody. At least not when you're like hyper focused on anything.
All right, here we go. Our next round, those Seekers are coming out. Aggressive hold from Orchid and ult here, but they get shut down immediately. Now it's already a 3-10 game. Trailblazer coming out. Clearing back sight. And they know at least 2 are there, for sure, just based off of utility. Now we're leaning towards mid, getting some space up there.
I love how they, once again, got that little bit of information about B site, and now they're going up through mid, getting a little bit more information, and then deciding to meet up with the Cypher, who's been lurking over by A. They have spikes, so it seems like they might be a bit committed, but as we've seen previously, they've gone up there and went, no thanks, and then went back. So it's a little bit of a toss-up as to see where they're going to truly commit to, but seeing all the util.
And our duelist playing off of that initiator utility perfectly on ramp, but then gets traded. It was a really good play, though. That Sky Flash gives you so much information. And now we have that Sage Wall on Heaven.
Yeah, we're just playing for that little bit of info. We'll see them connect, and KJ taken out, and so was Viper just by peeking behind that wall.
What do you think Scarlet can do to get these rounds back?
Maybe it is time to be a bit more aggressive. I wouldn't necessarily gamble on a particular site, right? Because we know Charlton's literally just going to rotate immediately. But having folks just kind of maybe go from the mid, see which way they're leaning, and meet them in the middle, that might be the way to kind of throw them off their game currently.
I couldn't agree more. And you know, they did try the aggressive push last round, but the Sky Seekers, they took over.
Yeah. So utilizing that utility too, just in mid, would be absolutely great. We could hear some ult points getting picked up.
You will not kill my allies.
And right now we're hanging out. We're looking at this focus face right now. And they are ready.
You could hear them moving as a team immediately.
Yes, definitely moving as a team. You hear all those footsteps. All right, 10-10 game.
10-10. It's getting close.
30 seconds left.
Trailblazer in a paint house. And here we go. Tina flicking back, getting that pick, but then trading immediately from Raven. And shots are just coming in hot from Aquin. Wow. Again, we heard them moving together. They were ready for that rotate, and they took sight. That was their eco round for Scarlet. So let's see what they can do now that we have a full buy round. We do have our Sky Seekers. We have KJ Lockdown. We also have Cosmic Divide. Probably try playing for retake. That should be our strategy at the moment.
Probably.
But playing together for retake.
Together is the important part here. And I see we have a mid push leaning towards that B once again with the wonderful Viper wall, forcing them at least out from going through mid. And we know we have a couple folks on the other team that are defending that just peeked out through that spot on B. So we'll see if they commit to B early or they just make some noise and leave.
Those paint shells are deadly. The placement of them. Unfortunately, with the Cypher, like, they get picked off. Here we are. We have a 5-3 game now. Those Seekers are coming out.
Placing alarm bot down. Bomb grenade out.
They definitely know they're towards mid, so I hope they are prepared for whatever is to come. I think we're gonna lean towards B Heaven here. We did see those KJ Mollies get used a little bit early.
30
Here we
seconds
go, we're getting that
left.
Sky Flash towards spawn. And stuck with the Showstopper in a gravity well. Unfortunately, the timing of that Astra gravity well, unfortunate. Now it's a 4-2 game. We have 13 seconds on the clock. Gonna get a default plant here with Spike. And here we go, Raven to clean it up, making it a, hey, 11-11 game. That timeout was helpful.
Look, they
needed that time.
Both teams are here for a reason. I'm just still that gravity well, right when Raze was trying to use the Showstopper, was phenomenal.
That timing.
The timing was great. They must have heard the start of it and just immediately went for it. Because you know, Showstopper being used just to clear out this corner of the site makes perfect sense. So yeah, put a gravity well right there. Why not?
Why not?
Make it more difficult for the other team.
All right, 11-11 game.
I see we're once again going with that B push with that Cypher lurk. Leaving Spike behind again just so that way they can get the information. They're playing the same routine a few times in a row still. And they're getting the Scarlet to waste those utilities on B site, especially that KJ one just now with the KJ Molly. But you'll see Scarlet's not even moving towards B site yet. They're still holding their positions because they know they're going to end up moving soon.
And they're just wasting utility. Wasting those Astro Stars. But guess what? We have our Seekers to really get that information. We're going to satchel onto site. Defender Lockdown coming in hot. It's going to make it a little difficult to get this Spike down. But we're committed to the plant, and the Lockdown is destroyed by paint shells. And that is the usual spot you would put the KJ Lockdown in. So that just made sense to use the paint shells.
And we can see we have a Cosmic Divide up too on B site. Another one as well. So we know there's about to be a lot of action going on, seeing Cyphers utilizing their ult as well.
And just here it goes with another Showstopper. And the gravity well once again. But we did get the pick on Tina. What a round.
It is 12-11 to the match point. I don't know what could be done differently at this point.
I got enough time to go into the Astro Fall.
Carlton's just been doing the same thing consistently and are just able to like just bait out Scarlet. And Scarlet, last time we saw them hold their positions and then they just, Carlton ended up just going back to B as quickly as possible instead of taking their time and like weaving between the map and getting more info. So we'll see how they play, knowing that they need one more point, and it seems it might be a little bit more aggressive this time.
Oh, they got seen inside of that nebula. They have to get out of it. We saw those paint shells come in, Trailblazer. And it does clear Orchid in the corner. And the shots connect. You know, they get aggressive. It's a good play. But the utility usage to clear out that aggressive play is hurting Scarlet right now.
Yeah, and I do want to say, like, we've seen some really good paint cans.
Wow.
And just that little lurky lurk right there with Cypher just popping off.
Making it a 4-2 game. 4v2. Now they're forced to do a retake. The lurk from Apple is incredible. We have to say that has been the biggest game changer of map 1 here with Split.
Yeah, this is a crucial moment at this point just because you need your information. There's not much there other than you know they're on site because the spike has been planted.
Here we go. And the run and gun from Hans to secure the Split game, going to Carlton.
Right at the end, just that little bit of information once, you know, the shots were fired was enough to fully commit and just make sure that they secured that round for them. 13-10 or 13-11.
13-11.
13-11.
Close. Such a close game.
These past 2 matches have been absolutely like so close and so fun to watch just because you see each player really get highlighted at least a few times every match. They're amazing players. A good chunk of them, again, they are like Immortal Ascendant. Like they know what they're doing. They've been playing for 9 weeks straight to get up to this stage, and they made it. And they all 3 teams have played phenomenally. They made it just so much fun.
What a game to watch. I think both of these teams are just so talented. And oh my gosh, the plays on both teams, the utility usage with Astra Stars, everything was so well done.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Present your champions here. However, we do have an interview that we need to do. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience.
I'm Hannah, also known as Hans, and I'm not the IGL, but I am the team captain. My IGL is Tina.
Amazing. Okay, I don't want to ask how it feels, but I want to ask how much work did you guys put in to get here? How does it feel? I mean, it looks like you guys have fought really hard to get to this stage. I just want to know how that feels.
Honestly, not gonna lie, it was just kind of like we were all kind of busy with finals, so we didn't have much prep time, but we honestly have like really good synergy and we all love each other like sisters. So honestly, it was just catching up and having a really like good, memorable trip because I know this might be like our last time together as a team. So really happy to be spending time with these guys in Texas and winning out the game.
Absolutely. Do you think you'll keep playing? Do you think you'll go for Path to Pro after this? Is this anything that you're interested in?
No, I'm actually quitting after this year, so I'm definitely not looking into Valorant any further, but I know that my friend Tina is in Game Changers, and she's doing a really good job, so honestly, she deserves everybody. She deserves everybody looking at her and scouting her and stuff, so I really hope she does get in.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Tina looking to get scouted here for straight out of Game Changers.
Oh, wait. Also, Tranquil and Apple and Helen, they're bomb too. They're also looking to be in Game Changers too, so honestly. Big vouch.
Big vouch. Okay, so let's talk about what the key to your success was. I mean, it looks like you guys just have the power of friendship in anime. I'm not gonna lie. Genuinely, you can tell that you guys enjoy each other's company. Is that really the key?
I think so, 100%. I think as long as you like enjoy being in the presence of your teammates, you can live with them in a hotel or Airbnb for a couple of days and you're not tired of each other, then that means like, you know, it's a genuine friendship, and honestly, you need to have some sort of synergy like that to play this game, so.
Listen, from this deeply old lady, hold on to that for your whole life. But do you have any other parting words? Anybody you want to say thank you to?
My mom and dad are watching, so I'd like to thank my mom and dad, and I'd like to thank Gabe from Winthrop University for being so supportive of us in Texas. I'd love to thank Powerpuff Girls because they have been so supportive of us, and they did awesome today. And just like, would love to thank all my friends that have supported me, and also would like to thank all the haters who didn't want to see me get here to this point. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much, genuinely. And we are really genuinely proud of you guys. Thank you so much for making it out to this event, showing us like the power of friendship in anime. And I think that's going to be it for now. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for the interview. All right, folks, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we will be back, I believe, with Overwatch. So we'll see you then.
Saw Carlton has won the Padia Cup Women's Matchmaking Show Match, sponsored by Xbox. I am blown away by just the incredible plays we've seen. I am honestly just excited just to see so many wonderful women in Valorant, and also hearing that quite a few of them are looking to go to Game Changers, which is honestly just super inspiring and empowering as well. So I am sure we will see them alongside Scarlett at Game Changers very soon.
And maybe one of these years you'll see us cast in Game Changers.
Maybe.
All right. Make sure you keep up with these wonderful teams and all these women going above and beyond in Valorant and making a safe space for women that want to get involved with this game, and competitively at that. And wow, what a game. What a game. I enjoyed that so much. I'm giving so much love to all the teams that came here and played their hearts out. And I wish you all the best in whatever career path you choose. And just always know that you deserve whatever space you want to be in, especially women and non-binary gamers, and whatever path you want to go on too. So what a game. I'm so happy we got to cast it together.
Same.
Oh, just wow.
I want to
wow.
Real quick before we continue chatting for a little bit, we really want to give a big thank you. Thank you so much to Xbox, Padia Gaming, and Esports U for just all of this opportunity being provided, just not only to the players, but to us as well. And we are so thankful. So thank you so much. And seeing the strong partnership between Padia and Esports U is getting me so excited, because it takes a bit of time to make sure that places in gaming, or anywhere really, can be truly inclusive and welcoming. And we're seeing that partnership, and it's making a lot of space. And it's so wonderful just to see the support overall from the folks who are working this event to the folks who are just here hanging out, and also seeing it also on the high school and middle school teams that are here as well. Since even though this is the CECC, we are having all types of age ranges and everything here, which is so incredible. And inspiring, I have to say. I'm feeling very inspired and empowered. Just
yeah, this was an experience that I never thought I would have. So here we are. Thank you to all the teams that played. But let's welcome Jill, all right, Padia CEO. We're going to welcome her to come bring up the trophy from the Padia Cup Women's Matchmaking Season, sponsored by Xbox.
All right. On behalf of Padia Gaming, Esports U, and our partner Xbox, we want to give Carleton University the championship trophy presented by PC Game Pass for winning the Padia Cup. Hold it up, hold it loud and proud. And I would also like to invite UC Scarlett to come up. Carlton is holding the trophy, but all the women that have competed on this stage or who have casted and been talent on this stage, this represents all of you. You guys are so inspiring for the next generation of women to come. They look up to you and you're paving the way. And this has just been such an incredible moment for all of you. So thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Woo! Let's hear it for them. GG, ladies.
Last player standing. Strike down A. Last player standing.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola. Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
I know you had to wait this long. This is what you've been waiting for. It's a new day, yeah. It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear. It's a new day and I need a lot. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we need a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola. Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
So clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
So clear. It's a new day and a need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Hey folks, welcome back. I am here in the Game Pass Lounge with a bunch of these wonderful women who played this last Valorant match for us. Now, I have a fun little event I would like to do. Some good Valorant trivia, a little bit of Game Pass trivia, and a little bit more of that. Maybe a little trolling, if you will. I'd like my first contestant to come on up. I guess I do need the paper, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. That's my assistant. She also plays Valorant full-time. Okay. First of all, what is your name?
Norca.
All right, and we saw you playing on stage. What team were you with?
Powerpuff Girls. PPG.
Oh, yeah. By the way, the Powerpuff Girls, homegrown talent, they are just completely like a bunch of friends that came together and decided to compete, made it all the way here. So incredibly impressive. All right. I have a few questions for you. I'm gonna give you one Game Pass question and then a number of Valorant ones. Does that sound good? Yeah. Alrighty, okay. This one should be, I don't wanna say easy. I don't wanna set you up for failure. This one should be mediocre. What's the most played game on Game Pass? Think about the children.
Is there Quizlet, please? Quizlet, Please, Minecraft Legends.
You got it. It's actually just Minecraft, but yeah, hey. All right. Oop, sorry, guys. All righty. My hands are not working. That's perfectly fine. Okay. Oh. Nobody saw that. I'm gonna ask you a few personal questions. If you could have a Valorant pet, Fate's Prowler, Gecko's Wingman, or Sky's Trailblazer, or Killjoy's Alarm Bot, who you picking? I know that's a really hard question, actually.
I'm a Fade main, so I would say the Prowler. So yeah.
I like that. I think that's a really good answer. It sticks with the brand. And as a future professional Valorant player, you're gonna need to, get yourself out there. Let's talk about our branding meeting now. What's your favorite skin?
Well, I did have a skin on for the game. I had the Prelude Chaos skin, and I had the Champion Phantom skin.
The Champion Phantom skin is so ace. That's awesome. This is a good one. What's your favorite role and why?
Well, I did say I was a Fade main, so I would say Initiator, but I would say it depends on the map, but I could pull a Duelist here and there. So.
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining me over here. I really appreciate it, especially after all that hard work you just did on stage. Thank you so much. Let's get another person up here. Oh, hey, come on over. Hey, what is your name?
I'm Tina.
Which school are you with?
Carleton University.
Oh, you guys just won! All right, we have a champion here, so we're gonna actually ask the hard questions. All right, 2 Game Pass questions. I don't want to set you up for failure, so I'm gonna do my best here to cheat. Okay. All right, true or false? Game Pass is just for console games.
False.
Right. I mean, I guess it does say PC Game Pass behind us, so pretty easy there. You're welcome for the hint. Okay. What new game that was just barely released or is coming to Game Pass on day 1 are you most excited about? We have Minecraft Legends, we have Redfall, or Starfield. You also can just answer it how you want.
I think Minecraft Legends is cool. I've only ever played Minecraft. I don't really know what the other ones are, but I played it a little bit on these, like on the Xbox. It's pretty cool. It's fun. It's cool.
Yeah, it is pretty fun, and it's also very cool. I like that answer. Do you have any favorite, just games in general that you like to play outside of Valorant?
I play a lot of Final Fantasy online. That's like the main one. Osu, stuff like that.
Okay, so we got some gacha, we got some JRPGs. I kind of like that there. Let me just flip this thing. I definitely didn't almost rip in half. Alrighty. Few personal questions, is that okay? All right. If you could live on a Valorant map, which one would it be?
A Valorant map? Probably Breeze. Seems nice.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't even have any a witty quip for that one. That's actually a good answer. Okay. If you had to go on a mission for Valorant, which agent would you choose to be your partner?
That's a good question. I feel like maybe Sky would be a good person to be on a mission with. I don't know. She seems like funny and has good utility to be on a mission with. I don't know.
Sky seems like she goes to therapy, really, is the answer there. A good, reliable friend. While I have you up here, since you're one of our champions, do you want to give any shout-outs to anyone?
Everyone at home watching, my mom, my sister, and all my friends, all my teammates, everyone at Carleton.
Don't miss anyone.
Yeah, pretty much everyone. Everyone at Padia too, Xbox staff, everyone's great. Everyone's been really awesome this whole event. It's been really awesome.
We're super happy to have you. Thank you so much for joining me up here. All right, folks, let me take a look at this thing. I gotta see if I got any more questions left. Oh, hi, how are you? Yeah, that's a good one. Did you hear all the answers? Can I reuse these questions, or did you already hear them? I did not hear them. Okay. Sorry. You're fine. True or false? With Game Pass, you can unlock all current Valorant agents.
True.
You win! When you link your Riot account to your Game Pass membership premium, benefits unlock every agent, including every new agent as they're released. So I guess you just get a lifetime of free agents. Did you know that?
No, I actually didn't.
I'm not trying to sell you on it, but I might go get Game Pass after this. Who's your favorite agent?
Probably Killjoy or Astra.
All right, what game do you play to relax? I mean, you play Valorant semi-pro, so I can't imagine that's relaxing for you.
I kind of do like to dabble in a little Minecraft every now and then.
I love that. The aesthetic Minecraft, I assume. Yeah, the hair ties it all together. It's perfect. You're a pastel dream. Okay, let me see if I got any other questions here for you. Ooh, can I ask you the pet question? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, so which one is it?
The gecko wingman. The little guy? I love the little guy.
Yeah, the little guy, the perfect guy. Yeah, the perfect guy, not a man, but, oh, what role do you play?
I play controller.
Nice, I like that. How long have you been playing Valorant for?
3 years.
Wow, that's incredible. And you're already here on the semi-pro stage? Are you planning on going pro?
I'm definitely thinking of trialing, but it's nothing that's been decided yet, for sure.
It is what it is. You'll figure it out, whatever feels right. Thank you so much for joining me over here. Yeah, have a good one. All right, folks. That was cute. I would say that was very cute, and I had a really good time. Thanks to everybody who joined me on stage. I appreciate you, and I hope you all have a good day. We'll be back soon. We're going to a break.
CECC 2023. My name is Septilance, and I'll be walking you through Overwatch coming up in just a bit. But before that, we've had a very long day, and I think all of us want to take not just any break, but possibly a McDonald's meal break. So, of course, being joined by Nerdy Bird, Miles, and Gompers, we are going to be talking through this day, this very long, very exciting day, what we've seen so far, and what we're going to be seeing later down the line. We are super excited to be looking at what these teams have brought and will continue to bring to the table while we eat what has been brought to ours. But guys, look at it today. We've seen a lot of games. We've had a very long day and a very exciting one at that. If we're looking across the board, before we talk about Overwatch in particular, star-studded moments we've seen, personal favorites.
I am going to go with, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. I apologize.
Hence the meal break, hence
yes.
the McDonald's meal break.
The last broadcast we saw of Rocket League, when it hit overtime,
yes.
situation, those are the most nerve-wracking, and I'll be honest, right before, and I'm blanking on the name right now. I apologize.
It was Seabass.
No, it wasn't Seabass.
Indian River?
It was one of the Indian River players.
Yes.
No, it was one of the Arlington players.
Samba.
Samba.
Our boy
yes.
Samba.
Okay, so what was happening? I'm in the back. I'm in pit, and I'm watching him like, Samba, there's no backboard defense. Samba, what is going on right now? Samba is like four tires on the ground in the goal. Manages to make a save. There's a rebound shot. Doesn't go in. And then I look away, I look back, and Samba is just beelining it down the field and gets the goal. And I was like, bro, I have no idea how you guys did that. You had like nobody defending your back wall. You still managed to circumvent everything in the midfield and still made it down there. So hats off to you. I still don't fully understand the physics of Rocket League, but that was incredible.
And see, same game, different moment. I thought you were talking about the end of that game where it was tied 1-1. It looked like UT Arlington might have been about to make a reverse sweep. Then all of a sudden, a 0-second goal coming from the storied player, the MVP, Seabass, came in swooping to get that 0-second goal. I mean, you can't write this stuff. You literally can't write this stuff.
True.
You guys caught me at a bad time.
That's all right. We can circle back. I can go next. I'm going to talk about something that I think we just saw, but I think it was one of the most impressive things we've seen today. The Carleton reverse sweep of Split. I mean, they really show up the first half. Certainly not a half they're looking forward to, but in the end, they're able to win, and I believe in overtime or darn close to it victory. A very impressive performance from Carleton there, and I think one of the highlight moments we've seen so far of a team really fighting out a victory from the jaws of defeat, something that we haven't seen yet. I think we've seen a lot of, in the early games, we're going to be seeing 2-0s, 3-0s, and Carleton, they come out, they put that victory on the board, and I think they make a huge statement with that win as well.
Speaking about Valorant, moving back to the Carleton game in the beginning of the day, right? I will say, we talked about MVPs, and I'm going to bring this name up again just because, again, big fan. Like, they played insane. Gonches, I remember we got to watch that. We got to see Gonches in action on that duelist. Insane, even playing on the jet, right? We saw the Rays, and in itself, they were just jumping all over the map. It didn't matter where they were. And then moving towards that jet, you got to see the same exact thing, but this time you happen to have an updraft and a tailwind. So it's just different util, same person.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have seen legends and heroes and stories being broken up today, and I think we are in for a treat jumping into this next one. Not only am I excited because it's my personal favorite game, it's Overwatch, but we're going to be seeing two legends, two titans, behemoth-level teams here going head-to-head. And I can't even say two of the best in the country because one of them's not from it. We've got Boise State versus St. Clair, one of few Canadian teams that have been able to make their way here. And St. Clair, one of the highest, I can't think of the word, one of the highest rewarded Overwatch teams, a team entirely made of freshmen. I mean,
this man's out of breath right now.
Sorry, I had a thought. I lost it. I want to eat more McDonald's. But the point stands, guys, looking into it, how do you look at this? You see Boise, a very history-based team, a team that has been together for a very long time. You look at the progress and the kind of weight they carry with themselves, a team of full freshmen coming in and going in with a real chance of winning due to their own prowess. How do you kind of gauge that early on? How do you think which way these scales are going to tip?
Well, I can tell from like the Bronco perspective because of course I have a very storied history with them. It's how I got my start. I'm a former Bronco as far as the Overwatch team goes, but you look them right in the eye, or you look across the aisle and you see those bright eyes and the bushy tails, and you're just like, I'm going to have that up on my mantle in a little bit, and you're going to walk away crying. That is the mentality you have to have because you need to always go into these games thirsty and hungry to just basically eviscerate and eat the enemy team alive. Of course, Broncos, as well as St. Clair, they are very well-matched teams. They're also good friends. They scrim a lot. Ironically enough, I was down inside the player area where everyone was warming up, and I went to St. Clair, and I have a Bronco hoodie like wrapped around me because I'm cold. It is extremely cold in our back rooms. It is a portal to another dimension back there. And I'm like, hey, can I just like understand like what's your tank that you like to run? What type of composition? You don't need to break it fully down for me. And they're like, no, we can't share that. And I was like, I had Bagel, one of the supports for the Broncos, standing next to me. I was like, go away. And so he goes away. I'm like, I'm also an analyst. I understand that I'm wearing a Bronco sweatshirt, but I am very cold. And that is when they started to share information with me, which I do appreciate. I also understand the hesitancy, so I respect it.
Yeah.
But thank you for after I was like, yo, it's part of my job. I'm not telling anyone else. And I'm only talking about it now that they're going to be on stage without any, like, they can't hear me. They're going to have headsets on, so it's all safe. I'm not spilling any deets.
I will say, Nerdy, bringing in kind of the personal aspect, right, being a post-Bronco, knowing this team very well, we jump over to Miles, a person of the numbers, the analytics raw through and through. Miles, looking at these teams almost through a pure mathematical lens, how do you feel about their chances of success tonight?
Well, it's going to come down to how these supports are playing, how they're driving these pushes. We were talking a little bit about the strategies you need to go into this with, and not really even the strategies, but how you're conserving your resources, because this Lucio ult is going to determine a lot of how these fights turn out. The problem is, there's a very limited amount of resources, and that Lucio ult, it gets very tempting when things are thin, when you're rationing out your HP. It's very tempting to get that big boost in health. Unfortunately, if you react with a Lucio ult, you have a significantly higher chance of winning. Nerdy Beard was telling me 66% chance of winning if you reactively use it, but one person has to use it first if you're in order to react. So that means you need to conserve those resources, whatever limited scraps you can pull out to save that ult to the last possible second. Otherwise, your team might just be going down the drain.
Absolutely, and Gompers, you spend more time with first-person shooters than I think a lot of us do, so kind of putting in a lot of expertise and analytics you have from some other games. Looking at the raw mechanical skill of these players, are you leaning one way more so than the other?
Yeah, absolutely. My strategy, go kill.
Amen. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's as simple as that. Click heads, baby. That's
you
it.
sound so much like the director of the Broncos squad. So, you know how they're all asked for advice in these interviews and the players give it? Kel was the one that was interviewed for the Broncos, and I said, I know that you probably heard Doc in your head just now saying, okay, here's what we need to do. We need to win fights and take maps off of them. And I was like, or you probably heard, click heads, get value, don't die. Please think of something else. And he actually shut down. He's like, I know, I need to think of something else. And he gave a thoughtful response of how the team approaches everything. But yeah, you were just the epitome of Doc as an analyst just now, and I'm horrified.
Yo, she'd be smiling larger than I've ever seen in my life over there. But before we jump into our sauce predictions, jumping into the rest of this, guys, I do want to ask, I do want to talk about, there's a really interesting circumstance here, and I'm going to fully guess on this, and I'm pretty confident I'm right. I had to talk with a couple of people earlier on the numbers, but if I'm not mistaken, winner of this goes up against Converse Esports. The loser, I believe, may go against Maryville. The number 1 seed going into this entire weekend, one of the largest, most acclimated teams ever. I mean, possibly the most recognizable collegiate team. So there's part of this where this could be your life on the line. You lose this, oh, we've got a safety net. Oh, Maryville is our safety net. I think you find yourself in a much more interesting spot. So do you think that level of pressure and that level of anxiety is going to force these guys to play even more so out of their minds?
Yes and no. Overwatch at this level is a game of mistakes.
Very true.
And unfortunately, there are members of the Broncos squad that I know for a fact are extremely guilty of forgetting the mistakes that they make in post-game interviews, so they don't really learn from them. And I think that's something St. Clair can definitely take advantage of and to avoid having to go up against the behemoth that is Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, Maryville comes in very large and in charge. I think even people outside of collegiate Overwatch understand that's Maryville. Like, that is a team that carries so much weight and so much almost like fear within the existence of them. Several pro players, several that dominate the contenders team, or the contenders scene on separate teams. They break apart and they still tear the program apart because each of those 5 can tear an entire team apart by themselves. And I think that's what's scariest. So, Miles, if you're in their shoes and you're thinking our safety net might have a giant hole in it, what do?
Well, you've got to buckle down here and now, because if you're spending the entire time playing to not lose, that is not the same as playing to win.
Absolutely.
You need to go into every fight being, well, you need to know when to cut your losses, but when you can win a fight, you need to. You can't let these little things slip away, because there are a lot of times where you might have an advantage in the beginning of the fight. Hey, maybe you use that Lucio ult reactively, but hey, that's still a 33% chance that the other team is going to win.
Yeah.
Like, even if you have your ideal start to a fight, it is no guarantee that you are going to be winning. So you've got to take every opportunity, every single scrap to drive home this victory.
All right, and Gompers, any last notes before we give our saucy predictions here, jumping into this series?
I want to see a Widowmaker.
Oh, let me tell you, Gompers, Boise, my boy Goblin up there, one of the best collegiate Widowmakers I have ever had the chance to see.
Okay.
So fingers crossed he brings it out. But folks, let's hit our saucy predictions. Gompers, you want to start us off?
Sure. I mean, I ate half the sauces already, but I'll pick one out.
I'll go real quick, because I've got this spicy buffalo.
Okay.
Because not only is this going to be a hot match, these are 2 teams that know each other, but this is going to linger. We're going to taste this heat in our mouth all night, because this is going to be a hot one.
Okay, I got mine. I'm thinking honey, because it adds natural sweetness. And I think this game is going to be a banger if I see a Widowmaker. So.
All right, I'm actually changing things up because I typically go with the spicy buffalo, and I love me some good spicy gameplay, but I'm going with the sweet and sour on this one because as much as I hate to admit it, when you are on the receiving end of one of your own mistakes and you know you messed up and you die for it or your team loses a fight for it, it's a very bittersweet moment. And so both of these teams have the opportunity to either walk away and avoid the death trap that is Maryville or to end up there. And so it's going to be a very, very kind of walking a tight line between where you want to be versus where you currently are.
Absolutely. And to wrap us up, like Gompers, from one end of the desk to the other, I think I am going to go with honey as well because it's enjoyable, it's sweet, it's something we love to eat. And let me tell you, honey, I think we're in for a treat. I think this is going to be a banger series. These are 2 of my favorite teams. I've had the opportunity to cast them several times throughout this season, and I know that both these teams want this victory like they want their next breath. They are both up there gunning for that trophy.
Yeah, they are.
I'm sorry, my mouth is full. I've got apple pie.
That's all right. That's all right. We've got some food to eat here, and you guys have some teams to get introduced to. So let's see how they look walking out on stage.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in Group C of competition for Overwatch 2, please welcome the starting lineups. As the 3 seed, please welcome Boise State University. Clear, Matt Merck, Plato, Chosen, Bagel. And their opponents, the 6 seed, St. Clair College. Crime, Squeak, Amarin, Redix, Grave. Now, welcome to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Paulie Hype.
Woo! Yeah. Let's go. All right, finally, it's time for a little Overwatch 2 action, and we got to revitalize this building. If you're in here competing or hanging out, let's make some noise. Let's go. Let's go. I love it. My man. Woo! All right, we're waking back up. Coming up next, we have some Overwatch 2. We have the 3 seed in Boise taking on the 6 seed in St. Clair. Please, team reps, come on up to the front. Doc, you're not a team rep. We talked, all right, Doc's here. Here we go, Doc. Final words here for St. Clair Saints. You'll be going against them right now to start off our Overwatch 2 action.
We love the Saints. We get to scrim against them a lot. These teams know each other really well. Both will bring the tricky today. And how about this cool place? What a great way to put this to bed for the year.
All right, St. Clair, over to you now before we go against Boise.
I'm really excited to play in this game. A lot of friends on the other team, a lot of people I love playing with and I have played with in the past. I'm really excited. It's my first LAN, first time being on stage. Really cool. Very excited.
Well, Doc told me before the match that he doesn't like you, so I'll just start the match. All right, I'm just kidding. Here we go. We've got 3 seed Boise taking on the 6 seed in St. Clair Saints. Good luck for both teams. Here we go. Action underway. Nice handshake. All right, here we go. Overwatch 2 action starts right now. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Paulie, as we say aloha, friends, as we welcome you inside of the booth. Clutch Key here alongside Dividing, and it's a 6 versus 3 seeded matchup, but it kind of really doesn't feel like that if you go to the Oka rankings, kind of headed by my friend myself, Dividing here, but it's a 6 versus 10 if you look at the Overwatch Collegiate rankings right now. Number 6, Boise State and the Broncos. Number 10 for St. Clair of the Saints. So, I mean, right now, this game looks closer than it might be intended to be.
This is fair. There's a couple things I want to say about the Oka rankings. First of all, the last one was about a month ago, so we are a little bit outdated with all of the various collegiate playoffs that has been going on, culminating up, of course, to this event right here. One of those, of course, being the NACE Star League playoffs, where we actually saw Boise State take out St. Clair 3-0 in the quarterfinals, right? So there's a little bit of history, especially recently with these teams, of Boise State coming out on top, but I think it's going to make St. Clair even more determined to get the reverse on them this time around. And also, I just want to say, even though you say, oh, it might be a little bit closer than you think, I want to, exemplify that. I think in Okra, the various, the basic thinking is that you have the top 3 teams, right? You have Illinois State, Maryville, Northwood. Those 3 teams very rarely drop games to anyone else. 4 and below can literally lose to any other member of the top 20. So everyone has lost to a team below them on the rankings at some point, and that is what we are going to continue to see here today. I know we're probably going to be seeing a lot of ISU, a lot of Maryville tomorrow, but moving forward into what we have in front of us, this really is a toss-up series between Boise State and St. Clair. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come out with.
Well, Nerdy Bird on the desk right now had a little bit of herself themselves a spicy prediction. So
I love the stage selfie going on.
Stage selfie with the Canada flag on the back draped over. Love it, love it. But anyways, we go into this, and you were talking about a lot about Illinois State coming in as well. Illinois State already, the Redbirds are into the top 8 quarterfinals, so they go 2-0 in group number A, and actually one team already eliminated Southern New Hampshire. So Southern New Hampshire already out and about. So we'll talk about more of the groups later on. But first and foremost, we got to go right into the game, and this is going to be Lijiang Tower to start us off. Old faithful, if you will, pretty old standard.
Love this map so much. It's such a great starter for these series because it really lets teams play what is most comfortable to them at that point in time. We're going to be starting off today on Control Center, which is the most closed in of the 3. That's why we see both Squeak and Clear lock in those Ramatras. Since Ramatra has been in the game, he seems to have taken over Ryan's spot as a de facto close range tank. Those pummels in Nemesis form are so lethal. But it looks like we are going to be seeing a slight change up when it comes to the support lineups. Brave is running the Kiriko, Chosen on the Baptiste. That's the only difference between these two teams.
Well, only one difference, but they're going to rush right in simultaneously. The Maywalls are going to keep them there on either side. Immortality Field having to be used very early on from Chosen. So they're just going to go ahead and try to stop right in, but instead it's the Saints that try to go marching into the first point as they already get Clear out of the way. Redx does go down, and actually this might be a turnaround here because Chosen gets rid of Crime. A 2-to-1 trade ain't bad, especially if you just lose a tank, and so Boise State's going to bring this right back around, and it's the Broncos that are going to get first shot at the point.
And when you're running these Symmetra-based compositions, it really is just all about keeping that Symmetra alive as long as humanly possible. Once you have that beam charged up on enemy players or on shields, you are outputting tons and tons of damage, but you are fairly fragile. Plato already 90% of the way to the Photon Barrier is going to be doing a great job of bisecting the point here.
Well, they're going to try to see if they can get down the middle now, but back into the server room, nothing really doing except if you got the speed boost from the Lucio. So Redx is going to help them right in. Photon Projector out to try to split the team in half of damage, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The only ultimate that needed to be used there for Boise State is Plato's Photon Projector. St. Clair with no answers.
I love that you pointed that out because that is fundamental Overwatch right there. They knew what they wanted to play. They knew what ultimate they wanted to commit into it, and after they had committed, they used the Lucio speed boost and overwhelmed the Saints in order to make sure that they're going to have 4 ults, the Broncos, going into this next fight. Clear, Matmerk, Chosen, and Bagel are up. St. Clair, though, coming up on 4 ults of their own. This one might be a little bit messy.
So from Overwatch, maybe Cuberwatch comes into play. Maybe, just maybe, Photon Protector plus the Blizzard out for St. Clair and the Annihilation out at the same time. 4 ultimates being used here by St. Clair. They are throwing everything at the kitchen window, or kitchen sink, I should say, but nothing, just everything out the window yet. Redx holds on to the sound barrier.
Yeah, that's actually a really great defensive tool. I was going to say this was a pretty heavy investment here for St. Clair. It was 3 ults for the price of 2 on the other side, but because Redx held on to the beat, it means that the Saints now have a defensive tool to use for Matmerk's Blizzard coming up right now. So really great stuff. Great patience from the Lucio player on the Saints to make sure that they still have that for this next fight.
Well, they're going to have the only sound barrier, like you were saying, sound barrier, but Blizzard is going to come out first. So the question is, when does Redx want to use that sound barrier? The answer is going to be before Bagel sound barrier. So Bagel now and the rest of Boise State have the opportunity to go right in with their sound barrier, with the rest of the team following up on damage, as Bagel and Plato find 2 simultaneously onto Squeak and to Crime. And their crime scene is a lot of St. Clair bodies falling down as Boise State flips it back.
71% and counting now for Boise State. Means that you're probably looking at last fight territory here, and St. Clair are looking worse for wear when it comes to ultimates in this next fight. They're coming up on their Blizzard, which is really good, especially because Bagel was forced to use the beat in the last fight. So if that can freeze up a couple members from the side of Boise State, St. Clair will be in business.
They're going to try to charge right in here from the server room. Blizzard is out. This is going to be final fight territory right now unless St. Clair can flip this right around. They've already used the Blizzard. They're going to try to flip it. They're almost there. Squeak is able to go into the Nemesis form and take care of Chosen, which is big. That's a huge healer down, and they're able to flip it back. It's a 3-2 trade in favor of the Saints of St. Clair College, and we are not done yet.
Oh, man, exactly. It's just what I was talking about at the very beginning, Keegan. the Symmetra-based composition. Sometimes at Symmetra, the laser beam just gets fired up, and there's nothing that can stop you. That is 3 final blows at least I saw from Crime in that last fight alone. However, they are going to have to win at least 1, maybe 2 more fights if they want to take this Control Center map.
And final blows mean everything, especially going towards an ultimate situation like this. You're down to pretty much almost final fight territory, and now you're going to have the Annihilation from Squeak here in what could be St. Clair's push to the finish line, and they get the Annihilation kill, gets rid of the Immortality field. Chosen does go down. That's a huge pick for them. Same thing for Clear, as the Annihilation is still up, and that forces made it back all the way up. And in fact, Matt Merker's going to go down as well, so they either have to back off for a quick fight, or this is going to turn really bad for Boise.
Yeah, 15 seconds left for the Saints. Oh, sorry, yeah. 15 seconds left for Boise, sorry, in order to be able to recontest onto this one. If they can get a touch onto the point, it might take Bagel doing so. They're actually going to use the Symmetra Teleporter to get a little bit closer.
But can they touch?
There is a touch.
There is a touch. It's going to go into the overtime phase. You're going to use the sound barrier up. Radix is the first one to use the sound barrier. Bagel uses it, but it's going to be to no avail. Emmer and Crime find you kills onto Bagel and Matt Merck. And now it's just going to be who can step on the point last for Boise State. The stagger fight needs to happen now. It's going to be Crime just going right across the playing field. Redix finds a kill onto Plato that should clear the point. And the Saints are going to start us off with the very first map on Control Center, but my oh my, 100-99.
As close as it possibly could be here, Clutch Key. St. Clair looking strong, representing Canada to start this off. Like I said, take the seedings that we said at the beginning, throw them out the window. This is a 50-50 shot. In my eyes, this is a 1 seed versus a 1 seed right now. Either of these teams could make a deep run in the top 8 bracket.
Well, it's 8:30 local time right now, which means it's prime time, so why not put out the toss-up game in prime time? Why
Absolutely.
not? Why not?
Absolutely.
And one of these teams right now, I mean, both of these teams right now, 1-0 inside of their group. St. Clair beating Bethel, Boise beating Houston. So one of these teams is going to tomorrow for the quarterfinals. We're gonna see them in the top 8 tomorrow if there's a winner here.
Yeah, absolutely. The winner here does guarantee themselves a spot in the top 8. But now as we head into Night Market, this is the submap of the 3 that I think you could really make any composition work. So the fact that both teams are opting to keep running this Ramatra-based composition is very telling. It means they both feel very confident about this composition.
The May at the same time, you can also say they're very confident in this, but the question is, I mean, it's a 199, right? So
Yeah.
you kind of feel confident on it. It's just one fight didn't really go your way if that's the case. But still, 5 seconds left until the point unlocks. Really nothing going in for St. Clair. Boise State pretty much has control of this. They had a teleporter trying to flank them around, but that's going to get destroyed right away. And this is the Ramatra and Akitiko in so much trouble thanks to the May wall of Matt Merck. Redix and Gray both go down, and when your supports go down, it's pretty much a lost deal.
Yeah, beautiful May wall from Matt Merck. Effectively split the St. Clair College team in half and made it impossible for them to break the May wall in time in order to support the rest of the team. We are now going to see a swap from Crime going onto the Hanzo. We've been seeing Hanzo a lot in these brawl-based compositions as well because that one-shot potential, a headshot onto the arrow, can flip an entire fight on its head. And when you're at this level, when you're playing at such a high level, headshots come pretty often.
Well, 2 ultimates online for Boise State. St. Clair's got, well, no check marks right now. Closest you've got is the Kitsune Rush. First thing they'll use is the Photon Projector on from Plato. This worked out well for them last time. Plato only had to use the ultimate back in Control Center, and that allowed them to win the fight. You can already see St. Clair kind of pulling off a little bit, and now the Kitsune Rush is up. Application Matrix is going to be used at the same time, so one support all on either side. Bagel does have the sound barrier available to them. Question is if they want to use it this fight. Redix also coming up on one of theirs. Blizzard's going to be used immediately right away. And at the same time, you're going to have the Annihilation, but the Annihilation goes for nothing, and the Blizzard chills out the Broncos.
And that is 3-4 headshot kills from Crime on the Hanzo. As I said, Crime just swapped onto the Hanzo last fight. Has the ultimate, the Dragon Strike, up already, and that's just how much damage you can output on Hanzo if you're feeling good with those headshots. When it comes to Symmetra on the other side, it takes a moment to ramp up that laser, so that's why we see Plato now swapping after the Hanzo as well.
And the main wall is just going to shut them out. Crime has no chance of getting back in, so advantage to the Broncos of Boise State. You've got the Annihilation coming out, but the Annihilation isn't going to find anything. Squeak had to go all the way around for that, so basically no value whatsoever for that Annihilation. That's going to allow Boise State to kind of just waltz right on in at 63%. The sound barrier is going to be invested at the same time, too. I'm pretty surprised at that, considering you were up a lot of people there. But the sound barrier is invested. And now Crime also having the Dragon Strike as well. That's tossed away. So St. Clair, I mean, right now, they're fighting this pretty well on a stagger, and they might even win this. They trade 2 for 2 on the Soundwave. Bagel also gets a kill, but Crime is still finding headshots left and right. He finally goes down, but at what cost here? You've only got a Mei, you've only got a Ramattra in play right now, and the Ramattra might go down. Oh, but the protection Suzu keeps them up, and St. Clair College is still staggering this.
I mean, St. Clair are doing a fantastic job. This fight should have been lost about 10-15 seconds ago. They've turned what was looking like maybe 30% into now actually taking the lead in percentage because they've been staggering for so long, keeping themselves alive with the passive form from Ramattra. Grave using the Immortality Fields extremely well. It is finally flipped, but now St. Clair is in a much better position overall, especially with Emran coming up on that Blizzard in just a moment. Bagel on the other side is about 15% away from the beat. Are you going to be able to build that last little bit in time before the Blizzard comes through? Because the Immortality Field by itself from Chosen, I don't think will be enough.
Look, but the other thing as well, Squeak can also come up with an Annihilation here with about 20% left to go. Blizzard is out from Emran, and like you were saying, that Blizzard could be very key. That freezes out Plato. And now it's going to be the application matrix used by Chosen, but it might go all for naught here. They do use the sound barrier. Bagel is able to find a kill onto Emran, so it's a 5v4. Now Squeak is risen out, and Matt Merck's able to find the headshot kill with the Icicle. Overtime clock is run out here as they are just trying to bleed this clock away, and they might be able to. Nemesis form for Clear takes down Redix. That's both of the supports down, and there ain't no chance for the no chance for the Saints to try to make an entrance, and we're headed to round 3.
I love that never say die attitude from the side of Boise State. I'm not sure who on that team was screaming, winnable, 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 but whoever was doing it made a fantastic decision with the committing the beat, and then the Blizzard is 2 incredibly valuable ultimates to put in when you were already down 2 players, but man, it worked out incredibly well for Boise State. I don't think St. Clair was expecting that much commitment after they had gone in and quickly gotten 2 picks. Now moving on to Gardens. This is the most open map of the 3, which is why St. Clair swapping up their strategy a little bit, going from Brawl to Rush. They're going to go pedal to the metal here, playing as fast as humanly possible. Emberin's going to get into the back on Sombra, try to get a hack off, and then Squeak is going to jump on that hacked player, and St. Clair's job is to melt down that hacked player as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and they've already got the jump on them. You can see them trying to switch sides, basically, so it goes from spaceship to kind of the intersection afterwards as they play do-si-do around the middle of the Gardens. And now the Maywall is just going to be there, but the Winston able to jump out, so Squeak gets back to his team. Meanwhile, Crime on the Tracer. First time we've seen the Tracer, first time we've seen the Sombra, first time we've seen the Winston. Everything else we've seen before. Because still, Boise State trying to fight their way in. They're almost there to flip the point in their favor. But Clear now with a headshot kill onto Renix is huge for them, and that's going to allow the team from Boise State to push right on in, and the Broncos are the first ones in command.
I mean, we saw it there on the perspective of Clear. Emran was really struggling to get a hack off on anyone. Of course, the animation, if you take any damage, gets canceled. So without that hack, there really is a non-starter. There's no one for St. Clair to dive onto, and I think we're going to be seeing a couple of swaps here. Emran on the far Mercy. I love this pick from St. Clair. You don't see it a lot unless it's a counter pick, and with Matt Merck and Plato both playing projectile-based DPS, they're going to have a hard time taking out that flying DPS.
Well, yeah, you can see already they're all entrapped here. They don't want to take some damage from outside randomly, so that's exactly what they're doing. They're using the Maywall now to make sure that there's pretty much only one entrance you can come in from. You can't really get flanked around. So now with that Pharmacy pick, Emran's able to take care of Chosen. Emran falling also low. Where's your Mercy Pocket? Your Mercy Pocket might almost be going down here, but gets healed back up. Emran's able to take care of Plato in the meanwhile. And so now a 2v1 trade. However, Boise State's saying they're not out of this quite yet. They've still got a few hidden people, and now the mage's just going to fall off the map. Thank you to Emran, and Emran sends Matt Merck to the Abyss. And right now, I mean, they're still holding on, and they're actually going to try to invest a lot of ultimates here. Rocket Barrage used for the kill onto Clear, and that should signal for the fight win here, as the Saints aren't going to get blanked.
Yeah, they're not going to get blanked, but I think that fight kind of exemplified a problem that we have a little bit with the composition of St. Clair, and that's that they really struggle with point presence. It felt like they had that fight won for a while, but because they're playing Pharah, they're playing Tracer, they're playing characters that like to play up above and on the side, and they don't want to get right up in your face, in this case, right on the point. So Boise State were able to hold on to that, I think, a lot longer than they should have, but now they're swapping onto their own rush comp with Sombra Tracer.
Clear just goes num 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 num, eats up the Pulse Bomb. And so no more Pulse Bomb for Crime available. Played already halfway to theirs. Now you've got the D.Va causing so much panic onto this Winston, but this Winston will not be able to escape. Matt Plato getting your final blows there, but now it's just the Pharmacy combination that gets hacked, that gets swung away at, and all this Mercy can do is wait to go back to the spawn room as Boise State flips it right back.
It flips it right back, and St. Clair used just about every ultimate in their arsenal in that one, which puts them in a really tough position with 70% and counting. They have one fight, maybe two really fast fights here if they lose the first one quickly, and you're playing into, well, you're not playing into an EMP anymore because Crime just did Crime things and got a massive headshot to open this up.
Well, now they're just going to go right in. It's Emerin back on the mid, Crime on the Hanzo again. They're going to see if they can counter out the fast with the slow here. But we'll see if that is the case. In any while, the Coalescence being used by Chosen to do some damage, but mainly to keep the D.Va up. The D.Va was below half health for a long while there. But still, the overtime clock runs. The EMP is able to find both Redix and Squeak. It's Cuber watch, but in Boise State's case, it's going to be W watch here for Boise State as they are able to win it in clear fashion on the Garden, but still a 2-1, and we got a good series coming up.
Oh, this is going to be an incredibly close Keegan. I'm really excited to see what these teams have to offer for the next couple of maps here. At least two more. But if this map was any sort of indicator, this one is going to be incredibly close. These teams are trading heavy hitting blows back and forth. My goodness, Crime. They just seem to get magnetized into this player's crosshair. Oh man, I love seeing a good Hanzo play of the game, and these two teams are looking ready. I was a little worried that maybe there'd be a little bit of jitters getting on stage for the first time, but both of these teams look locked in.
Yeah, they are locked in, ready to go. Especially, you take a look at that first map of Control Center, 100 to 99, and you felt something was brewing right there, and then all of a sudden Boise State able to flip the switch right back to them. 172 on the night mark and 100 to about 40 something on the Gardens as well. But other than that, for St. Clair, not a bad performance to start, especially up against the number 3 seed.
Yeah, you are feeling pretty good right now if you're St. Clair, especially because you did manage to win that round 1 on Control Center, because that is where you are really looking to potentially take Boise State in the second map here. We are looking at loser picks now. You want to take them to maybe a map where you can play a lot more of that Ramatra-based composition. So as we head into Escort going up next, I'm thinking about maps where you could continue to play those close-range compositions and get a lot of success with them. I'm thinking maybe a Rialto potentially. Whatever they pick, though, I think because they won that Control Center map, it puts them in a really good position to continue playing that and trying to force that mirror as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Rialto, or you would like to say Dorado as well, even maybe if you like to. I mean, they were playing the Winston at one point as well, and the Winston dive. As long as you have that Winston dive, I feel like you can kind of play Dorado to a little bit more of your strengths, and we saw that earlier on. I believe it was from Squeak that played on that Winston, but it kind of got, countered out a little bit with that D.Va in the end, and the D.Va and everybody else just playing speed other than that as well. So, I mean, we'll get to see what map they're picking, and for right now, I would say it's either Dorado or Rialto, but I think it's going to be Dorado to pick.
We do have the Dorado pick in right now, so I was thinking Rialto, but Dorado can also work. When I think of Dorado, I think of a lot of dive. That's what I think of when I think of this map, because it has a lot of really solid high ground for defenders to play around. And because of that, when you're attacking, you know the defenders are going to be playing around those high grounds, so you need to play a very vertically happy comp that's able to get up there extremely quickly. So Winston, Wrecking Ball, Genji, Tracer, all of those characters are fantastic. That's why we see dive a lot. So maybe we're going a little bit reverse here to what I was thinking. I think maybe St. Clair are thinking, hey, maybe the Winston comp didn't work super well for us on Gardens, but we feel really good about it. We had a lot of success with Pharah as well. We have a lot of open skies on points A and B, so I think they might be feeling pretty good with their chances here on Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what they're going for right now. Again, for Boise State, and actually for the side, St. Clair is going to start off on the defending side with Boise State on the attacking side. So we get to see Boise State in the red, St. Clair in the blue coming up here. But again, like you were saying, I mean, it's just more or less what composition is going to run. I mean, I feel like Overwatch right now, I mean, there really was no steady meta. But like watching Overwatch League recently as well, and then the other top pros, like even Overwatch contenders, there really was no set meta depending on the map. I mean, it really just came down to, I mean, we saw some watches. I know earlier today I saw a Junker Queen, which we haven't seen in quite a long time. So I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, it doesn't feel like there's a real set meta right now.
So if you're, I would say
as long as there's no life weaver.
There's a lot more parity right now in the game than there has been ever in the past. But what we've seen the most in Overwatch League has been Winston-based compositions with Tracer and Sombra. You'll have usually a Brig in there as well, and then maybe Kiriko, maybe Baptiste, depending on how your flex support is feeling. So I think when we get into Dorado, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of that just because, again, we're looking at comps that are going to be able to access high ground extremely easily. And so that is going to be exactly what these compositions are going to give you. Exactly as we see St. Clair College on the defense starting off here, we see literally exactly that. It is going to be Squeak locking in the Winston, Crime and Emerin on Tracer and Sombra respectively, Red X Brig, Grave, Ana. It was actually Ana that's usually on there. Able to hang out in the back and just pump healing into the Winston as much as she can, as long as she just isn't getting... I see it. I see it.
We hold our breath.
I'm not trying. I'm not going to get baited. I refuse to let Boise bait me here.
We wait with
I've been
bated
baited.
breath.
My heart has been broken way too many times.
So you're not thinking that
Don't
this is going to be
know what
real.
to believe.
Well, wait. I mean, they're out of the spawn with it.
They're out of the spawn.
That counts. That should count.
This definitely counts.
So
Chosen is shooting Life Weaver bullets right now. Going to be trying probably to bring Play-Doh onto a super high ground
No, but
here.
they're going back to spawn.
Okay. They must have already tried that. Didn't quite work out
There
for
it
him.
is.
Again, it's I told you before. We're not seeing Life Weaver today unless it's going to be like some weird gimmick that you try on the start of a map. And Boise tried something, didn't quite work out, goes right back over to the meta.
I know Nerdy Bird, behind the scenes, Nerdy Bird was talking to us about this. Whenever you play Life Weaver, it's pretty much a done deal that you're going to lose the game. But so they switch off of that. I mean, Boise State played it maybe to kind of troll around a little bit, but still they're able to find picks. And right now, Plato's already up to halfway to a pulse bomb, even over that. Chosen already up to 47% now to the Kitsune Rush, but a hack out to Bago and Boise State now getting rushed down. Good bio-nade. That hits everybody but Matt Merck, who gets away, but still a huge bio-nade, and Boise State has to back.
Grave, literally from the grave, puts a massive purple onto Boise State in order to win that fight for St. Clair College. For those of you watching who don't know, that anti-nade means that once you see the purple health bars, those characters are no longer getting any healing. It is free damage, free kills for St. Clair College, all thanks to Grave's well-placed anti-nade. They are already 83% of the way to a nano boost. Actually, St. Clair across the board are coming up to their ultimates in this next fight.
So the Saints have a lot of check marks to use coming up in just a moment. Boise State at the same time, too, they're going to have a Kitsune Rush this next fight. So see, they decide to use it. Madmark also 20% away from the EMP. So this is going to be a lot of ultimates here, especially with that payload in a very precarious position underneath of the bridge. Emerin able to take care of Chosen, and there is no Kitsune Rush coming up here. You don't have a Mercy to bring them back up either. Crime Emerin finding a 2-for-0 trade, and this is going to be the Saints pushing back the Broncos.
Yeah, the Saints are doing so good on this defense so far. They're really doing a great job of clamping down on this choke point underneath the Dorado Bridge. You have so many high grounds around that choke point in order to just kind of poke away at Boise State as they try and walk in. Now, here's what I'm looking at for this next fight, Keegan. I see Matt Merck and Emerin both with their EMPs available, and we already see one come out, and we got trades from both sides.
And Matt Merck, though, able to find the better of the EMPs. He's found two already at that moment, the Kitsune Rush, and that's kind of SMG kind of just running all over the place as Matt Merck able to find 2 kills already. Clears, holds on to the self-destruct, which may be very good discipline for them right now because you already found 2 kills and you already found yourself a push for right now unless the team comes back.
Yeah, almost certainly here. I mean, we do see quite a bit of stall here from St. Clair. Squeak does have the Primal Rage, so that's 1,000 free health for St. Clair if they feel like they have to use it. But this stall is incredibly good from St. Clair right now. They're going to come back into this.
I was about to say, there's only a minute left to go on the clock if you're watching time, but Bagel and Clear able to clear away 2 kills already, and that's both of the supports down either. So Graves not going to be able to come back here with the nano boost. In fact, didn't even have it in the first place. And so Crime going down, that pulse bomb had to be big. It's not going to be, and Boise State's going to find a way to add 2.5 to the bank, making it 3 minutes left.
It's still a bit, you feel really good right now on this first point control. If you are St. Clair College right now, 3 minutes can feel like, oh, we have a little bit of time. 1, 2 misfights, you're already down to 90 seconds. So that time pressure is going to be a huge weight on the shoulders of Boise State for the rest of this attack because they were held up so long on point A. However, Plato getting around to the back with the pulse bomb, you can get an early pick with that one. That would open things up huge for Boise State. And there it is on the best possible target. Grave is down.
Huge pulse bomb onto Grave. Send back to the Grave, but now you have the Reaper just kind of shooting down at you here with Matt Merck. However, you lose the Divas, so that's a big kill, especially that's on your tank. Emmerich has to back away knowing that that Reaper guy is just going right up to you, just shooting away, and that's going to be pretty much a signal here that St. Clair really has nothing to do with this fight.
Yeah, the St. Clair are just kind of having to back out here. Yeah, Crime can't even get away. That's actually a really huge stagger coming out from the side of Boise State. It means the St. Clair are going to have to wait just a little bit longer before they can engage with the full 5. But once they do have a nice little combo here. They can use the EMP when it comes to this one. And then when Red X has the rally available, you're going to be able to get everyone their armor.
Well, the EMP gets 3, and Bagel goes down because of the EMP, thanks to the help from it. So now it's going to be a 5-on-4 situation in favor of the Saints out of St. Clair. Pulse bomb available while Crime's aimed there onto the Tracer, pretty much almost killing him in one clip. But still down to 90 seconds on the clock as the payload approaches the final corner. Death Blossom is indeed up. Kitsune rushes out, so they could pretty much Death Laser this away if they really wanted to. Pulse bomb, nom 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 nom. Clear able to eat that one up. There goes Crime out of the way as well. So Crime pays for his crime. But right now, chosen out of it as well. Down to a 4v4 situation. Boise State with 4 check marks. They use 2. They're going to use the Death Blossom. They're going to use the Sound Barrier at the same time. Boise State with man advantage. There's a stick onto the onto the auto, excuse me. And that's going to be Grave and Squeak being cleared out. Boise State's able to add another 90 to the bank.
Yeah, after they get through here, a really great indicator of just how good that point B offense was there from Boise State. When they started, they had about 3 minutes when they got to the first checkpoint. Getting to the second checkpoint, about 2 minutes 30. They only lost about 30 seconds here. And now I'm really interested to see Clear moving on to the Zarya now.
You were talking about time on the bank. Yeah. 38 seconds when they got the first point.
Yeah.
And then the second point, they only had 56 seconds. So it seems like Boise wants to play the last-minute game, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I want to bring up this Zarya. We don't see Zarya almost at all in the current Overwatch meta.
Yeah.
She really doesn't have much of a place other than being kind of a damage dealer. I'm kind of expecting Matmerk to be frontlining a lot with getting a lot of bubbles and really trying to boost up that Zarya beam.
Well, Boise State kind of has a comp that kind of just cancels out an automate, if you will, any which way you look at it. But now you have the EMP out from Emmerich, and that's going to allow St. Clair to kind of push right on in as they get rid of Bagel. So the good start for you for the Saints, but can you keep this going? You've got a Tracer in your backline kind of just dominating away right at this Lucio and this Kiriko, but just going to have to back off for right now. Emmerich can't even get a hack off before being spotted out. Down to 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining as the push continues on. Payload right around into the final turn, into the home stretch, as they still tried to play on, but right now this is a scrap battle, no matter the way you look at it. Red X chosen, both going down, so that's a support on either side. But the big thing is Grave has bigger healing than that of the Lucio right now, although singular versus AoE, that argument could be made. Still have a pulse bomb available for Crime in the meanwhile, but Bagel able to take down Squeak, and there's the Graviton Surge available, and Graviton Surge grabs a lot of people. 40 seconds left to go. This fight is pretty much going to be over here. Everybody's cleared out, and with 36 seconds left to go, the Broncos go uno, dos, adios, completing the entire map of Dorado, and only with 36 seconds remaining.
I actually really liked... Now, I was like really questioning the Zarya pick there from Boise State. You barely ever see Zarya played at this high of a level these days. But because of the way things turned out, and because Boise State were able to slowly but surely just gain more and more space off of the Saints, all that Boise State needed was one more definitive fight win to push the cart through to completion. And what is one of the best setup ultimates, if not the best setup ultimate in the game to get a definitive fight win? Grab. It is so good. Just lock people down for that Death Blossom and finish off the map. Again, after getting stuck on point A for so long.
I was going to say, you were questioning that for a little while, but it paid dividends in the end.
It did.
It paid huge dividends. I mean, you get the grab puncher, you get you get 3 people in there to basically cancel out the fight, so maybe you might want to eat your words there.
I'll say I'm actually very happy to be proven wrong because I personally, selfishly, love Zarya. She's like my favorite character to play, but it feels like you don't see her a lot right now.
Oh, yeah.
But if St. Clair is going to be running a lot of Winston-based compositions, I will say it's a fairly good matchup for Zarya. You're able to melt down the Winston bubble, especially when you have a lot of charge, which you will get by putting bubbles onto Matt Merck on the Reaper, who's going to be constantly teleporting into the back, nothing personnel kid, and then just wraithing away when things get tough. So you're going to be charged up, and you're going to be able to melt down that monkey extremely quickly.
Look at where the Zarya, or look at where one of these team members is right now, and I think that's the Reaper that's just kind of just sitting there right now with no Wraith form either, has to either TB away or uses the protection Suzu very early on. So Boise State using a lot of util because that Reaper had dropped down, and this is going to be just St. Clair just kind of pushing right on in, kind of surrounding everybody out, and now Boise State has to back off already with already kill onto the Reaper, and now they can just kind of play free, although Squeak falls a little low.
Yeah, they do fall a little low. It was exactly what I was talking about, right? Matt Merck was trying to basically farm beam power for clear, but unfortunately just kind of walked down without much of an escape plan. However, Matt Merck is immediately back into this one and is still doing tons of damage.
Yeah, Matt Merck went down early enough, but St. Clair just couldn't find the picks. I mean, if they had found picks faster, that fight would have been a lot easier for them to win. Unfortunately, they just can't. That allowed Boise State and Matt Merck to come back into play, and still this Reaper doing work as Squeak and Grave go down. And the Saints do not have an answer with a minute 10 gone.
Yeah, minute 10 gone, minute 50 to go. I love that little right-click jump there from Clear to get back onto the high ground. We very, very briefly saw it there, but some really nice maneuvering for a character that really has trouble getting onto high ground quickly. Boise State looking pretty good on their ultimates as well, because we saw a couple of swaps from St. Clair to go to a more brawly-based composition that is going to partially reset their ult pools. Boise State has an advantage basically across the board.
There's the main wall that's going to lift somebody up, and that's going to be Clear on top of it, so they don't really see him until Crime uses the Storm Arrows and kind of just clears away Clear. Right now, it's just the Kidiko that they're aiming at, but they're going to clear away everything else they've got. They've got the Reaper to worry about, but now that Reaper's going to go down. The hands of a lot of people, including Squeak, and the assist from Emerin at the same time, just kind of slowing away the Reaper with no Wraith form whatsoever. Squeak into Nemesis form now, pretty much just going to clear at this point. It's only the Tracer left to go. You just got to hit the Tracer. The Tracer's gone. Finally, the payload advances beneath into the plaza.
But there is going to be enough time here for Boise State to get one more recontest before point A is taken, and when they do, look at all of those check marks.
Oh boy.
4 already. Matt Merck is about to come up on a 5th. So Boise State has every tool they could possibly need, including that grab, in order to make sure that they hold here.
Kitsune Rush is going to be used by Grave. 1.93 meters separates them out. It's a clear away. Annihilation is going to be used as well. There's 2 kills on either side, but the big one is that there is no supports left on St. Clair's side. Now you're going to use the Dragon Strike and the Annihilation at the same time. It's going to be arrows being pointed out, and still St. Clair possibly in this. You've got our Tracer on the flick shot, and it's going to be St. Clair finding it to 3:40 on the clock.
Oh my goodness, Crime had less than 10 health left, but managed to stay alive and deliver the killing blow. That was a 9 ult fight. Everyone except Chosen let go of their ultimates in that one.
Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it was absolutely Overwatch, and sometimes the just press Q strategy works out quite well, as did it for St. Clair. However, now going into this next fight where Chosen has the Kitsune Rush and there's nothing on the other side to counter it, Matt Merck is basically going to be a machine gun with these shotguns.
Let's see, Death rains from above for the Reaper, but no Death Blossom there, so Crime's just going to find a headshot and says hello to Matt Merck. Huge kill for them. Let the heads roll when Crime is out. Right now, they've already got 2 kills, making a second. Right above on Plato, Crime looking down says, I am the judge. And this is just going to run away with this fight, and wow, what some pickups there from Crime.
And again, this is why we see Hanzo played so much. The entire win condition for Boise State in that fight was the Kitsune Rush boosted Reaper, and with one headshot, Crime says, no, I don't think you're going to have a win condition today. And St. Clair College continues to push, knocking on the door of Point B with 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go, and Boise State now swapping onto an Echo to try and bring a little more aerial coverage.
Well, Matt Merck already falling down to about half health there. Matt Merck almost falling down way low, and Emmerich is going to be able to find a kill onto Matt Merck, but that's traded out right away for Red X, so they lose a healer down to a DPS as well. It's traded out, those Squeaks able to find a kill, and now Crime just flicking away the wrist onto Clear. The Dragon Strike gets rid of Plato, and they are going to have 3:25 to get this all the way to tie it up.
Only about a minute more than Boise State had up to this point, so they're still looking pretty even when it comes to time. But Boise State were stalled out on Point C for quite a long time, and we see both teams now swapping over to that brawl-based composition because we are now on Point C. It is the most closed-in portion of the map.
Like you said, they were stalled out. Boise State took a minute 50 here. For St. Clair, you'd love to get this over a minute. Right now, even though, I mean, it's Escorts, so either way, they both still get time on the bank. But right now, it's a battle between a Mei and a Hanzo, and it's going to be the Hanzo that wins out in the end, courtesy of the healing. But that's going to be traded out right away. Chosen able to take care of Crime. Doesn't matter when you're finding a 2-for-1 trade. For the side of St. Clair, you have 3 ultimates available, but I don't think you even need to use them, considering all you need to do is get rid of this Ramattra, and you can push right in. This Ramattra is going to fall away. It's going to be St. Clair pushing into the home stretch.
St. Clair looking really good right now with the beat at their backs, and they still have the Annihilation and the Blizzard to use. But Plato on the other side, getting rid of Red X means there is no more speed boost available for St. Clair to use for their initiation. Boise State can really set up on the defense here now.
They can. They have Crime just waiting in the rafters. It's going to be a Hanzo v Hanzo battle at the top. Plato's won it. And Plato gets rid of Crime. Down to about 2 minutes remaining as we go into the home stretch. Plato now free reign from the top rope, and that's going to allow the rest of the Broncos to move right on in. Clear finds 2, Plato finds 2, and the Saints are stopped.
The Saints are stopped. Minute 50 left on the clock. Theoretically, one more good fight win should be able to give them enough to send us into extra rounds, but we are 2% away from Chosen from a full set of check marks on the side of Boise State.
Yeah.
There's probably 2 more fights here before St. Clair runs out of time, and if Boise State can manage this ult bank well enough, that can last them right to the end of this map.
So a minute and 25 seconds on the clock. Like you were saying, 5 check marks to 2 in favor of the Broncos. They might not even need it, though. But a Hanzo v Hanzo battle, 1v1 trade, and now Clear is just going to run this Hanzo down. Clear playing police, taking care of Crime. Down to a minute 10 remaining now as they're just going to try to run right into them. Immortality Field having to be used very early on. Bagel's able to find a kill onto Squeak. And this is going to be a fight win here for the Broncos, who don't even have to use a single ult to do it.
That is actually so huge, the fact that they don't use anything. A full row of ultimates for what surely going to be the last final fight here. St. Clair, to be fair, they're actually coming up on 4 ults here. Everything except the beat is going to be available, so we are almost certainly seeing a 9 ult fight once again. Gletchke, have fun calling this one.
Thanks, Devin. I'm gonna try. Application matrix up from the top rope. Dragon Strike to kind of disturb them and try to bring them down below, so they can't use the Ant Matrix anymore. You're right. There's the Dragon Strike down the middle of the lane. There's going to be the sound barrier used. Boise State advantage on time. But St. Clair might not even get to use it in a second round here as Clear is able to clear out on the Annihilation. Plato's found 2 already. We're down to 10 seconds left to go. Right now it's just Grave. Grave has to climb all the way to the top. Got to survive until the last 3 seconds here to try to contest. Grave is the only one that can. Grave is gone. 2 seconds left to go. And there is a contest there from the Lucio. But how much longer can you keep this going? I don't think anybody else is going to get there. And the Broncos of Boise State stop the Saints in their track. And they are on series and sweeping point.
The last fight was flashy. I will give you that. But I think the key fight in that one was, in fact, the second to last fight, the penultimate fight, where Plato got a quick headshot onto one of the members of St. Clair, and they were able to ride that to a victory in that second to last fight without using any of the 5 ultimates that they had built up. The fact that they were able to keep everything, every one of those super powerful abilities for what was going to be the final fight of the map. I mean, playing into a 5-ult fight is almost impossible to win unless you have 5 ults yourself. And St. Clair was almost there, but not quite. Playing into that is so incredibly difficult. So, Boise State, the patience on that second to last fight was so good, and that ended up getting them the win.
Yeah, and I mean, an impressive win for Boise State, might I add as well. 2-0, the scoreline right now. And you look at back at Dorado right now, the time bank overall was looking really good for St. Clair. I mean, they beat them out by almost a couple of seconds, really. 32 seconds beat Boise State, did St. Clair on first point. Second point, they had them by just about a minute as well. So the time bank looked really good. It's just right at the end, Boise State just decided to put up the brick wall.
Yeah, it was actually really good. Again, that last point, you have the spawn advantage on the defense, so it's a lot easier to be able to hold for a little bit longer. And even though you're right, going into that last point, St. Clair had about a minute advantage. Just winning one fight on the defense evens that up. Winning a second fight pretty much gives you the advantage. So all it takes is just a couple of wins in order to swing everything to your favor. And that brings us to our next map type, which is going to be push. We're going to push. Coliseo is the pick, and these first fights are so crucial on push. Getting the bot moving towards your side of the map, towards your checkpoint first is so crucial because it puts the other team behind the 8 ball. It gets so much pressure.
I'll tell you what, when they had the Overwatch League finals last year, I'll tell you what, a stat that everybody would be interested in at that point in time, when push was played 80% of the time, globally, mind you, 80% of the time, if you win the first fight, you are going to win push.
Yeah.
So there's an 80% shot you're going to win it. So this first fight, like you were saying, becomes so important here, and especially you look at the way both of these teams play close up. I would say at the very least St. Clair's got the better shot here, considering rightly go back to Control Center, and they were playing arm in arm with them and Nemesis form and all that on the Ramontra as well. They were playing close up. They were playing right at that. They were playing, I mean, right up there in the middle. It's pretty much the same situation here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why you pick it if you're St. Clair here. You feel very confident going into this Ramontra mirror, especially when you're starting off this series and you don't have, like, there's no ults you have to worry about from the other side. It's just 0-0, playing it neutral, playing for picks on the Hanzo, trying to freeze someone up and section someone up with the Mei. St. Clair feels very good about their ability to play that mirror in particular. So if they're able to win that first fight, win that second fight, just keep snowballing those ultimates, keep it rolling, keep the bot moving, a map win could very easily be in their future.
Could very well be in their future. The question is, for the Saints, can they keep this going? Because they need to play perfect through the rest of the way as we get set to go. Doors were unlocked. The first fight here, the Broncos could be very well bringing the broom out of the closet and taking themselves to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Or the Saints will have something to say about that and take us to game number 4. Question is, will it happen? Saints are going to push right on in, same with the Broncos, and they're not going to go for the bot first. They're going to stay right behind their walls, right behind their respective walls. They're going to try to find picks. Long range here, Plato on the Hanzo, Crime on the Hanzo as well. We've seen that battle before.
Yeah.
We're going to see who wins out this fight in the end. Both are kind of playing on that wall right now, trying to see if they can just stage away kind of a lucky pick here, if they can find a head. Playing a really tight angle, an angle you would kind of see in Valorant if you were kind of Keeker's advantage.
I know. What game are we watching
I know,
right now?
really, right?
I mean, this is what we see a lot starting off on Coliseo, because again, winning that first fight is so important. No one wants to make that first mistake. No one wants to be that person who pops out from behind a wall, gets headshot by a Hanzo, and ends up losing it for their team. We might be sitting here in the middle of the map until ults start coming online.
We might be here until about, like, what, 7 minutes left to go, because both of them are just about halfway and we're about a minute in. So, I mean, right now, again, like you said, battle of attrition. Who's going to make the first mistake here is the question. And really, in regards to it, a 3 and a 6 seed don't make many mistakes.
Yeah.
So this is going to take a little while here, but the fight continues on.
Chosen and Grave, sorry, just to cut you off.
Go
Chosen
ahead.
and Grave are just about to come up onto those ultimates. Those are the fight winners that you might be looking at. And Clear has found out Crime, and that is the opening that Boise State were looking for.
Yep, they're just going to run right on in. Clears finds Grave as well. Grave's not even going to get a chance to build up to the Kitsune Rush. And the first fight is won by the Broncos.
It only took almost 2 minutes to do it, but here we are, one fight in to Coliseo. And yeah, Boise State's gonna start really getting some good progress on the bot, and that puts a lot of pressure onto St. Clair now in order to make sure that they respond here. In all fairness, they do have access to this high ground, so Crime is going to have a lot of fun shooting down those arrows into Boise State, but it's actually gonna be Plato with the Sonic arrow, finding a headshot onto Emerin instead.
That's huge for them. Sonic, or rather it's going to be the radar arrow able to get that headshot, and heads will roll if Plato just finds that head. So right now the shot's being put out by the number 3 seeded DPS here, and 45 seconds remaining on the clock. The Annihilation for Squeak going to get pulled out, see if this finds anything. Is able to find Chosen, but right now it is just Squeak awaiting the death, but good support line keeps you in this, and Squeak is able to find a second, and St. Clair is going to flip it right back to them.
That is exactly what you wanted to see if you are a St. Clair fan. You cannot lose the first 2 fights in a row. Even if you have to use the Annihilation, even if you have to use the Kitsune Rush, make sure you get some solid point progress on your side before the other team unlocks their forward spawns. Both teams coming into this next one with 3 ultimates. Crime is disgusting on this Hanzo. How many times has this player done this?
Someone call murder. Crime is going off. Gets the headshot onto the main, which forces back the Broncos. And well, the good news is Madmark didn't die with an ultimate, so that's not a bad thing at all. They're going to use the Salvia very early on for St. Clair. So Renix is out of it. They're going to use the Dragon Strike, the Blizzard out at the same time. So both of the DPS ults are now gone. You've got Crime, you've got Renix going down, but 3 ultimates, and Plato and Clear are still cleaning up house here. 47 meters down against 39 meters, though the Broncos will keep the lead.
Yeah, and now that they have control of the bot again, you're now in a situation where we get into a really interesting point in Overwatch where it's always been objective-based, trying to get the point, the cart, as far along as you can. Boise State now in the winning position. More meterage is obviously great, but if they keep it where it is right now, they're going to win the map.
They only get a meter out of that before Plato decides, okay, let's jump right up. And just jumps right into the rest of the team, dies. And that's going to be punishable because St. Clair now is just going to start to run them over. 3 picks already, and there's just no chance. Unless Plato is able to find a way to come back all the way from spawn and kind of get some headshots, there's no chance. And yep, St. Clair's got it right back.
Yeah, but Boise State coming back into this one with 4 ultimates, everything except for the Amplification Matrix is coming up on this one. And St. Clair, they're probably going to have the Annihilation, but I mean, Clear's going to have one on the other side as well. So I think Boise State has a huge advantage in this next fight.
So 7 meters now actually making the difference. Annihilation is going to be pulled out. Blizzard, though, for Matt Merck is able to find both of the supports. Freeze the way they will go. And right now, the 2-to-1 man advantage means that, well, it's going to be advantage for the Broncos, and 7 meters makes the difference. It's back and forth with the Broncos back in command.
7 meters make the difference. It is close, but again, the only thing that is important right now is the fact that the blue number is bigger than the red number.
Yes.
When 4 minutes and 50 seconds go by, that is going to be the only thing that matters here, Keegan. And Boise State are doing a great job of protecting their lead, as small as it is. All they have to do is not lose 2 fights in a row. And in fact, they have an opportunity to extend their lead here if this Annihilation gets value.
They could use the Dragon Strike right here. They are trapped inside of this alleyway, but Matt Merck finds the body shot on the Icicles onto Crime. So 53 meters. You're talking about not losing 2 fights in a row. 5-4 man advantage for Boise State. They could win 2 in a row right here if they play their cards right. Keaton Rush is going to try to give them the advantage here. So the Saints are going to try to push right up against Clear. Clear has to back away. Application Matrix used at the same time. Clear's just going to use the Annihilation. Squeak does not have that. And now Clear's going to use the Annihilation best at their advantage. They find 2 kills. 2 fights in a row for the first time, and Boise State's going to be able to get the checkpoint.
Yeah, forward spawns almost certainly going to be captured here for the side of Boise State, and there is actually going to be more contesting going on from the side of St. Clair, but at the end of the day, all it means is they're getting staggered out, and St. Clair is going to have to wait even longer before they can come back as a full 6. Now with only 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, and the bot firmly in St. Clair's side of the field, there's a lot of pressure on the Saints to win this next fight with the Blizzard and the Beat in order to start getting some momentum their way.
Can you believe that it took 6 minutes and 14 seconds to finally get our first checkpoint?
No, it does.
This game is just going back and forth, though. I mean,
this is just a typical Coliseo game here.
Typical Coliseo, typical good collegiate game, if you will.
Yeah.
They've already got the Blizzard being pulled out from Emerin. Immortality Field having to be used very early on there, but still 68 meters to 43 meters right now. The Sound Barrier is going to be pulled out as soon as the Blizzard comes out as well. That's going to cancel out each other. Squeak uses the Annihilation, but to no avail. Squeak finds 0 with it, not a nilch, nothing with the Annihilation, and this is going to be a fight win here for Boise State as they are able to find picks on what is basically a dry fight for Boise State, and they're going to get control of the robot right back.
Beautifully done from the side of Boise State. Again, the bend but not break strategy is so valuable here. They gave space to St. Clair to make sure that they could take the fight in the middle of the map where their front line would be able to take control. And they're able to win that fight without using either of their support ults. Chosen and Bagel are still looking good in this fight. And Redx just used the beat on the other side. And using that ult and still losing is a killer blow here for St. Clair.
The big thing, 2 support ultimates to nothing right now for Boise State. Advantage to them. However, I say that, and they still are able to find picks in a 3-2 situation, making a 4-2 man. Kills for St. Clair. The Saints are able to find a way to win a fight, but with 2-minute warning happening right now, I mean, they got to make them a difference of about 20 or 35 meters here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, getting this fight win is good. I don't want to take that away from the Saints, but if they want to win this map and keep this going into a map 4, they're going to have to win, I want to say, 3 fights in a row. And if they just keep trading back and forth, they're just going to keep doing that for another minute 40 seconds until Boise State has a 3-0 victory. Something has to change starting now.
Something's got to give here if St. Clair wants to win this one out, but Plato getting a headshot into Emery will help themselves out. It's got to be a quick fight here. You've already lost 1, so St. Clair either has to make the decision to kind of try to win this fight now or never. Squeak's got to be the MVP with the Annihilation. But the Annihilation runs out. It's already 2 kills for Boise State compared to 1 on St. Clair because of the Annihilation. Right now, Matt Merck getting 2 kills already, down to a minute 15 left to go. So that Annihilation and the kids in the rush go for nothing.
It goes for absolutely nothing for the side of St. Clair, and they're looking barren when it comes to their ultimates. They have the Blizzard, and that's great, but Matt Merck has a Blizzard on the other side, so those two are likely going to sort of cancel each other out. The big advantage that St. Clair has here is their beat from Redx coming up in 15 seconds, but they're going to go ultra aggressive with this.
But the Immortality Field keeps them up, but it's still not going to be enough, though. Bagel, Plato, Matt Merck finding kills. It is 2 kills already for Boise State, but they're going to allow the bot to advance before backing off. But still, St. Clair in dire straits with 35 remaining.
Here we go. Boise State can smell the top 8 bracket ahead of them. All they have to do is keep what looks like a monumental lead, 100 meters to 43 for these next 20 meters. And again, yes, this is perfect. They go back. They want to take the fight in the center of the map once again because they feel very confident where things are very close. But a headshot from Chime is going to force Boise State back even more and delay them from taking this final fight. But 5 seconds left on the clock. No more room for error for St. Clair. It is win or back to the loser's bracket.
And the thing they know, too, is that they have to stay on the robot the entire time if they want to try to win this out. Dragon Strike being used. Emery, though, on the Junkrat. Shout out to our friend Septilin's out on the desk right now. Loving the Junkrat pick here from Emery. Is able to find a pick. And Redx, though, 2-1 trade still in favor of St. Clair. 43 meters to 102, but right now this Reinhardt pick working out for them. This Romantic kind of stuck inside of the siren, but in Nemesis form, forces out the sound barrier. It's going to force out the Annihilation at the same time.
You gotta stay on the cart.
Gotta stay on the robot, and they don't. If that's it, Boise State brings out the brooms and finds themselves in the quarterfinals going into day number 2.
Beautifully done from Boise State, able to sustain through that fight even when it was looking incredibly close. It was looking incredibly close for the first like 6 or so minutes in that fight, but Boise State finally got the couple of fights in a row that they needed to pull away. And that's what happens with push. When you're in a situation where it's like 100 meters to 40 like we saw back then, it takes such a monumental comeback effort at the very end in order to give themselves the win. And St. Clair tried, they definitely tried to put it together, but they just couldn't quite do it. It's a 3-0 victory for the Broncos, but I gotta say, St. Clair did a great job in that game. They kept themselves in it throughout. When they go down to the loser's bracket for their Groups of Deciders match, they do have a chance to get to the top 8 after this one, and I think, honestly, with what we saw today, there's a really good shot we'll be seeing them there.
Yeah, St. Clair still has a chance. I mean, you still have Boise State moving on into the quarterfinals coming up in day number 2. This was the winners round, though, so St. Clair, again, getting the chance to play down in the decider match. They will go against the Cougars out of Houston, so it'll be Bethel actually being eliminated out of play right now, so we now know that there's only 3 left to go. So, I mean, St. Clair's got to play another game to try to move on, but meanwhile, we have Pauly with one of the Broncos that are going to move on into the playoffs. Pauly, it's off to you.
Absolutely. I am here with Boise State's Bagel. They just dominated. They played an amazing matchup against St. Clair. Bagel, please just take us through a little bit of that match in your mind and what the team did to win.
So we love St. Clair. We scrim all the time. They're amazing players, and we knew that they were going to come out really strong on this. The Ram took us a bit by surprise, but I feel like we went back and forth in this rock, paper, scissors. We found something that we were able to run with and just kept going with it, and it worked out.
Well done. Bagel, you were at last year's CECC. What's your favorite takeaway so far from this stage, this event here in Arlington?
I got to say, I love these angles. You get the player cams. I get to, look up there. Maybe someone's looking, maybe someone's not. Give a little kiss. It makes me happy. I love this event center. I'm loving this event.
Excellent. Now, Bagel, is there a certain team you're just looking forward to competing against this weekend? Is there an eye on the prize, obviously, outside of the win that maybe you're looking for?
So last week we were in Indianapolis. We played against Maryville for the NACE finals. Hopefully we get that rematch. Maybe we do, maybe we don't, but that's what we're looking forward to. Hopefully we can make it happen.
From Boise State to the CECC, Bagel's a refined man out here. I love this. Well, congratulations, Bagel. Good luck to Boise State, one of the crowd favorite teams. Let's go head back over to the desk now for more Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup.
Thank you so much, Pauly. That was an absolute amazing series coming out from Boise. I was talking about it at the beginning. They looked good going in, they looked great during, and they look amazing after. This team has been dominant through and through. I think, like Pauly mentioned, one of the fan favorites, one of the statistical favorites as well. But even the best teams have those bumpy road moments, and I know during the series we had a bit of a discussion on both sides, both St. Clair and Boise. There were some ultimates that we found to be, well, questionable, and questionable itself has a negative connotation. Some of them worked out very well, like some we're going to address, but others, not so much. And Miles, I know you and I had a pretty in-depth conversation about how that one ultimate overextension can really go a long way against or for you.
Yeah, overcommitting, good or bad. It needs to be a last resort tool. We've been talking about this a lot. If you play safe, if you're only playing optimally, you're not ready for that sudden surge of aggression, so you've got to be prepared. You need to know the exact circumstance. We saw a lot of scenarios like that. There was that scenario on Lijiang where it felt like the fight was lost, and then all of a sudden everything was committed. Are they going to waste everything? There was one point in Lijiang where they did, and then they didn't. It went back and forth. And then second point on Dorado is another key example for me. That was about to go down, then all of a sudden we just see every ult come out from Boise. They push all the way through. Are they going to win? Are they going to lose? They end up winning, but how did they make that work? That's what we were debating this entire time, Seth.
Absolutely, Miles, and I think you bring up such an interesting point. We've all played competitively, but only one of us has played full collegiate, an undefeated collegiate team in their prime. and Nerdy, we can sit here on the desk and discuss so much about, oh, you should have ulted then, you should have ulted here, but when you're in the heat of the moment, you've got teammates in your ears, the enemy trying to take you down as fast as they can. When do you know when to use that ultimate?
Okay, so there's a couple of things you can use to gauge the heat of the moment on whether or not you need to be ulting. One, are you about to die and are you a support and there was a call for you to use your ultimate? If it's a little bit too early and you're about to die, nonetheless, you use it. Like if it's an Ana Nano, we actually saw a Nano get cast, but it didn't complete the animation, and so unfortunately the Nano was burned. But that was probably an instance where there was a play that was called, like, we're going to look for this and then we're going to actually drop the Nano coming out from St. Clair. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. The other situation is you've planned it, and so yeah, it seems like it's going to be an overcommit of ultimates, which is, we drop 3 ults. But in the 6v6 times, 3 ults didn't seem like that big of a deal. Now it kind of does, but really it's alternating 3 ults and 2 ults. The other caveat is what's known as coining an ultimate, and that is, so we ult first, enemy team ult second, no one's dead yet, you're in a neutral fight situation still. So you have to pay that extra penny to put yourself above the enemy team. That's your second ultimate you're paying. Now let's say both teams have dropped 2 ultimates, someone dies on one side, that means that team has to commit a third ult just to neutralize the fight, or they could accept the loss and move on. However, coining an ultimate also works early on. You die early, you call to your team, I'm dead, you're down 1, use an ult. And that is something both these teams actually did very well in these instances.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nerdy, it's really fascinating as well because we got to share a really cool moment on the desk during Lijiang Tower where we saw Bagel drop what I thought was an incredibly questionable beat. And your competitive prowess really shined through in that moment. You said, just wait 1 second. And it was that beat alone, that won Boise an insanely important fight that ended up going on to win them the map. How do you think they were able to make such a decisive decision? I mean, Bagel dropped a beat when Bagel and Matt Merck were less than 10 HP on the board. How do you think they knew it was time to go?
There is something that is kind of preached in our program that is having a difference between faith in your teammates and trust in your teammates.
Absolutely.
You trust Bagel to do everything in his power to keep his team alive, but Matt Merck had faith in Bagel to keep him alive. There was no questioning it. He knew that beat was going to connect, and it wasn't going to be an Ajax in front of hundreds of people live and thousands of people online, because that just is one of the worst feelings as a Lucio player that you could possibly have. And honestly, that was a moment of it, but also you got to throw out there, like, Bagel, rank 32 on Lucio, you got to trust when the beat is dropped, it's intentional. And Miles Gompers, I'm pretty sure both of you saw earlier, especially on that last map of Coliseo. Miles, you immediately caught on to it, but Gompers, when you saw that extra beat drop before anything really happened, there was no one meaning. Miles is like chomping at the bit right now, but I got to feed this one to Gompers. When you saw that beat drop, were you kind of like, what just happened?
I mean, kind of. Pretty much so. I necessarily during, I guess more of my opinion stands on the fact that, you know, that first lead came in the first game. I feel like Boise from the start had such a strong beginning, and bringing it up into that last map, I mean, it was, again, the last couple of seconds that really solidified them.
Yeah, and, well, even though it was that strong lead, there were little mistakes here or there. Like,
absolutely.
Like, we have to say, like, it's not just a mistake coming out that lost Mount St. Clair this match. Boise capitalized on every single one. They didn't give up a single inch when they knew they had to go a mile further in this tournament.
Yes. And Miles, I think you bring up such a fascinating point because it was that giving an inch and trying desperately to fight back for that mile on the side of St. Clair. But the first thing Nerdy said at the beginning of this series was, it is a game of mistakes. At this caliber, it comes to the opportunity where you find yourselves winning or losing off of things that felt so minuscule. The micro play makes the difference. And there were some macro errors there, especially on that push map where we saw a beat drop outside of a fight. Not something we see particularly often, that I do think ended up costing St. Clair a lot of momentum, and push is 100% momentum based. So that gave Boise the win they needed in a 3-0 victory. But moving further into the series, I think Boise did a really good job of controlling the speed and controlling the momentum. I don't think they're going to be able to do that against teams they're not as familiar with. They mentioned scrimming St. Clair. They mentioned going into this. So going into any competitive setting, how do you control the speed of the game? How do you make it possible to make sure they're playing at your tempo and you don't have to change for theirs?
One of the things that we've always been taught back home is you want to set the play style yourself, and how you do that is you take fights in unexpected places, and when the team is unprepared, shout out to Doc Haskell, it's one of his keys to the game, as corny as it sounds. But on top of that is committing with your team on what the plan is how you really take control of a tempo and grab the horse by the reins. One thing that I say jokingly offhand, but really does come true in a lot of cases, is one player going in alone and dying, well, that's feeding. But two of my teammates going in together and dying, that's strategy. And that is you taking strategy to make sure you are setting the pace for the fight. Yeah, we fed first, but guess what? I took all these cooldowns. They used 2 ultimates. Now it's a 3v5, but you've got 2 huge ults, so go in.
And I think we saw a cool moment about that. Sorry, just 1 second, Miles. Where Crime on Lijiang Tower was on Hanzo. Most of the team is dead. Jumps in, drops 4, and then goes down to the 5th person. So it's like, I'm going to go in. I'm going to feed out of my mind for a second. But if it works, it's going to be the coolest thing you have ever seen. And to Crime's credit, one of the coolest things I think we've seen so far today. Jumps into a fully lost fight and levels the playing field before going down. That was the chance St. Clair had on that second point of Lijiang.
Yeah, and that's what I meant when I said overcommitting is a powerful tool, but it is a last resort tool. We saw it used when maybe it shouldn't have been, but overall, they knew when to overcommit when it mattered the most. And when you overcommit and you win the fight, then that's just committing, baby. That's strategy.
What do they always say? Like, it's not a bad idea if it works, right? Like, if you commit in and you overcommit, but it works out well. I think that's really fascinating. And Gumpers, I know you spend a lot of time with first-person shooters where respawning isn't particularly important. So do you find a difference here in terms of overcommitting in this game maybe costs a little bit less? Do you find it to almost be more beneficial versus other games where overcommitting costs you the only life you have for that round?
Yeah, I feel like it's really dependent on what you're playing. Like,
Sure.
Of course, I feel like the tank role definitely plays into that very heavily. And if you're not using your tank in that exact form, you're not getting anything done.
Right.
So I feel like in that instance, you really need to think about what you're doing there. Okay, what am I playing? What is the situation here? Where are my healers? Who do I have? And just the overall situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really fascinating concept because some games, like I mentioned, some have respawn, some don't. You've got to weigh, is it worth it to put this life, put this ultimate on the line, or is it going to cost my team down the line? And I think we saw that exact kind of scale being weighed many times. We saw some interesting blizzards, some beat drops, some kitsune rushes. All of them had my eyebrows kind of up in that moment, and then each of them, most of them, really did seem to play out in a cool and effective way for the team. And I think that's one of the most fascinating things is these players are playing on the largest live collegiate event stage in the world. And they are fully going out there. They are dominating it. They are playing calm, cool, and collected. How do you guys... I don't know. How do you guys think they're able to do that? I feel like I would crack under pressure, but they're sitting out there dropping some of the coolest highlights we've ever seen in front of thousands of people.
They're psychopaths.
All right, you know what? I'll take that answer. I think that's a very valid answer.
And I will say, this is familiarity also. You
That's
called
true.
out how these teams are scrimming again and again and again. This is, at the end of the day, it's familiar. It's a walk through a familiar ballpark. They're not going to have this for the rest of the tournament. Mount St. Clair, they might meet them in grand finals, but Maryville has something else to say. Maryville is not going to let that happen easy.
Yeah, so Miles, looking into that situation, it's going to be fascinating, right? We talked about the lifeline of you need to win this, or it is Maryville waiting in the wings for you. One of the highest ranked teams in the world. I am talking outside of collegiate. This is one of the largest and most impressive teams we have ever seen touch the Overwatch scape of time. I'm talking inside collegiate, outside collegiate, anything in between. These 5 players have been dominant in every tournament I've had the opportunity to see them in so far. So going into a circumstance like that, Nerdy, what does preparation look like? Because this team is beatable. We have seen Maryville bleed, but it is kind of that expectation and that weight of just the legacy they carry.
I mean, in all honesty, I think this rang true earlier when we were casting Smash together, and when we were in our first game of Valorant, which is like, no matter how hard the task is in front of you, and you touched on it earlier, if you're playing simply not to lose, you're already going to lose. And so you have to play your own game. And one of the biggest things that you definitely find yourself falling into when you're competing against someone that you know is theoretically of a higher caliber is you get in your own head. You kind of sink down a little bit, and it impacts your gameplay. You need to go into this thinking, I'm here for a reason. Yeah, so is this kid that's also on the stage across from me.
Yep.
But you have to go in and give it your 100% your all. Otherwise, you're going to be upset with yourself, or you're disrespecting not only your teammates, but the other person that is across the stage that earned the spot to be here. So truthfully, it's get out of your own head and do the best that you possibly can.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a really fascinating point there, Nerdy, due to the fact that we talked about, during the break or during the game, rather, when the 4 of us were just kind of chatting, we talked about how both these teams came in with so much to prove, with so much to fight for. St. Clair being the only Canadian team making it in the Overwatch bracket. Boise really desperately fighting for that first place. I've seen Boise come in second, come in third, come in fourth in a lot of tournaments lately, and they've been so close to that first so many times, and I think we're seeing it in their play style tonight, in their play style this weekend. This is a team that has watched every second of every second place finish they have ever had, and they are trying to change any and everything they can, because I know Boise has the potential to be that first place team. They just need to find those broken pieces, and we've been praising them a lot for it, but I know Boise likes criticism. I know they like to improve and like to change, so I feel like we kind of talk about St. Clair in the Ultimates we've seen. Were there any moments from Boise, albeit the bagel beat, which we did discuss, the famous bagel beat, were there any moments there, Nerdy, and perhaps Miles and Gompers as well, where you thought maybe Boise was sweating a little bit, starting to slip a little bit?
One of Matt Mercadante's many Reaper ultimates that found nothing and didn't even zone.
It really do be like that.
Now, if you ask him about it, he's going to completely forget they ever happened.
there was a moment on Lijiang where there was a stall happening and there was a very heavy commit by Boise, and all of a sudden you see a lot of ults being stockpiled by Boise. They don't want to spend anything, but this stall is going on and on and on, and I could see the gears turning. Do they commit everything and win this fight outright, or do they give up this percentage and take the long game? Because the long game is what they were building for. At the end of the day, they ended up winning that fight, but it was not a done deal.
Right, absolutely. Gompers, was there any moments in there where you saw Boise
man.
of starting to, I mean, Boise played, I think, very well across the board, but there's definitely moments where even the highest begin to slip down the mountain.
See, that's a hard one because I actually really enjoyed the gameplay. Even in moments that you would consider that they were sweating, I thought that they were doing quite well, in my opinion, and brought it back very, very flawlessly. I really like seeing the Ramattra down in that first map. I think that, again, like I talked about, that solidified everything for them. Being able to see the aggression, bringing back to your point, okay, well, you know, what are we looking at here? What is over-aggression really starting to look like, and is that appropriate? I think it was in that moment, and especially on control, you need to have that power, and then moving forward, it kind of solidified that third map for them. Okay, you know, I'm comfortable doing this. Now I'm in my safe zone. I'm just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think another thing we saw from Boise that is a personal favorite of mine that we see about this team a lot is they can play, I think, maybe any character in the game. I think everybody except Bagel, who was on Lucio the entire time, which is a very intelligent pick. I'm not harping on that. But I think just about everybody else played at least 3 characters. We saw it completely across the board. The rotations, the meta changes, the team adaptations. That is not something we see from teams of a lower caliber. Boise is showing what that high tier of play is, and St. Clair, got to give them credit for it, went blow for blow with Boise every single time. You're going to swap, so are we. Oh, you're swapping again? So are we. And they continued to meet that punch every time. And I've got to say, Boise walking into mirror matchup after mirror matchup, into surprise mirror matchup, and into a random Ramattra halfway down the line, they seem to come out on top of every single fight. And I think that is a really difficult thing to do, but it goes to show the prowess that this team can bring to the table.
I mean, I can't argue with you there, but one of the swaps that made me particularly happy, and if you've been in the collegiate Overwatch space for a very long time, back in 2018, 2019, it was the year that kind of broke the game and gave us the worst / most beloved meta of GOATs, and I have since committed over 5,000 hours into D.Va across multiple platforms, console, PC, but there was a D.Va eat on an ult that, had it landed, it would have been bad. It would have been extremely bad. And honestly, Clear made the swap, went D.Va. The first fight he's involved in, you hear the pulse bomb voice line, and it's eaten.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had a very hilarious moment as well. We watched the D.Va eat Nerdy on the desk without us being mic'd up, goes, nom, 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 nom. And then seconds later, Clutch Key, Keegan, one of the casters, goes, nom, nom, nom. There's this beautiful caster synergy between the two of them. But guys, we have seen a lot of great players in that matchup today. One of them got to be that most valuable player, right? Nerdy, who are we thinking was that MVP on the stage of this first game of Overwatch this weekend?
I mean, I was talking about it with Miles at the very beginning, and I said, well, and Miles even mentioned themselves that they are biased towards tanks. You mentioned it, you're biased towards tanks. I play a tank, I'm biased towards tank. But when you see just not so much like a skill differential so heavily, but a ability to make or break a fight so heavily come from, unfortunately, one mistake or one success. And it came down between the Lucios, so we ended up out here on desk agreeing that those few life-saving beats were enough to keep the Broncos alive. I mean, any support will say your tank's not alive, because your tank wouldn't have gotten that play OTG if your support wasn't alive. So for once, we're actually not talking about an Ajax beat. We're going to give it over to Bagel, especially because of that first beat on Lijiang Tower. That's when kind of all of us here had the aha, that's most likely our player of the game.
Absolutely. Miles?
Yeah, and it's also Bagel driving that aggression in. You've talked about controlling that aggression as you go in for that powerful push, that decisive push. And it's that speed that drives everything. If you lose that, you're losing 3 gears on your engine. All of a sudden, you are up the creek without a paddle, and that is no place to be. Bagel was not leaving their team stranded. Bagel was coming in with the life preserver when needed, but even without that was still leading the charge, still guiding them through all that, and because of that, that is going to be our MVP.
Well, that does make it already a 3 vote there, so the majority rule ends in favor of Bagel, the support getting the opportunity to be the MVP, and I'm glad that we get to talk about that as well, because there are a lot of supports we end up seeing in circumstances like infamous Ajaxes, right? When you see an instance, it's like, and Bagel was milliseconds away from one. I do want to highlight that, but it was those milliseconds that made the difference and gave Bagel an incredible performance to continue that momentum, as Miles mentioned. That energy, that steam came from Bagel, came from that incredible supportal combat we continued to see in all those great healing and ultimates as well. So big congrats to Bagel, big congrats to Boise as well. And folks, if you liked what you saw in that first Overwatch series, do I have good news for you? We have another one just on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola. Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
So clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Never seemed so clear. It's a new day and we delight. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This what you been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CECC 2023. Once again, we are back here on the desk, and I hope you enjoyed the break because it was a quick one. The action continues rolling here once again. CECC presented by McDonald's North Texas, and we are bringing you some more Overwatch here. Bryan and Stratton versus Ball State. So 2 teams come in, play a phenomenal series, and now 2 more have those shoes to fill. So looking into this series, is there anything in particular that we're looking at going into this, Miles, where you're like, we've got to keep an eye on blank because that's your linchpin to success?
We were talking about it throughout the entire break. Counter swapping is the name of the game. They need to be on top of it. If they're not on this opposing comp, they need to get on it ASAP because that's the only way they're going to stabilize.
Yeah, absolutely. And stabilization, Nerdy, I think you did such a good job discussing that last time. Stabilization, the second you don't start swimming, you're going to sink. So how do these teams make that happen? How do you stabilize quickly? Is it just swapping to the characters they're playing?
No, because then you're mirror comping.
Right.
If you're mirror comping, you're ego flexing, and if you don't think you can ego flex on someone, then you really need to understand that you need to have the counter swap ready to go. And we're going into control point, which means if you don't win the first fight and you're mirroring, yeah, okay, go ahead and go back into the neutral and see if you can win it out. That is fine to try to do the battle of wits. However, if you're on opposing compositions, be ready to make the swap. If you're trying to fit, that square peg into a round hole, things aren't probably going to go that well, but that is what Miles mentioned, that counter swapping capabilities. And I think the team that is going to come out on top is the one that is willing and capable of counter swapping the most, which is kind of like the flavor of old classic Overwatch before the years of GOATs came in. And so my prediction.
Oh, you jumped right to it. You stole my segue.
I'm stealing your segue because I want to make this connection. The classic dipping sauce, the classic flavor of Overwatch. It's a little ranchy.
There's something insulting, I think, about calling Overwatch ranchy, Nerdy. I'm not going to lie, but I see the connection. I can't hate it too much. I see where we're headed. But, Miles, jumping from ranch to
sweet and sour, because it's going to be a constant battle between two flavors. They're going to be jumping back and forth. Because if you're sweet, you're winning. Someone else is losing. They've got to change that sour. Back to sweet, back to sour, back to sweet. You're going to be seeing a constant push and pull throughout this entire matchup, and that's why we're going McDonald's sweet and sour.
Gompers, what are we thinking? Sweet and sour, ranch?
I'm going to go spicy buffalo.
Ooh.
Listen, just for the sake of, when I think of spicy buffalo, it reminds me of like Mexican cuisine.
Sure.
And I mean, coming from my culture of like being a Hispanic myself, it is kind of like a dance, That's pretty much the culture of it, and I feel like it pretty much describes Overwatch.
A very dangerous dance indeed, and Miles and myself have definitely come to the same conclusion here that sweet and sour may be the way to go on this one, because it is going to be a battle of one team into the next, and yes, from sweet to sour, from sour to sweet, over and over, because it will be all about matching those comps, all about changing, all about adapting to what your opponent brings to the table, because sometimes we see teams come into this with the expectation of we're going to play this comp, and if you're stuck on one, you're going to be done pretty quickly.
Yikes.
It is not a situation these teams want to be in, but it's a situation they find themselves in, and I just cannot wait to see if Bryan and Stratton or Ball State can pull this off. Now, I know Ball State a lot better. I've seen that team for a while. They've been running the same roster for a little bit, and Bryan and Stratton I have not had the same chance to see as much, so I'm personally excited, a bit of a wild card here. But, Nerdy, if we are talking about kind of matching your opponent or playing or changing, what does that starter composition look like?
I mean, honestly, the game is so dynamic right now that it ultimately comes to where do you think you're going to find the most success on? Are you going to formulate a composition around the Maracha? Are you going to go with the Winston? Are you going to go with the JQ? Ultimately, I can't answer those questions for these players. They can answer it for us themselves, Seppi. So, of course, we got to let them tell the story a little bit here.
Speaking of the players and their stories, it sounds like a couple of them are super excited to walk out on stage. So let's see what they're bringing to the main stage here at CECC.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in Group A of competition for Overwatch 2, please welcome the starting lineups. As the A seed, please welcome Ball State University. Raven, Yake, Manwee, Spencer, Ninja. And their opponents, the 9th seed, Bryant and Stratton College, Virginia. Proda, Set, Miro, Jimical, Manually. Now, welcome to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Paulie Hype.
Woo! Let's go, baby! All right, we are still in attendance here, and we have a lot more Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup left. But we have the 8th seed in BSU taking in the 9th seed in Bryan and Stratton. Please, team leads, come on over to center stage. All right, welcome. All right, Bryan and Stratton, you're the 9th seed going into this one. Give us your final words before you take on BSU here.
Pretty confident. We beat them in the group stage, so I think we can do it again.
All right, there you go. Brian and Stratton locked in. BSU here, crowd favorite. Tell us last and final words against Brian and Stratton before we get into this match.
Hashtag Yakester deserves it.
Okay, so here we go. Yakester is in the building. So let's make sure we make some noise here and head on over to your stations. Let's get this next match underway. Casters, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Paulie. We're back inside of the booth here as we once again say aloha, friends, from inside of the casting booth here for CECC May Madness, presented by McDonald's of North Texas. Clutch Key alongside, dividing with you one more time here for the day as we get to the decider matches. And if you wanted the decider matches, this is going to be as close as you possibly wanted. Okra says so. The seedings say so as well. 18 versus 19 in the Overwatch Collegiate rankings and 8 versus 9 seed here at the CECC.
These teams are so incredibly evenly matched. Not only do we have evidence based on how people have been ranking them, we have first-hand evidence as well, because these two teams, as we saw Brighton Stratton mention during the face-off, they did beat Ball State in the group stage earlier today in the round 1. They played against each other first to start off the day. I was down in the pits watching that matchup. It was so incredibly close. It went to 4 maps, could have easily gone to 5. We could easily have a long one here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to see two extremely evenly matched teams face off.
Yeah, and we look at right now, you were talking about that 4-map series, and actually it's been a story of 4 here for Ball State as they would go to a loss against Brian and Stratton. The Bobcats would take them down 3-1, and then earlier on today as well, they would get the win up against Mount St. Mary's, who then gets eliminated, but Mount St. Mary's out, Ball State's still alive. They beat them 3-1 as well. The journey for Ball State, or for Brian and Stratton, I should say, their win against Ball State 3-1 would then take on Illinois State, so the Redbirds, the number 1 seed overall, they would go down 3-0. So Illinois State looking to see if they can repeat as CECC champions. They are inside of the top 8 bracket guaranteed as 2-0, so to no one's surprise as the number 1 seed. But now we get to see the 8 versus 9 take on each other. So what is essentially, or what is basically the elimination game? It is either win or you're out of day number 2.
Extremely, extremely high stakes in this game right here. Again, we did see Brighton Stratton win earlier today, but there's a few new factors coming into this one. First of all, you're up on the stage, which is a much different environment than being down in the player pit. We saw the people cheering when Ball State came out. These guys always bring the energy. They have an audience that travels with them no matter where they go. That is going to make things a lot more difficult on Brighton Stratton. It might feel a little bit like they're playing an away game this time around. Also, we have the fact that Ball State, like you mentioned, went down into the losers bracket and won their game in order to get here. Now they're riding the momentum of having that win. They have those kind of first land jitters out of the way, and now they're feeling a lot more confident. This team, when they are confident, they can go up against just about anybody.
Yeah, and right now, again, high stakes. Ball State 1-1, Brian Stratton 1-1. But one of these teams is going to move on to see day number 2. The other one is going to have to watch day number 2 from the sidelines. But right now, I mean, as it stands, it could very well be gamer hours right now because they were playing earlier on to play one of their matches. That could have taken them a little while as well, for Ball State especially, because they did play 2 map 4s. But we get into the gamer hours. We're about 12 away from the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. So maybe the late night kind of settles in just a little bit for both of these teams. But they're up, like you said, up on the stage, a little bit of pressure going on here. And what makes this even better is that we get to see a map that we usually don't get to see. No, it's not Old Faithful and Lijiang Tower. It's not Oasis. It's not Busan. It's not any of the other control maps you expect. It's actually going to be the newest map, which is Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, it is the newest map in the game. I'm actually really excited to be able to see it.
Oh, yeah.
It's still, like, as a caster, I've only casted this map a handful of times because it is just so new.
Yeah, a handful of times, I can count it on one hand.
Yeah. Exactly. Literally, like 3,
I've
4.
got 3. Yeah, I've got 3 under my belt. Yeah.
So, but when we've seen this map, it is the most brawl-heavy control map in the game. It is a very close range. You kind of have, in all 3 maps, this situation where you have a kind of closed-in area where there are maybe some high grounds that a Hanzo or a Cassidy can shoot down on, but it is too close to the action for any real long-range DPS to get values. So we're going to be seeing most likely a lot of Ramatra from both of these squads. We're going to be seeing a lot of that Hanzo Mei base composition, and both teams running a lot of it in their round 1 matchup. So they both feel very confident in this composition. They both feel very good about their ability to beat the other ones. Penguins!
Penguins, yes, I was hoping to see this. Okay, my favorite thing ever is one of my observers, Cool Scoots in the booth right now, knows that Penguins are my absolutely favorite part of this map, and right now, I really hope we're going to see Penguins. I think Icebreaker is one of the only maps. I think Icebreaker is the only map you're going to see a Penguin, if anything. So if we get Icebreaker here, that would be great. I am very, very much hoping we get to see a Penguin once that we're done with the fly-through here. But again, Antarctic Peninsula, very new map, home of May, I guess you could say. So maybe we'll see the May as, I mean, May's been popular no matter what we've seen so far. So about 5 seconds until we get to the prepare to attack phase, prepare defenses, or rather to the gates unlocking here. We take a look at the team compositions on either side, and
there's the
this is
Penguins.
pretty much different. There's the Penguins inside.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly, we're not seeing the Hanzo coming out from Ball State. Ninja Curly Fry is going to be running with the Sojourn. This player is very proficient on this character. Not quite as strong as she was on release, but those railgun shots do pack a punch.
Well, packing a punch goes Miro as they're already inside of Nemesis form. Actually, both of them are monsters going into Nemesis form right away. The Sojourn take. First time I think we've seen a Sojourn all day long, actually. Not even in the first series. So Sojourn picks here. And now Immortality Field's used on either side, although Raven is going to be able to get theirs back first. However, Lucio goes down. And it's going to be looking like a fight win here for the Cardinals, although the Bobcats get the first strike at the point, and they're still continuing this on. However, the DPS is starting to do work. Manway's got the kill onto the other Ramatra mirror, and it's going to be a flip back to the Cardinals.
Still, though, the fact that Bryant and Stratton were able to get that first point flip and get 13% on their side before they lost the fight is very big, because now they're going to be able to come back into this one. Jimmical was already 80% of the way to a Blizzard, and the fact that they lost this first fight is going to make things a lot... the fact they lost the first fight with 13% is going to make the damage a lot less. That being said, Spencer with a nice Icicle headshot onto Set is going to turn things around.
Turns things around. Proto's able to take care of Manway, though, so big kill for them. Annihilation actually used the same token, so that Annihilation for nothing there. And so Brian and Stratton looking like they can hold on to this. However, Ball State, their objective is to try to stall this out as long as possible. Hard to do when your main goes down to a Ravenous Vortex, and it's going to go right back to the Bobcats.
Unfortunately for Ball State, it seemed like after they got that Icicle headshot, they started pushing it really fast, starting to go for a little bit of a spawn camp, and very quickly bit off more than they could chew. Now Brighton Stratton, they have control of the point, and they didn't have to use any ults to do it. 4 ults already, Set about 35% of the way there. If that Lucio,
that separates out the team. That's huge. And now the Dragon Strike keeps them in there. Manuel's got 2. Manuel's got a double kill. Add on a third one. And the Bobcats, due to one wall, one Dragon Strike, the Bobcats get it about halfway through.
You never expect the Mei to put a wall there. That is such aggressive positioning from Jimmical, but it works so well. And again, one ultimate win for the Bobcats. They still have the Annihilation. They still have the Blizzard. They still have the Amplification Matrix. And now with 50% and counting, they're really doing a good job of managing this ult bank.
The separation yet again from the main wall. Look how far up they're pushing. They are so aggressive here. They use the Blizzard. It's going to come up with nothing for the Bobcats. 60% on the way through. Annihilation going to be used from Miro. Blizzard at the same time along with the Railgun, along with the Overclock. But the Overclock is able to find Miro and takes care of the Immortality Field at the same time. So Ball State advantage man power 5-4. Now it's down to a 4v4 as Set used the sound barrier, but it's not going to be able to save Miro. So right now, Ball State playing on the front foot here if they wanted to play aggressively. Still a man down, though. Maywall does come up. Ninja Curly Fry on the slide away shot, able to take care of Set. And right now, there is a lot of health bars falling low. Thank goodness for the Immortality Field. But the Annihilation is going to be able to take care of Proto. And the Cardinals back in command with 88% for the Bobcats.
An expensive fight, though, for Ball State. They used 4 ultimates in that one, everything except for the Amplification Matrix. So even though they do have that available, you are going to have to play into the Dragon Strike on the other side. You're not stuck in a small corridor anymore, so you're not going to get... Oh, man, you're not going to get kills with that, but that headshot potential is still massive, as we just saw.
Yeah, the Maywall there as well for a little while, but that falls down. Brian and Stratton back in command. Down to 10%. It's going to be your final fight, and really, Ball State's got to rush this. They only have 5% left until the Bobcats capture the point, so it's now or never here. They're going to have to fight right on in, and that's the perfect time to use a Dragon Strike to separate out the team. Miro's got the Nemesis form, and Miro's just going to go ahead and punch them all away. 3 kills for Miro inside of the Nemesis form, trying to clean up house here. The Bobcats only have 2 more kills to go before they just ruin everything for the Cardinals, and they are off to a 100 to 61% start on Icebreaker, and what a way to break the ice.
Beautifully done from the side of Brighton Stratton College. They really took control of the tempo. Like we've been saying before, the desk was saying before, being able to take control of the tempo and control the pace of the match is so incredibly important. And there was a point there where Ball State tried to take control of the tempo by going for a spawn camp. Didn't end up working out for them. Instead, Brighton Stratton were able to take control, and they never let go of it once that happened. Now, as we head into sub-level, interestingly, we'll see if Raven Strider is going to stick onto the Ana. It feels a little bit fragile in the backline right now, especially if Miro can just go into Nemesis form, walk past Manway, and get to the Ana. But theoretically, that is tons and tons of healing for the tank.
I was also about to say, a big thing here, too, for the Ana as well is that there is no Kiriko to kind of counter out that if they land a Bionade. So if this Ana can come up huge, I mean, it would be a worthwhile investment to get to the Ana. Not only that, the Nano Boost onto an Annihilation would be great. However, you don't have an Annihilation to start, and you don't really want to run into the arrows of Manually when they're just hitting shots over and over again. Set takes care of Manway, and this is just going to be a rundown here. The aggressiveness of the Bobcats gives them first flip.
Yeah, you just love to see that first pick come through from Manually if you're a Bryant and Stratton fan, and you just roll that into a first fight victory. Manually is already 67% of the way to almost 70% of the way to the Dragon Strike. Is more than doubling everyone on the field except for Proto.
Yeah, I just noticed that too. Manually is building up an ultimate at speeds of light,
yeah,
if you will.
Manually is doing it automatic.
Yeah. Very nice, very nice. I see what you did there. 22%. Oh, but Ninja Curly Fry sends him back to the shop. Manually does go down by the hands of the secondary fire from the railgun. So now it's just going to be a push on in. We want aggressiveness from the Cardinals, and we're going to get the aggressiveness thanks to the first pick from Ninja Curly Fry. Ninja Curly Fry finds 4. And the Cardinals are back in command.
When you let that Sojourn get in uncontested, she's so good both at close and long range. Close with the projectile pellets and then long range with the railgun shots. And Ninja Curly Fry does just that. So many final blows for that senior player on the side of the Cardinals. But again, Brighton Stratton coming back into this one with Jimmicle, Manually, and Proto set to have their ultimates up.
Well, they're going to run right on in again, and the aggressiveness of the Bobcats forces back the Cardinals to regroup for a little while. Immortality Field happened to be used very early on. You're lucky enough that there's a drop area right there, and Manway actually using the Annihilation. So while they drop down, the Annihilation finds 2. They're able to counter that right away, though. Raven Strider, Spencer both going down, so that's a big healer and a DPS down. Manway's still able to find 3 despite all the chaos going on. And the fact that there's only 2 supports versus a DPS and a support means that potentially, I mean, Brighton Stratton's going to fight right on in, and Proto's still playing DPS, so it's going to be back to the Bobcats here in just a couple of moments, unless Ninja Curly Fry can play hero, to which we say no.
Yep, not quite the bloodthirsty support, the Baptiste gun. If you're getting headshots with it, it does a surprising amount of damage if you're a DPS. And Brighton Stratton, again, only have to use a DPS ult in that one. They've done a very good job of managing their ult bank throughout. However, Ball State's coming in with 4 ultimates, so slight advantage for them if they can use them right.
Amplification Matrix used to start, so there's 1 of your 4 there. But Raven Strider able to find a pick thanks, or Manway, with Manway's help. Now it's going to be the overclock being used. There's the first kill. Blizzard takes care of the Immortality Field, and Ninja Curly Fry is just going to pop. There's a triple. There's a quadra kill for the overclock, and the Sojourn gives the Cardinals back to the point.
I love it when you use that Blizzard first, freeze them up, and then you're just playing aim labs. You got the circles that pop up on your screen. Point, click, done. Ninja Curly Fry does a fantastic job of finishing off those kills for Ball State, keeping them in this sub-level map. And they also do still have the beat on their side to use basically whenever they're in trouble. Brighton Stratton aren't really coming up to an offensive ult.
So Spencer got caught on the other side of a May wall. Unfortunately, nobody could break the wall in time to save him, so Spencer does go down. Jimico also following up with a pick. Set using the sound barrier for insurance to help themselves get a win here. Aggressive win, might I add. Jimico finds a second. It's going to be the Bobcats flipping it back to try to take the lead.
Yakester uses the ultimate as
Oh,
well.
I saw that too.
Ball State, I was just praising them for being able to have that beat, but instead Yakester uses it when they're already down their May, and Bryant and Stratton were running them over. In fact, I think Yakester might have been stunned out of it. I didn't actually see it get cast. So now you don't have that. Ball State is lurking with just an annihilation from Manway, which is a very, very good ultimate, but 88 to 89% on that side. If Bryant and Stratton win this, map 1 is theirs.
Soldier just sliding out of that. Ninja Curly Fry stays safe. 95%. Bobcats take the lead, forcing this into overtime. Here comes the annihilation, and this is not going to save the team out of Bryant and Stratton. Ball State take command with 10% left to go. They can run them over here, and they can take this map away. There's going to go Proto, and it's all that's left is a Ramatra. I don't think anybody else is going to be able to touch, and because of that, the Cardinals take us to round number 3. We are headed to the labs.
I loved that from Manway, just taking control of the map, putting it into that tank's hands, using the annihilation, and just running down the back line. That's why Ramatra is so good right now. That's why we see it played more often than Reinhardt in these brawl comps, because he is so good at just being able to run down and take out the more squishy DPS and support members if they are caught out of position. So now we head over onto labs, and both of these teams are just going to stick with their guts here. Absolutely no changes. Up in your face, Ramatra, May, Sojourn, Hanzo gameplay. Who's going to come out on top?
Well, we talk about back and forth. Icebreaker 100 to 61 for the Bobcats. We just saw Ball State go 199 on the sub-level against for the Cardinals, I should say. So now Bobcats Cardinals going right back at it to determine who's going to take a very crucial, a very impactful first point in the series. Right away, you can see they're fighting right down the middle. Ravenous Vortex being used to try to keep them in place for the main wall. But Miro going to turn into Nemesis form. And Miro's just going to try to turn into the One-Punch Man. I know that's Doomfist, but still punching away in that Nemesis form, going one right after the other here.
Maywall.
And now a great Maywall and capturing everybody here. So it's a Ramatra v. Ramatra, but you still have the Immortality Field keeping you up, keeping you alive. It's going to allow them to push right in, and that's going to allow them to get a 3-to-1 man advantage. And the Bobcats look like they're going to be off and running here.
Yeah, Bryant and Stratton are doing a great job of choking away the space for Ball State. They're forced to play from these little side corridors, and when Manually has all the space in the world to just hit headshots, that is exactly what this Hanzo player is going to do. But don't count out the Baptiste on both sides, pumping in the healing and the damage. Proto 95%, Raven 87%, 2 dueling amplification matrices coming up in fight number 2.
I feel like this is going to be a very interesting fight here. I feel like Ball State got to, I mean, if they can get the ultimates up first, I mean, if they can really make use of those ultimates, that's going to be really good for them, especially if they can get it up first and they can use it well enough. But they use it first. However, everybody just kites away from that, so a very good play from the Bobcats right now. Still holding on to the point, mind you, 25% enrolling now for the Bobcats out of Bryant and Stratton, as they are just trying to make sure that they can go up 2-to-1 here in the series. Blizzard's going to be used. Ninja Curly Fry and the rest of the team's just going to try to push on up as they get the secondary fire kill. And thanks to the Soldier and thanks to everybody else from the disruption shot, it's going to be a 2-0 man advantage here. Jimical does go down by the hands of the Annihilation as well. Ball State using 2 ultimates there. And Ball State's going to win the fight.
Ball State used 2 ultimates. Bryant and Stratton used 4.
Oh, boy.
And they lost that fight. I've been praising them so much in this first map about how they were patient and doing a really great job of managing their ultimates. That is a rare misstep from the Bobcats, putting them in a bit of a hole now because Ball State has the beat up. They're about to have the overclock up as well, and Ninja Curly Fry has been deadly with these railgun shots.
Well, sound barrier available for Yakester and Set. We're going to see Yakester use theirs first. Set will follow up almost 2 seconds after that. So 28% Cardinals in command. They may not be in command for much longer. Ninja Curly Fry does go down. Here's where your target prio comes into play. 4-to-5 man advantage, but that trades off right away. No more Immortality Field either. Ball State can bring this all the way back. Nemesis form onto Proto, so that's a loss of healers on either side. Problem is, one's a Baptiste, one's a Lucio on either end. You're thinking that the team with the Baptiste is probably going to win this out. And the Cardinals look like they are going to try to hold on, but the fight still continues on. The Lucio's gone, and there it is. Ball State is probably going to win this fight.
Yeah, continuing to hold even after losing Ninja Curly Fry. Blessing in disguise here, because that means the Sojourn did not use her ultimate. You still have the overclock available for this next fight. So as soon as the Immortality field goes down, I say that is the go button for Ninja Curly Fry to let it go. And in fact, you also have an Annihilation from Monway, which is going to be really good at just being able to chunk down the members of Bryant Stratton for a well-placed railgun shot to finish him off.
Let's see if they can finish them off here. 77%, what looks to be final fight territory, especially for Ball State trying to finish this one off. Give themselves, again, that impactful 1-0 lead. Annihilation is going to be traded out. Manway and Miro is just going to go right at it. Neither of them will lose time on it. However, Manway does go down first, so the Annihilation really more impactful for Miro right now, but it's traded out right away. So set gone. There's a tank gone, a support gone. Now another support gone for Ball State. You're liking Bobcats' chances here, but with how scrappy this fight is, Ball State could turn this around, but with a May gone as well, both of your DPS is out. The Bobcats stay alive.
But it's going to take a perfect defense from this point on, 50% to 99%. One more win from Ball State will get them there. However, they did just use all of their super impactful ults. The Annihilation, the Overclock, the Blizzard, they are gone. And with only 40 seconds left, I don't know if you're going to be able to get them back before we hit 99 to 99. So Bryant and Stratton, they've been playing very well in these neutral fights, but they're lit off by the Maywall early.
Oh, that Baptiste could not back off in time. Dragon Strikes are going to try to counter it. Doesn't matter. It's still a trade fight, though, considering Baptiste are down, DPSs are down. This is the scrappiest fight that I've ever seen this series because there's just trading left and right here. There's the Ramacha going down, and there's going to be the Lucio heading off as well. So now they can flip back the point. The Lucio stays alive. That's huge because they can contest this point coming up soon.
You can contest it, and you're about to have that beat available. Set cannot die!
They cannot, you can't die! The Lucio dies, the Lucio can't contest, and Ball State is going to take the first point. They're up 1-0 in the series. Oh my, what a play there from the Cardinals of Ball State.
The headshot from Spencer came in so clutch because Set was in perfect position to just buy time. Was about 2% away from having the beat up. It probably would have been just on Set at that point, but all that Bryant Stratton needed was a little bit of time to come back into that one with the ultimates that they had in their bank, and they might have had a shot. Instead, one well-placed Icicle puts an end to all of their plans. Ball State Cardinals start off 1-0, but I have to tell you, Clutchkey, this is how their match started in round one as well. And Bryant and Stratton took the next 3 maps after that. So
some deja vu or something else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was talking to Enjoyable, who is the manager of Bryant and Stratton during their game, and they told me, you know, we're just kind of bad at control maps. We have been historically bad at them. We have not done a great job, even in like teams that we have fielded before this year's roster. It feels like we've always had trouble figuring it out. So whether it's kind of a mental block or whatever it is for this squad, it has given Ball State the early advantage for the second time in a row. Hey, look, we got a little bit of player stats here. Let's take a look at this one.
Yeah,
and you can see these, I believe, Spencer and Jimical were the...
Spencer and Jimical were your DPSs here. So
DPS.
really, the DPSs on either side, very well done. I mean, this was, I believe, the maze that really came out. But, I mean, Spencer and Jimical, you can see the damage dealt. But the final blows, the deaths were pretty much equal. But the final blows, 12-7. But still, somehow, some way, Ball State still able to come out with a win here. Again, 100 to about 60-70% around there at the end. But still, Ball State, I mean, coming up with a win on control, huge for them. And now we're going on to the next map, which is Escort. You were saying that the next 3 went to Bryant and Stratton. First map coming up is Circuit Royale. So this is going to be a long-range map. And so, I mean, if Ninja Curly Fry can hit shots the way they have been on that Sojourn, I mean, who knows at this point? You might not see a Sojourn, but I mean, it's still long range.
Listen, it is very long range. That being said, this was the map where Bryant and Stratton really got the momentum over onto their side, and that was due to the Widowmaker Hanzo duo of Jimical and Manually. They took over that Circuit Royale game the last time around. Ball State, I'm sure, are thinking about that map right now. It is replaying over and over in their heads. They have to be able to match that kind of DPS firepower when it comes to Ball State, because yes, you're absolutely right. Circuit Royale has very long sightlines, has a very, oppressive high grounds is the word that I'm looking for. You can just get on there and you can just destroy people from below. That hill on point B is brutal to try and climb as the attackers. So I think that Ball State are really going to be looking at, like, a good Widowmaker can just take over this map. Ball State have got to do a better job than they did in round 1, is my point.
Same sides, by the way, so Ball State's still in blue, Bryant and Stratton in red. Bryant and Stratton will be your attacking side to start as we go right on into Circuit Royale. And again, like we were saying, high tier, I guess you could say high-level map. I think it's probably one of the highest elevation changes, if not the highest elevation change in the entire game from point A to B.
It feels like climbing Mount Everest when you're in there.
Oh, yeah. It feels like climbing. I mean, I wish that was Nepal. But I'm pretty sure Shambhala Monastery now has the kind of high, steep as well, going from point A to B as well. So, I mean, not new, I should say, but Circuit Royale probably one of the first to have this kind of big hill going up. So now for the fact that Ball State is on the defensive side, you're really trying to look for early on picks, but Ninja Curling Fry stays on the Sojourn like they did last round up against, or rather I should say last round on Antarctic Peninsula. So this Sojourn pops off here. I mean, Ninja Curling Fry did pop off for at least 4 on the overclock.
I'm looking more at what's next to the Sojourn.
Oh, you mean that character?
You mean that guy?
Yeah, you mean that guy?
Yeah, that
guy. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about for that guy. No.
No, surely not.
I mean, technically it's a long-range character.
It technically is. I think this is a comfort thing for Spencer, but those projectiles are still very tough to hit. They are a weird speed. They arc in like an awkward way, so it's difficult. And I think Ball State in this are basically saying, look, I think you do have the better Widowmaker here in manually. We're going to try and play something a little bit different to throw you off.
I heard a headshot dink, but that was onto a tank, so it really wouldn't have mattered if that tank's above half health, and that's especially on a Sigma if that's true. But Jimicle's still able to find a pick, so a good push up here as the turret's already gone, and now they could pretty much push right on in if they wanted to. We were talking about how 2 long-range characters here for Jimicle and manually, or Jimicle right now, I should say, 40% already to be outpacing the Ball State DPSs. But right now, I mean, still giving up a lot of space here. They're just backing up, and still really no contest here for right now. Manually down to about 46 health. He's able to stave away for right now. They're able to stave him off. Still just trying to fight right on in for the Cardinals. Says Ryan and Stratton there really hasn't been any big picks so far.
But because of how oppressive their long-range DPS are, you can see how they are just continuing to push Ball State back more and more and more and more. Manway, though, is coming up very close to that Gravitic Flux, is going to be doing a lot of damage when it comes out, but manually finally finds a pick onto Yakester right as that down was coming close to the Transcendence.
But they're going to use the Kitsune Rush to try to counter this out. Manually, though, able to find Manway and Dragon Strike there as well, so the Kitsune Rush is going to go for absolutely nothing. Ryan and Stratton going to win this fight out. They just need to take care of Ninja Curling Fry, which they do. At another 2.5, you got 449 in the bank.
It's just going to be so tough for Ball State if they're going to be continuing to run this DPS combo. Because at the end of the day, Ball State's composition is trying to achieve the same thing that Bryant and Stratton's is. They're hanging back, trying to play around the Sigma Shield and get picks at long range. The DPS that Bryant and Stratton are running are optimal for that kind of comp. Ball State, it could work. It's not ideal.
Yeah, it's not working out for them right now, and they're still keeping on this Hanzo and Widowmaker idea and manually still finding a way to hit shots, especially with Manway's shield gone. All you need to do now is find another headshot, and you pretty much have this fight won. And, well, there goes Spencer out of the way, so they may be halfway through, but the hill don't look so brutal anymore.
Oh, yeah, you have climbed the hill just effortlessly for the side of Bryant and Stratton. They have 4 minutes, and they are looking solid. There's one more fight here, opportunity for the Cardinals to get back into this one before Bryant and Stratton are able to take point B. And they do have 2 really big ultimates in the Gravitic Flux and the Transcendence.
Gravitic Flux is up. No one's down to half health, though. They're going to use the Immortality Field anyways. Gravitic Flux up here, and you still have an Immortality Field in play either way. So now you're going to invest a Transcendence on either side. So this is a mirror v mirror battle, if you will, in terms of ultimates being used. So nobody with an ultimate now, except for Ball State, who has the Molten Core, who has the Overclock, but the Molten Core gets basically nothing thanks to Spencer going down. So now all you have left is going to be an Overclock, which they decide to save anyways, because you know you're going to get pushed right on in. 4 meters left to go, but Brian and Stratton's going to be able to add another 90 to the clock, putting this bank up at 4 minutes and 41 seconds.
Just that lonely little pool of lava that Spencer was able to use for the Molten Core before they got taken down might be one of the saddest things I've ever seen. And now Ball State, they have basically realized we are not going to win this with a Torbjorn. So you're going to put Spencer on the Hanzo to try and counter Jimmicle, and Yakester on the Mercy is very interesting because whether or not you put that on the Ginger Curly Fry or Spencer, it's going to give one of those DPS the damage long range to try and challenge Manually, who has just been getting picks non-stop so far.
Yep, so down to about 4 minutes left to go to push this all the way through. And now it's looking like Ball State actually might have a fight win in their pocket. Nanway's found 2 along with Ninja Curly Fry before Ninja Curly Fry does go down. So in a 3-1 man advantage, that's going to be a backup situation to the Bobcats. So I would say for the first time this game that the Bobcats have, or I should say the Cardinals have a fight win.
And this is actually huge for the side of Ball State because now they can get set up on the network of high grounds that is available to them on Point C. That's huge for Ninja Curly Fry. That is huge for Spencer. But now Brighton Stratton know exactly where they are as the Infrasight comes out.
Infrasight comes out, not able to find a headshot or any kills just yet. Where there's going to be a Dragon Strike down the middle as well. This is going to separate out the team from where it came from. Jimmicle's able to take care of Manway now for right now. They have the Mercy now too.
Yeah.
But now it's just, I mean, really not big for Ball State, if anything, here. So now there's already 2 kills for the Bobcats as they find a 3rd. And now it's just into the home stretch already. There is not a lot they can do. They're going to have to find a way to get it back onto the point with the Tracer, who goes down already. Nope, and it's 1.97 meters. Manway switching on over to the Doomfist, who's not going to be able to do a lot, but with a lot of time on the bank. The Bobcats go uno dos adios on Circuit Royale. 3-0-2 remaining, only 58 seconds under the standard time bank of 4 minutes.
And for what is assumed to be a very defensively favored map, that is an insane time bank for the Bobcats. At the end of the day, I just feel like Ball State just don't feel confident on this map. They walked in, they said, listen, they basically gave up the Widow 1v1 before the Widow 1v1 even happened, right? They refused to click Widowmaker until maybe the last 10 seconds of that attack. And because of that, Manually, basically as long as you're able to stay out of the sight lines of a Sojourn, of a Hanzo, you'll be able to win those 1v1s almost every single time. Manually had a field day, was getting pick after pick, and even when they weren't, they were putting in massive damage with the headshots and with the body shots. It just feels like Ball State right now are trying to play their own version of that composition, but the meta is the meta for a reason. I'll be curious to see if they try and pick on this one, because it's actually not the worst idea here, being able to play a sort of dive composition, jump on top of the Hanzo or on top of the Widowmaker, who really don't have many movement options, and be able to try and burn them down from close range.
Let's see if Ball State can do anything about it. They have, I hate to use this phrase, but they have a mountain to climb, if you will, especially on this map. I don't like to use that phrase, but it's a mountain to climb, obviously,
it's
because
low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, it's low-hanging fruit, but still, I mean, the phrase isn't uttered for no reason. 3 minutes and 2 is a lot of time on the bank for BSC. They played almost flawlessly, if you will. So Ball State's really going to have to play alongside that. Yakester is very high up, but not able to do anything for right now because the team's not going in. There's the Doomfist out and about, seeing if this finds anything. Genji's in your back line, and Genji's going to dash away at the Zenyatta. No more Orb of Discord coming up for BSC, which is going to allow this team from the Cardinals to just kind of jump right on in, and that Genji getting a huge pick for you. That means the only person left to go is going to be this tank, and it's going to be Mirror going down.
Beautifully done from Spencer, staying hidden until the exact right second where you could just jump in on the Zenyatta and take them out immediately. And you see the immediate swap up from Set on the Brigitte. That is a much more sturdy DPS option, support option that is going to make diving a lot more difficult, especially in that ultimate, which can stun again.
So now you've got a headshot from Raven Strider with the kunai. He's able to find Set and both Jimmicle at the same time, so the support's looking a little bloodthirsty, if you will, for the Cardinals, and they're going to push them all the way to the top of the hill, and they don't even have the first point captured yet, but they decide to go climbing up the way, and, well, Ball State's going to be able to find 2.5 the way they're pushing.
I mean, notably, you have forced Manually off of the Widowmaker, which I think is the entire goal of this composition, is to just not give Manually free picks on the Widow, force them to play something else, where you're feeling a little bit more confident in your matchups. Ball State got through point A with no resistance whatsoever. 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock right now, and they are basically spawn camping the Bobcats right now.
By the way, the difference there, Ball State actually won this first point 4 seconds faster than the Bobcats right now. 219 for the Bobcats when they captured their first point, 223 for the Cardinals right now. So this is looking pretty deja vu-ish.
Yeah.
But let's see if the climb is just as easy here for Ball State as it was for BSC. And
Wow.
Ninja Curly Fry with 2 kills on 1 clip, courtesy of the Tracer in the back line. Spencer does go down, which trades them out for right now. However, that's 2 very big picks, 1 onto the Tracer and 1 onto the Baptiste, the same token. So BSC having to play out, but Jimiko finding a kill on the Manway is huge. There's no more Doomfist in your back line that you have to worry about. And man advantage now in the favor of the Bobcats, considering the spawn room, and that's going to force back the Cardinals.
Yeah, without your Doomfist, you just have no way to sustain in this fight. You have no way to sort of discombobulate the members of Bryant and Stratton. And when they have a little bit of space, Jimmicle is going to do things like that and take down Ninja Curly Fry, which is huge because you had that Pulse Bomb available. Speaking of the Pulse Bomb available, full row of check marks on the side of the Bobcats. All 5 ults, and now they have access to the most oppressive high ground in all of Overwatch, in my opinion.
Well, now they're just going to dive right in. They climb the hill quickly. They're going to climb the hill quickly yet again. However, Jimmico's still hitting shots. Jimmico still on the trail to find the heads to roll, and they are doing so successfully. Down to about 3 minutes left to go on the clock now. Manually takes care of Manway again. Doomfist out. Ball State out of the fight.
Yeah, now that you're set up on this high ground, it is going to be so difficult for Ball State on this close range comp to be able to close the distance without just taking a ridiculous amount of damage. However, now Pulse Bomb, Dragon Blade, and the Beat available, you're in a pretty solid position, and Manway is forced to use that that Meteor Strike just to, I was gonna say to escape, but you're actually going in further.
With very low health, mind you, but gets hit by the Sound Barrier, luckily enough to save him. You've got the Sound Barrier, you've got the Dragon Blade, you've got the Pulse Bomb, you've got the Meteor Strike to use, but everything might go for nothing unless that Pulse Bomb is your start. You lose out the Tracer. Kitsune Rush also used, so Ball State's gonna use everything that they have in the bank, but it's gonna pay off in the end.
5 ults used, and Ball State desperately needed to win that fight in order to take control of the top of this hill. There is time for another fight here. Miro onto the Orisa is actually a really interesting potential Doomfist counter, maybe able to use the javelins to kind of knock the Doomfist off balance and give the team space.
Yeah.
And with the Dragon Strike, Brian Stratton goes in for one more fight.
The Orisa in as well, so we've got the horse in play. Miro's already gotten Spencer down, and I'm gonna tell you what, they are going to win this fight, but the mistake from Ball State, they got off the point for a little while, which caused it to glitch stop for a second before they got back onto it. I think if they had kept 3 on, they would have been able to capture that point.
I mean, look, it was almost 4 meters about. All you need to get was 4 more meters, and you would have been able to get that point before the recontest came in from the side of Bryant and Stratton. So yeah, I agree. The fact that they got off the point for just a second there has cost them the contest for the moment, and now you're just working with the Meteor Strike.
The Meteor Strike is available to them. They're going to jump down. They're going to do a lot of damage, too. That Meteor Strike was kind of big. Hits at least, I think, 3 people there. But it's not going to be enough still. The great support line from Brian and Stratton keeps the rest of the team up. Sen and Proto doing work, especially on that App Matrix, giving them a lot of chances to save the rest of the team. And now Ball State going from 4 minutes 53 down to less than 60 seconds.
Yeah, I was about to say, this time bank has disappeared in the blink of an eye for the Cardinals, and they are looking rough when it comes to their ultimates. The closest is Ninja Curly Fry and Spencer, and they are at about 65-70% to their ultimates. Meanwhile, Miro, Manually, and Set are all close or at the ultimates there. But Manway gets in and takes out some of the more squishy members of the squad. This Doomfist is doing work.
Manway's found 2. That forces out the Brigida ult from right now, so the Brigida stays alive thanks to the shield, but the Doomfist still doing work. Down to the final 5 meters left to go. Set's able to whip shot onto Raven Strider. But is it going to be enough? That's a great bio-nade as well. And the Pulse Bomb trades out either way. There's going to be Manway for Jimmicle, so the fight still continues on. EMP is going to come out, finds 3. Manually Set. Protocol caught inside of the EMP. Is it going to be enough, though? Still, fight continues on. It's still a scrappy fight, but Manually might be your MVP here. The Tracer might be able to win out this fight. 1 second left to go, and Manually single-handedly ties up this series at 1 apiece. My, oh my.
Are you kidding me? You so rarely see a situation like that where you trade back and forth until there is one player left standing on their lonesome by the point. Whether it was on Widowmaker or whether it was Tracer, manually proved why Brighton Stratton were so confident going to Circuit Royale. Again, deja vu. Just like in this round one matchup, they were able to tie things up here and get the momentum in their favor. The question is, now that Ball State has the map choice going into push, will they be able to make a decision, be able to swing the pendulum of momentum back in the Cardinals' favor?
Well, I mean, right now, at least we know we're going to see 4 maps. Best of 5 now turns into a best of 3, and this is now just exciting. We're going to see the next push map coming up here, and well, there's really only 3. I mean, it's either Coliseo, it's either New Queen Street, or it's Esperanza. And right now, if I'm reading this correctly, for the side of Ball State, they are deciding to go to the newest of push maps, which is Esperanza.
I actually, of the 3 push maps, I like Esperanza the best to play on. I think that the open skies that it offers is really nice. It also has some really good high grounds to play around, as well as some nice 90-degree turns if you want to try and play a sort of close-range composition. You can play a lot of different things on Esperanza. Meanwhile, like on Coliseo, you're kind of forced into a brawl comp. I think Ball State... I don't think they played Esperanza in their last game, so this is a little bit of a curveball here from them, trying to throw a new map at Brighton Stratton, see where they're going to go with it.
I was about to say, yeah, you said that this might have been a little bit of a curveball, and maybe this is to throw them off because maybe they have notes for the other map. I mean, maybe it was a New Queen Street or Coliseo.
I believe it was, sorry. I think it was Coliseo.
Yeah, so, I mean,
by the way, look at that player comparison. Look at the eliminations to death ratio on both
sides.
sides.
By the way.
Miro is putting in work. Even though there's slightly more damage for the side of Manway, having your tank alive for what is 7 death timers worth of difference does so much, especially when you're playing the Sigma and trying to provide that shield for your DPS.
I was about to say, credit to the support too. You look at that death number, 11-4. I mean, that was insane.
That's a huge
difference. That's a huge gap. So credit to the supports out there. And I'm not saying that just because I play support a lot, but I'm saying love to the supports there for both. For Brian and Stratton, that's going to be set. Doing a lot of work, and a lot of sound barriers might I add as well for them. So still, I mean, you're going to go right into Esperanza now. And for Brian and Stratton, at the very least, they have the momentum going into this, but Ball State does have their pick.
Yeah, this is, of course, the Ball State pick. They feel like they are confident into this map, and they need... I think, even though this is not map point for either of these teams, I think this is a crucial one for the side of Ball State. Because, again, right now, things have gone exactly as they went in round 1. It was control map, went the way of Ball State, then Brighton Stratton chooses Circuit Royale and evens up the series. Ball State needs to prove that they don't let the momentum slip away from them. Give them enough time to get the series point first, get that second win on the board, reverse what happened to them a few hours ago in order to give them that confidence to get that third win.
Ball State has not seen a second point against Brian and Stratton. Will this be the map that gives them map number 2 and potentially looking at map point? We will see. The gates unlock, and a little bit of a different look on either end if you look at the tanks. Winston versus Diva, and actually, I mean, besides the Tracer, everything is different.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting, like, different views on what is generally the same kind of composition, but the fact that you don't have that Winston bubble to play around is instantly deadly for Jimical.
Well, Ninja Curly Fry taking care of business there onto Jimical. The Tracer v Tracer battle 1. And unlike last series, we didn't have to wait about 90 seconds to figure out who the first fight winner was going to be. Ball State getting that first pick off onto the Tracer, huge, with Ninja Curly Fry winning the mirror battle. But still, 12 meters, not a lot to say they've won the first fight completely, although they pushed them back a lot. Somebody's still pushing the robot down below, underneath the bridge that you can see right now. Down to about 21 meters. Manually getting rid of Manway. That's a huge pick, and that's going to allow the rest of the team to push right on in. Good bio nade onto Yakester. Cannot get away. Brian and Stratton right back to them.
And immediately in both these fights, we see the pros and cons of both of these tanks. Initially, not having that shield, the Winston bubble to play around, made Jimical a little bit more vulnerable. Lost the Tracer duel against Ninja Curly Fry. But when Manway was caught out after using the jump, using the bubble, doesn't have nearly the flexibility in the positioning that the D.Va does. Manway was caught out, was in a tough situation, so now 21 meters to 15 meters, we are basically at 0 all.
So let's go ahead and move right on in as 5 meters makes the difference here to take the lead, and Brian and Stratton are very, very close. They get off of it for just a couple of moments before contesting it right back. Ball State, 2-meter lead. The nano-boosted tack visor is just going to run rapid. The Helix Rockets finds 2. Manually is just going to pop off. There goes everybody on the team. Wipes them out, team kill, and the Bobcats take the lead.
Beautifully done. What a combo. I feel like it's been so long since I've seen a nano visor. Soldier 76 is not seen a ton, but when played well and when you're hitting all of your bullets, that consistent damage can be so, so much. And now Brighton Stratton have their other 3 ultimates available to potentially lengthen their lead, give themselves the forward spawns first, as long as they can live through this EMP Kitsune rush.
Well, there's 3 ultimates there for Brian Stratton. Like you were saying, Pulse Bomb comes out for Jimiko, not going to find anything. Sleeps the Winston, but the Winston back in play, and that's going to allow Manway to go ahead and swing right at Proto. Proto is a little bit mad about that because Manway's just going to run right on in. And the Cardinals are going to be able to flip this right back. And like you said, the question is, who done it?
I would be so mad if I was Proto. I literally slept him. And someone had to go wake up that sleeping monkey, and he goes in and kills me. I had the situation taken care of. You didn't have to shoot him. Why would you do that?
Hands up in the air saying why.
Why? Why?
Surrender, Cobra.
Ball State University, they're able to win the fight with just the EMP and the Primal Rage, which means they still have 3 ultimates to potentially use here. But because they did lose a couple of members in that last fight, they are going to give up a little bit of space to Brighton Stratton. They still have to make up about 20 meters.
Difference, yep, like you were saying, about 19 meters, maybe even 18. Down to a stuck manually in the Pulse Bomb for Ninja Curly Fry. Good to go now. All you got to do is get rid of Proto, who is stuck. Proto can only get away for so long unless his team helps him, but there is really no help coming. D.Va's out of mech, and Ball State's going to cross the line here down the middle. Ball State takes back command down 18 meters.
But while that was happening, look at where the bot is right now.
Oh, yeah.
Someone from Brighton Stratton kidnapped it, took it over to their side of the map, and because of that, there's so much time being wasted here before they're actually going to get more meterage on the point. Now, Jimiko getting staggered out is actually really clutch here for Ball State because it means Brighton Stratton aren't really going to be able to come in as a full 6, but now 4v4, we're even up.
4v4, we got it back. Helix Rockets, thanks to Manually, puts us back. And that's a big kill as well. That's a Kiriko gone, which means you don't have a protection Suzu, you don't have a lot of healing coming up, and this is going to be a fight win back, and the difference when it flips, 4.5 meters.
Listen, I think EMP is a fantastic ultimate. It can win you fights if coordinated well. But when you're playing that into a D.Va Bomb, a Pulse Bomb, a Tactical Visor, and the Nano Boost, it's going to be pretty difficult for Spencer to be able to find that perfect moment. You just have to be the assassin here. Get in on Set or Proto and finish off that player. Proto is down. That's what you needed.
That's a huge EMP, hits 4 people, and Manually using the Tac Visor at the same time to no avail, so you're not going to get a Nano Boost to Tac Visor whatsoever. The difference now 9 meters, but Ball State, eat your words, buddy. That EMP was huge.
That EMP was huge. I said Spencer needed to play that one perfectly, and that is exactly what that Sombra player did. Able to take down and finish off that Ana, unable to get that Nano Visor up. Really great job from the Sombra player identifying the most important person to target in that situation.
Proto's in so much trouble. Proto just got dove on. Spencer gets away scot-free, and the Primal Rage is going to come out. Oh, you got to feel bad for Proto. Proto just got jumped, and Proto's going to go down. There's going to be the Winston Primal Rage out and about. It's a 3-for-1 trade for right now as they all escape. And it's going to be the Cardinals taking checkpoint plus the lead.
I mean, you got to feel bad for your Ana players all over the place. This is just your life. Constantly getting dove upon, being getting hacked and destroyed. It is so getting your sleeping Winstons woken up.
Wrong neighborhood, buddy.
Proto has had a lot of trouble in this map just being able to get into a fight to use the Nano Boost, and now Ball State has taken the lead. 61 meters to 52 meters with 4 minutes on the clock. Brighton Stratton still have a lot of ultimates, but they have not been able to get in a position to use them.
So 9 meters makes the difference here as they get the checkpoint. With about 4 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock right around, but still plenty of time Brandon's trying to bring this back. It's so close, in fact, they still can't. However, the railgun shot from Manually is good to go. They get rid of Ninja Curly Fry. It's an out-of-boosted Miro for right now. He tries to chase out something. He's not going to find anything for right now. There's a backline Kiriko with the Kitsune Rush, and this is going to be a fight win for Ball State, who turns this right back round.
Beautifully done from the side of Ball State, I gotta say. This rush composition seems to be perplexing Brighton Stratton right now. They don't seem to know what to do with Manually when you're not getting the headshots with the Hanzo. It is very, very difficult for Manually to continue to bring in value. So you swapped from the Soldier now onto the Sojourn, but it feels like it's mostly the same results here, at least so far. Ball State with the prime, sorry, not the primal. Oh, actually almost the primal. Pulse Bomb, EMP, and Beat available for them in this next fight.
EMP finds 4 huge sets, not even going to be able to use the sound barrier. Everybody gets wiped off, and the EMP comes up big yet again. Spencer with the helps out with the team wipe, and the Cardinals just keep marching.
And that is a key fight win, because look at how much they're going to be able to extend this lead. It was from 20, now they're going to make it about a 40-meter lead, 90 to 50 about, before we get another fight, which means Brighton Stratton are going to have to win several fights in a row to even the score.
Sorry, I'm just loving the dink sounds from the Kiriko Kunai. Isn't it one of the greatest feelings?
So good.
It's such a great feeling when you hear this coming from a sport player. Anyways, Primal Rage out and about. It's going to be used from Manway, who has to use it to kind of escape. The sound barrier now out for set. Overclock isn't going to find anything, because that overclock entirely is going to be used on the Winston, who finds a way out, mind you. It's a 5v3, and now the Soldier in so much trouble. Cannot get away from everything, and yet again, the composition just a little bit too much for Brighton Stratton, and Ball State again keeps that robot moving.
I gotta say, Brighton Stratton looking a little bit desperate right now. Use the Pulse Bomb, the Beat, and the Overclock at just about the exact same time, and weren't able to find a win with it. And now, oh my gosh, Miro is hacked and it's stuck in no man's land.
But has a self-destruct, no more hack either for right now. It's gonna be able to throw up the self-destruct. Is this gonna find anything? No, it doesn't. And Miro's gonna get back in, but it might be too little too late. Ninja Curly Fry, Spencer getting their picks. It's a slow burn here. Miro's able to chase down Yakester though, so that could be a very big pick, and it is a very big pick with the cavalry coming back in. It's a lot of meters to catch up by, but I mean, this is gonna be a fight win for Brighton Stratton, but with a minute left to go, oh boy.
It's a fight win, but my question is, at this point in the map, what is your plan to continue winning fights? Because you're going to need to win something like 3, 4, maybe 5 fights in a row if you want to win this one. There's no room for error with less than a minute left on the clock. And I look at your ultimates, you have Kitsune Rush. That's a really good ult. You have Rally, also a very good ult. Pulse Bomb, good if it sticks. Is that going to sustain you through all of the fights that you need to hit? I don't know. Brighton Stratton, I've been praising their ult management all along so far in the series. They're going to have to put on the best performance yet.
3-word question, is it enough? EMP comes out, is gonna find 3 people, but it'll still allow Kitsune Rush and the Rally at the same time. There's the stick on the Pulse Bomb. No more Rally, no more big shield stun. Ninja Curly Fry finding 2 on their own, courtesy of the Pulse Bomb +1. The Kiriko in a lot of trouble now, has to jump out, but cannot find a way out. 7 seconds left to go before Ball State puts their series up 2-1. Will find their second point against the Bobcats. It is just a Tracer left. The Tracer is gone. The overtime clock will bleed out, and Ball State now with advantage on the Bobcats. They are up 2-1, and they are staring at match point and day 2 point.
Again, I said at the beginning of the map, this one was crucial for the squad. And you can see, looking at the player cams here, these guys absolutely needed that win. They are amped up, and they are ready to go on series point. Again, this is win or go home situation on stage. Probably some of the biggest pressure that these players have faced, and look at them. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're having a great time. Brighton Stratton now, in this last time they played, they were sitting at series point, but no longer is history going to repeat itself. Now Brighton Stratton is going to have to play from behind again.
10:38 local time, but primetime gaming right now. I mean, this is nuts. 2-1 your scoreline right now. As Ball State, 124 meters to 52.73 meters. I mean, that last push in the last 4 minutes, absolutely nuts from the Cardinals. That could have gone any which way had it gone back to Brighton Stratton. Luckily enough for the Cardinals, they got it back. They were able to march on, and the momentum just kept rolling on. So now we go into the next map. We've done Control, we've done Escort, we've done Push. It's up to Hybrid now. But this is the first time that Brian and Stratton will be calling the map here for Hybrid, at least here at the CECC.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what hybrid map they chose on their last map, and I'm having trouble figuring it out. But we get the pick immediately in from Brighton Stratton. It is going to be the one, the only, the S-tier map, in my opinion. Kings Row, baby. They're rowing.
Are we sure it's S-tier, even if it's repetitive?
Even if it's repetitive, it is repetitive for a reason.
Yeah, right.
Everyone loves this map. Everyone loves to play it. Some of the most iconic moments in Overwatch history have happened right here on the streets of England. I don't care how much I have to cast this map. It is a blast every time.
Yeah, I mean, Scrims Row. It would be kind of funny if on the fly through Scrims Row actually just popped up and appeared. But I know we're probably not going to see it. But anyways, I mean, still Kings Row, Old Faithful. I mean, still plenty of great things have happened here on Kings Row. I mean, obviously we've seen some great Overwatch League, Overwatch Contenders, collegiate highlights.
The Great Bamboozle.
The Great Bamboozle. I mean, yeah, Kings Row still Old Faithful, still have plenty of good highlights on it. But for Brian and Stratton, those are going to need to come aplenty, especially if they want to stay in this series right now. Their first look at map 4, and they're down 2-1. I mean, this is going to have to be a great performance, especially when
seeing going back to that Ramatra-based composition, the Hanzo and the Mei, most likely. And because Ball State really likes to play the Sojourn instead of the Mei, I think Brighton Stratton feel really good about putting their Hanzo player in a position to get headshots because they were doing it so much on Antarctic Peninsula. They feel really confident about their ability to potentially bring ourselves to an ultimate map 5 here.
Well, Ball State is going to be on the same side, so with Ball State on the blue side, so Ball State defending to start. They're going to take a look at what Brian and Stratton had, but remember, last time on the Escort map, I mean, now we're going back to attack defense. It's no longer neutral site, right? You go back to attack defense side. Yeah. This is what Brian and Stratton did. They won 3-1. And you take a look at the numbers from the last round as well. For Brian and Stratton, more damage. I mean, rather for the healers, I should say, for the support side, 6,099 for Set, 4,873 for Yakester. But I mean, what was really big for them as well, not just the ultimates used, not just the deaths, but you got to imagine for Brian and Stratton, they fell behind because of that Ana just getting jumped over and over again.
Yeah, I think they did a really great job of identifying a weak point in the Brighton Stratton comp, and that, of course, was the Ana. There wasn't really... Once Brighton Stratton had, committed into a fight, there was really no one available to peel for the Ana once she was jumped on, and over Proda just got destroyed. Yep. And that is ultimately the weak point that made the entire composition for Brighton Stratton fall apart. But that was then. This is now. Map 4 here between Ball State and Brighton Stratton. Ball State looking to lock their ticket into the top 8 with a win here, while Brighton Stratton could bring us to a map 5 if they can recover from their previous loss.
With Kings Row on the next map, as you see the fly-through right now. 25 seconds remaining. I mean, Kings Row, this is where a lot of highlights happen. This is where a good majority of your highlights happen, whether it's a good shatter, whether it's a good Earth Shatter or a good Overclock. Highlights come from here. Kings Row is where you got to show up, and showtime in prime time, really, especially as it's 10:42 local time here in Arlington, but still plenty of game left to play here for Brian and Stratton. You got to get the win here. You got to go up to game number 5 as well. With 4 minutes left to go on the clock, the doors open up, and for the team composition right now, the biggest difference, the Hanzo versus the Sojourn.
Yeah, the Hanzo versus the Sojourn is going to be, like I mentioned, they feel really good about Manuel's ability to get headshots in these fights, get those one-shot kills that can turn a fight on its head immediately.
Nemesis form, though, to start us off. On either end gets a kill. However, Manway going down very early on. Brian and Stratton can play a little bit more aggressively. It's just Lucio that's got to go around, got to hit a shot. Manually does so onto Yakester. That's a big pick for them, and now the May's in a lot of trouble. Spencer's out as well. You're down 2 people. You've already given up 2 ticks. At this point, you got to give up a third, and a very quick attack here gives Brian and Stratton 5 minutes and 15 seconds to push this up.
Incredibly well done, and because Ball State ended up going down so early, didn't really give the opportunity for Ravenstrider to build up that all-important amplification matrix. It's so important because it is often the first ultimate to come online, and Proda is ahead of Ravenstrider by about 30%, which means Brian and Stratton are going to be able to get this off probably uncontested if they use it quick.
So a 45-second attack, I mean, pretty quick.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've seen quicker, but Still, I mean, I've seen up to 28-second push-in, which is it's just insane in itself, but still a very quick one. Still to compare to a lot of games anyways, down to about 5 minutes left to go. They're getting pushed back. That may well already happen to be used, and they have to push all the way back already. Look how aggressive this team from the Bobcats are. And what they don't know is that Proto's in the back. Proto's going to use the application matrix, but so does Raven Strider. In the end, though, Manuel's going to find a headshot onto Raven Strider. The Annihilation used there, the Dragon Strike used there at the same token. Two ultimates used for the Bobcats, which is going to allow them to push right in and the payload to continue on moving.
Bryant and Stratton are just snowballing themselves beautifully right now. You win your first fight, you're able to get up to your ultimates a little bit quicker, use them aggressively before the Cardinals are able to come up to theirs on their side. And in fact, you're actually going to get a swap here. Raven Strider thinks we don't have enough healing. You're going to swap over onto the Ana. I actually do like this in this situation because there really isn't anyone that's going to be able to just get into the back line unless Miro just tries to walk past everybody, which you could potentially do, but it would be tough. Now, one more fight before point B is here, and Jimmical has Blizzard.
Blizzard is out, and this Ramatra is stuck. No support ults to keep him up either. No immortality field's going to keep him alive. That's a sleeping Inkster right now, or I shouldn't say sleeping Inkster, but that's a sleeping Lucio that's down, and that's going to be a huge fight win here. And 5 minutes and 26 seconds. I mean, this is insane. They haven't stopped.
They are taking control right now on this Brawl map. I don't think the cart has stopped moving at all. Ball State have not only have they not really been able to be able to use their ultimates, they've been swapping around so much they haven't really even been able to build up to their ultimates either. Raven Strider is almost there. Manway has been going down so fast. You're still only 60%. Ninja Curly Fry Spencer and Yakester, though, are going to be the saving graces here if you're going to get there.
Could be a fight you want, though. They're going to use the Blizzard. They're going to use the Overclock. Doesn't matter. That trades them out right away.
Yeah.
Miro is down, but that's both of your DBS is down as well. So if you can get Manway to get a couple of picks here, that would be huge. They invest the nano boost to keep him up. That's going to be a huge nano to keep him up. And now this main's just going to be in a lot of trouble. Jimmical is in trouble. Has to use the main wall to try to escape. Good support line to keep him up. But that nano boost was enough to stave them off for now.
Still 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, though, for Bryant Stratton. And really all it's going to take is one more good fight to get you just about to the end.
Annihilation is out, Blizzard's out, but the Annihilation able to get out. However, almost got booped right back in to the Blizzard, able to escape, though. Good bionate onto Manuel and Proto. That's going to force them back, which means, I mean, good wall as well. That makes Manway go all the way around, and now Manway's in a lot of trouble. Good bionate out to keep this Ramatra alive, but now they're stuck in the corner as we approach in the home stretch. Less than 4 minutes remain. Plenty of time left to go, but Brian and Stratton making this look easy right now. Storm Arrow's gotten onto the Ramatra as well. Make that a Soundwave kill onto Lucio v. Lucio battle. Nobody touches the point. And 3:46 on the clock. The Bobcats go uno dos adios, completing in the entire King's Row with a huge, enormous time bank of 3:46.
That was just a brawl masterclass from the Bobcats. They won the first fight, and they just never looked back. They have such a good understanding of this composition, how not just using their ultimates, but being able to use them at the right times to be able to take control of the tempo. This was mentioned on the desk before. Being able to control the tempo is so massive on these brawl maps, and Ball State University were constantly on the back foot over and over and over again because Bryant Stratton used their ultimates so incredibly aggressively. So now Ball State has to put up basically a superhuman performance on their attack in order to match this time bank.
Superhuman's an understatement, my friend. They're going to have to put up a titanic performance. I mean, this is just going to have to be the biggest performance ever for Ball State to even try to match up. Mind you, Brian and Stratton didn't even fall below 3 minutes on their time bank at all. Never fell below 3 minutes. Captured the first point with 3 minutes and 15. Captured the second with 3:56. And finished off with 3:46. I mean, how impressive is that you couldn't, that train did not have any breaks?
No, you start with 4 minutes on the clock, you only lose 14 seconds.
Nuts.
It is crazy at the end of this one. But now Ball State going to have the opportunity to answer, and interestingly, foregoing the May, instead you're going to use Sojourn Hanzo to just try and melt the shield of Bryant and Stratton's Miro as quickly as possible. It's going to be all damage all the time for Ball State.
Well, let's see if they can melt it away. Disruptor shot out and about. That's going to keep Manway out for a couple of moments since he has to regroup with the team. So Ball State's able to go in for a couple of moments. That allows Manway to just kind of go right on in. Miro already up to 23%. So is Manway right now. Manually, though, 35% away, or 35% along the way to a Dragon Strike. Adding on a bit more, Proda gets a kill onto Manway, and Ramacha down means that you've got no fight left in you. Ball State back, having to back off.
Yeah, and already, just with that one lost fight, Bryant and Stratton are immediately ahead. And yeah, you're probably not going to be able to match that time bank. All Ball State can do is just try and be as efficient as possible with the time that they have. But looks like Proda has about a 10% lead over Ravensrider when it comes to that amplification matrix. It builds up so fast, I don't think that really matters. They're going to have amplification matrices on both sides, and looks like we actually have a pause called. Maybe some tech issues coming in from one of these sides. You could tell both teams were kind of in a situation where
they just kind of paused.
No one was engaging.
Yeah.
So something's going on.
Something is going on right now. It is, again, tech pause just for a little while here just to see maybe what's going on. But right now, Ball State, I mean, not looking all too great on the fights for right now. They are, I mean, 2 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock, but you lost the first fight. You're not going to get the same time back. So what should the mentality be like for right now for the Cardinals?
At this point, it's just about the past is the past. We just got to push forward into the future and try and win this next neutral fight as quickly as possible, right? Neither team is really coming up on any ultimates because the first fight had ended so incredibly quickly. Again, the closest are the Baptistes, or about 70%. So in the mid to late stages of the fight, you're going to have maybe about, you're going to have those amplification matrices up. Other than that, though, nothing else is happening. And you have two players on these teams, in Ninja Curly Fry and Spencer, who can really turn a fight on its head with one headshot, either with an arrow or with a railgun shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be have to be a good fight here for Ball State. But like you were talking about ultimates, really, I mean, the Soldier nowhere close, the Hanzo nowhere close, manually beating the Hanzo right now by about a couple of percentages. But still, for Brian and Stratton, looking pretty dang good. And again, their time bank did not fall anywhere near the 3-minute mark. In fact, didn't fall under it at all. So, I mean, you're talking about a huge time bank.
Oh, yeah.
Ball State having to still climb up that mountain of time right now. But, I mean, they already lost the fight, so you can't really think that they're going to match it at all. Because, I mean, look, Brian and Stratton didn't lose the fight there. So, and with Ball State losing one, you'd expect that the time bank isn't really good either. As we walk you by it, if you're just joining us here, we are almost in the 11 o'clock hour, if you will. I should say the 11th hour, if at all possible, but not going to happen here either. As we go back right into the game, pause is over. They're back. And again, recap right now, 2-1 in favor of the Cardinals of Ball State. You can see on the top of their screen, winning both control and winning both on Esports as well. But Brian and Stratton trying to give them all that they can handle. 2 kills already. Manually does go down, but that's already your Ramacha down, Lucio down as well. And Brian and Stratton sends them back.
Yep, so right back again. It's just a reset here for Ball State coming back in from the pause. You've got Ravensrider with the amplification matrix available. Proda has it up as well. Ninja Curly Fry and Spencer are the two people I'm really looking at for Ball State to be able to try and open this up with a pick.
Disruptor shot takes care of the immortality field, and Ninja Curly Fry able to take care of manually. That's actually both of the Hondos gone, so 4-on-4. Annihilation out and about for Miro, but Miro's not going to find anything with it. The Annihilation for Manway, though, forces them all the way back, and no more Annihilations on either side. There's just the May left to go. First tick is gotten. They use the Blizzard. They could bring this all the way back with the Immortality Field. Great usage there. The May's going to get away. The Lucio is going to get away as well. They're just going to go all the way up to the top of the Blizzard, going for nothing for Jimico. However, pick's still starting to fall in the color of red. And now it just goes right back to them. Manually back in, though. You want to be careful. Watch out for the Hanzo, who's hitting arrow shots. Overclock has to come up big, but the overclock is probably going to fall for nothing here. Only down to 7 health. And Brian and Stratton look like they were able to hold on.
That is so tough for Ball State. Look at those ults. They used just about everything in that fight. And were not able to get that last tick for it. And now you're down to about a minute left on the clock. And all fairness, Bright and Stratton did use a lot of ultimates on their side as well. And you have found manually, but this time is going to be such a limiting factor for Ball State.
They need to go now or never here. They've got the second ticker ready. All they need to do is stay on here, and the Lucio's already going to have to use Sound Barrier to try to keep BSC into this. But right now you trade out a DPS for a DPS ethical, or Jimical, I should say, and Spencer gone for right now. So down to less than a minute left to go, 45 seconds. Trying to chase down what they've got. Yakester and Manway both getting their kills. Manway into Nemesis form finds 2. And finally, Ball State able to break the door open. 3 minutes and 2 remain.
Finally, they're able to get there. But my goodness, it was a fantastic first point defense from Bryant and Stratton. Already, Ball State, I think it's basically impossible for them to be able to match the ending time bank of Bryant and Stratton at the end of that one. So it's just going to be about how much can they salvage if they get there with any time at all. And in all fairness, the Annihilation and both support ults are a really good tool for Ball State to be able to continue pushing through this point B point.
Running against each other right now, there's going to be Annihilation from Manway that forces out the Immortality Field, which everybody inside is going to happen. However, Manway doesn't find a single pick with it. The Immortality Field comes up huge for Proto, so it's a 5v4 situation. Payload still moves along here, but with the picks falling, the Bobcats are saved, and by one Immortality Field.
Yep, what a beautiful play there from Proto to keep themselves alive just long enough to take down Manway. And now Bryant and Stratton are up, and they're going to be able to take advantage of this incredibly narrow choke point here. This archway is one of the toughest defensive holds to break through in the entire game. While Ball State is coming up on 4 ults to try and do just that, the fact that Ninja Curly Fry is down is going to mean trouble.
Immortality Field a little too late. Couldn't get it up for Ninja Curly Fry because the main wall was right there. But manually traded out as well. Not too shabby if you're Ball State right now, if you want to take this fight. But with the Yakester going down as well, maybe want to back off, and that's exactly what the Cardinals will do. They're backing off for right now. Actually, both sides kind of staving away.
Yeah, you're kind of gearing up for potentially one more massive fight with both teams all having 4 ultimates available. Zet and Manway are coming up on theirs as well. This one's going to be flashy.
The Ravenous Vortex almost kept them inside for the Dragon Strike. You are lucky to have an Immortality Field. Overclock is going to be used by Ninja Curly Fry, who finds a second kill, and it's going to be a 3-1 situation. However, Jimico making it a 3v2 kills. For right now, getting the Asuko kill onto Ninja Curly Fry before they can do any more damage. It's going to be a Blizzard available for Brian and Stratton if they want to hold them right here. They back off for right now, knowing that they don't have the numbers to fight this right now, but they could very well in just a couple of moments. The Application Matrix is out. That's going to allow Raven Strider to get some damage out, as well as the rest of the team if they can get on the other side of that window.
So low.
Yeah, Miro is really, really low right now. Miro's trying to hide. Miro cannot get away for right now. No healing coming to him for a couple of moments. Is in Nemesis form for the shield. Soundbearer is going to come out from Set. Soundbearer is going to come out from Yakester on either side.
Wow.
And the Bobcats are still finding kills, and the Bobcats look like they can win this fight.
Miro had less than 25 health at some point in that fight. I saw just a sliver on that character screen,
Lucio.
and now with 15 seconds left on the clock, I don't know if Ball State are going to be able to come back at all. And getting that kill on the Yakester might have just sealed it here.
5 seconds
Bryant
left.
and Stratton need to get a touch with this Annihilation.
No, they're not going to get it. 1 second left to go. Brian and Stratton completely shuts the door on Ball State. And ladies and gentlemen, we went from a best of 5 down to a best of 3. And going into day number 2, one of these teams is going on, but we are now playing a best of 1.
It all comes down to whatever control map Ball State picks for map number 5. Literally, winner moves on to tomorrow. Loser will not be playing the highest stakes control map, maybe the highest stakes map we have seen so far in this entire day. What I was saying, aren't I an Oracle? Because I said before this could so easily be a 5-map series, and that is exactly what we're seeing now.
Oh my goodness, Brian and Stratton holding on, as both of their map wins were 3-1.
Yeah.
Imagine that, ladies and gentlemen, 3-1, both of their map wins. We are going all the way. We are going the distance here into the map of Ilios, being the final map pick here in day number 1 of action. Heading into day number 2, one of these teams is about to have their hearts broken in Greece.
And you want to know why I think they picked Ilios?
Why?
Because Ilios was the starting map in round 1, the one map that Ball State beat Bryant and Stratton in earlier today.
The controversy.
And again, Bryant and Stratton have told me before, they struggle on this map type. And because it is the tiebreaker, being a weak control team is so difficult to be able to come back from. You basically have to rely on being able to win the other 3 map types to avoid a second control map. But now that hasn't happened, Bryant and Stratton, if they want to pull off this upset the second time in a row, advance to the top 8, they have to be able to overcome that weakness on control.
Well, I mean, take a deep breath, folks. We're going into the 11th hour no matter what happens here. It's 10:58 local time. About a minute away from hitting the 11th hour of day number 1. But my, oh my, what a series we have here to end the day. A banger, if you will. 2-2 on the scoreboard right now. One of these teams, again, this is make or break here for both of them.
Make or break.
Make or break, and make or your season is, or CECC, I should say, is pretty much over.
Your CEC season, perhaps?
CEC season, yep. I mean, one of these teams is about to have their hearts broken in Greece, but right now, going to Helios, the next very map up. And like you were saying, Ball State, better on control than BSC, I guess you could say. But, I mean, on Helios, being the first map from the last series?
We have the history, right? Ball State won this map against Brighton Stratton last time around. They feel very confident about it. We saw it in the player camps. This is a 5-map series, but they were smiling, they were laughing, they feel extremely confident about their ability to repeat here. The fact that they had the map pick is so incredibly crucial. Bryant and Stratton, in my opinion, are the ones with the pressure on them to be able to prove that they can, once again, reverse history and be able to come out on top.
My, oh my. Not much more you can say about a game like this. Game number 5, 18 versus 19. In the Ochre rankings, 8 versus 9 seed here in the CECC. The gates unlock, and we are underway here on Helios. First map up is going to be the Ruins, as they will bring out something different on either side. They're going to have the Winston versus the Diva on the tanks. Otherwise, everything pretty much similar on the DPS end. You're going to have the Brigida and the Ana on the support side for BSC against the Lucio and the Kiriko. So Ball State looking to play a little faster.
And this is exactly what we saw in Esperanza as well, and it came out with Ball University on top at the end of it. But this time, Brighton Stratton, they are going in completely with the close-range DPS. Instead of putting manually on a soldier, you're going all flankers with Difficult on the Sombra, manually on the Tracer. And both sides doing a really good job of keeping their tanks alive so far.
Ball State able to get the first flip, though. However, watch out. Set's got the whip shot still onto Yakester, so that's big for you. That's one healer down, 1 to go, and that's only a Kiriko who still has a little bit of a nerf on her, if you will, with a slower healing rate, but that's going to allow BSC to kind of push right on in. And the Bobcats give up 30%, but they're going to be able to flip this right back to themselves.
It's actually kind of crazy that Ball State were able to flip that point in their control so early on into that fight. They were able to get 30%, even though they didn't even win a fight. This next one, though, you have a bunch of really fast-charging ultimates in these compositions. The EMP, the Pulse Bomb, the Kitsune Rush, the Rally, all up after one fight. Potentially all 10 ultimates could be on the board at some point here.
EMP is going to come up for at least hitting 3 people, or at least 1 person that's set, but still the Rally is out and about, and the big shield, plus the healing and the shield are out as well. You've got the stun onto Manway. Manway can't escape. Good Pulse Bomb onto Proto, though. That's changed. That trades out. At the very least, a healer for a tank. Pulse Bomb lands, but good thing you have a Protection Suzu, if you will. That landed on the Kiriko, too bad. Protection Suzu kind of cancels out everything. But still, Brian and Stratton find their way to get picks. That's both Raven Strider and Ninja Curly Fry down. The Cardinals can't do anything, and the Bobcats are halfway in.
4 ults used on both sides in that one, so let's take a look at the 1 ult available on both sides. I feel like Bryant and Stratton have to have the advantage here with the Nano Boost that you can put onto Miro to just do tons of damage with those Diva shotguns. And the fact that Spencer, of course, ended up getting caught up and going down is just a massive stagger for Bryant and Stratton. We're going to be looking at 75-ish% before the fight comes back in. Potentially last fight territory for the Bobcats.
Potentially, but Ball State know that. They're going to try to push right on in, and yes, it probably is going to be final fight territory. There's the Winston along the way. The Bionate is huge, which forces out the Primal Rage and Manway, and now it's slept, and it's hacked, and Manway's just having a rough day out there. Manway has to back up, is not going to be able to escape. That is huge, but Ball State did flip the points. That's big for them. They're able to hold on for a couple of more moments. They can stagger this fight out if they really wanted to. Still holding on for themselves right now. Great Bionate onto Yakester as well. And just like that, a big flip though.
Yeah.
But Brian and Stratton
massive flip.
Will take it back.
The mental math is hard. I'm not as good as math as I think that I am, but the fact is that could have easily been a map win immediately for Brighton Stratton. Ball State has a little bit of time here to go in for the recontest and an EMP to do damage, but Spencer's down. That's such a huge pick for Miro.
That's huge. Spencer does go down. Yangster contested the point to take us to overtime, but it ain't gonna matter much. 3 kills already falling for the Bobcats. EMP just to secure all here for Jimical, and it's gonna be the Bobcats who are looking at one more map point to take the series and move on to day number 2.
Spencer just could not have been caught out there. That EMP was the win condition for Ball State. You needed to be able to have that to disrupt the momentum of the Bobcats in order to get yourself back into that fight. And now, Bryant and Stratton on the precipice of being able to count themselves as a top 8 team in the CECC Texas National Finals, presented by McDonald's North Texas. One sub-map gives you the win. Can you get it done on Lighthouse?
Gotta get it done on Lighthouse, but deja vu, if you will. Right now, Brian and Stratton 1-0 earlier on inside of control. That was back on Antarctic Peninsula. Ball State would go on to win that 2-1. So is this deja vu. It has to be right now for the Cardinals to win this one out. They will trade out the Winston for the Doomfist instead here on the Lighthouse. So we go right on in. 14 seconds left into the point unlocks, but Manuel's going to dive right on in. And it's going to be the Diva going to have to escape here with the mech and all. But manually and Jimico finding picks on the back end. That's huge. Your speed is gone. Yakester and Ninja Curly Fry is out. So does Manuel go. And the Bobcats start this off on the right foot.
Manuel is feeling it right now. Taking out the opposing number, Ninja Curly Fry. And that is going to force an immediate swap from Manuel from the Doomfist on to the Diva to match Miro here. You're basically conceding the fact that you're not going to be able to live with a Tracer, with a Sombra, and put yourself a little bit behind on that Diva Bomb ult charge. And man, immediately hacked up. Manuel still in a lot of trouble.
Not Bionade. The protection suits are already having to be used very early on. They're not going to have that for the next 5 seconds here, so got to stall out the fight a little bit more. But can't stall out a fight when your Sombra is gone and about. There's already manually getting a kill, 30% along the way for the Bobcats. They try to advance on. You have the Diva in. There's the stick. Not going to be able to eat it up. There goes the Diva mech. And now advantage in the hands of the Bobcats, who need to get rid of this Diva out of mech already. There's a hack onto the Sombra, but it's still big for them. Spencer getting a kill onto Jimico is huge, though, because Jimico can't use an EMP if they really wanted to in this upcoming fight. Still manually taking care of Yakester. There goes the self-destruct down and about. Manuel does find set, but dies before you can even get back into the mech. And it's a 3-1 trade, and the Bobcats will hold on.
Ball State are playing so aggressively. They're trying to put everything into this fight, whether it's ults or bodies. But at some point, you just have to back up and take a breath, because now at 70% and counting, this might be the last good fight that Ball State has in their favor. They might have the Kitsune Rush available and the beat and the EMP. They have to get it done right here, or the Bobcats are going to take it.
20% stands between the Bobcats going into the top 8. And this game continuing on. They get rid of Manuel's mech super early on. Kitsune rushes this out. Miro's gonna kill into Manuel. The Diva no longer alive, and the kills starting to fall. The EMP is big, but it's not gonna be big enough. Set's able to find 2 kills already, making a 3rd for the Brigida. 98%, they know they've got it. 99%, the overtime clock's just gonna bleed away. The Sombra is the last one alive, and the Bobcats in game number 5 look like that they are gonna go dancing into day number 2. The Brian and Stratton College Bobcats are in to the top 8. Day number 2, the Cardinals are out, the Bobcats are in, but my oh my, what a series to end day number 1.
Enjoyable told me, the general manager of this team said, we are not as strong on control as the other maps. I could not tell on that one that we saw just there. That was a masterful display of all of the compositions that they tried to play. They tried to play a little bit slower with the DP, with the supports in particular, with the Brigitte and the Ana, and that extra healing ended up doing wonders for the side of the Bobcats, being able to not just win, but emphatically place their stamp in the top 8.
My, oh my, what a game. As you can see, the players right now heading on over for the handshakes. Bobcats even have a cowboy hat on, know that they are riding on in. They are Gonna get you up right into the top 8 finals. The quarterfinals happening tomorrow. But, I mean, geez, that is as far of a game as you wanted it to go. That went to game 5, as close as it was. Again, we talk about the Oka rankings. 18 versus 19. 8 seed versus 9 seed.
Yeah.
This went the distance, but what a game it was.
It was such an incredible game. We saw these teams go back and forth on a variety of map types and a variety of compositions. It came down to who could switch and counter switch, and at the end of the day, when it came down to Ilios, both teams ran conflicting styles, whether it was the fast-paced nature of the Lucio-based support line or the slower nature of the Ana-based support line. They ran into each other, they saw who would come out on top, and at the end of the day, Bryant and Stratton were able to find the necessary kills to be able to be crowned, not champions, but they're able to earn themselves a spot in the bracket.
Yeah, champions right now of this
champions
match,
in my
I should
heart.
say. Champions in your heart, but still won the match overall. They are heading into the top 8, and let's get the reaction right now. We head on over to Pauly right now to get the reaction of the Bobcats, who are successful in a 3-2 game.
Wow, welcome back, everyone. That was an amazing matchup right there. Brian and Stratton, I'm here with Miro from Brian and Stratton College. Take us a little bit through that game, the team chemistry, what you were talking about, and overall how you got the win.
Well, team chemistry off the chart, you know. But overall, got the win because we stayed positive and kept them, you know, mental fortitude, and just knew we can outbrawl them.
Absolutely. You were ahead. It was a game 5, going back and forth, absolute intensity. Take us through that final map, game 5. What were the comms like? Did they pick up? Did you sit back more and get comfortable? What was the tempo like on the team?
Comms definitely picked up, but everyone just had to get their composure together and be confident, and it's easy.
Excellent. How do you feel, Brian Stratton, going into day 2 tomorrow? You'll be here Sunday for the finals. Take us through how you feel.
We feel good. We feel good, but there's definitely other teams to look at and worry about. But I don't know who we're playing against next. Is it Fisher? Do you know?
I don't know, but who are you looking to play against if you had to pick one?
Boise? I know they just won, so Boise. We haven't played them in a while.
All right, Boise State. Well, we'll see you tomorrow, Brian and Stratton. This is Miro here. We have more grand finals tomorrow at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. But to end out day 1, we'll head it over back to the analyst desk for some more great analyst work.
Thank you, Pauly.
Thank you so much, Pauly. We are super excited to be back here, just getting ready to wrap things up. And I've got to say a huge congratulations to Brian and Stratton there. Things were looking a little bleak in the middle, but by golly, did they make it work. And to save a little bit of time, we chose our MVP before we jumped over to us, and we do want to give them a bit of a highlight there. 7 more elims than anybody else, the most eliminations in the lobby. A big congratulations to Manually for deadlifting the team to a great performance there. The most consistent player, I think, across the board that we got to see tonight. Look at that, 128 eliminations across 5 maps. Absolutely incredible. But I've got to say, we saw a lot of consistency from Brian and Stratton, but Gompers, we saw the lack thereof, I think, from Ball State in a lot of that performance.
Yeah, there were a lot of hero changes, which is something
Yes.
that, you know, we talked about very, very heavily down on the desk, and it really did come from just not knowing what to do.
Yes.
And a big portion of that was, you know, looking at the tank Manway actually resorting to using that Doomfist, and then it not working out to the power or to the extent they thought.
Right, absolutely. And Miles, looking at that, you know, the Doomfist was definitely an unusual pick, but I think Circuit Royale in particular continued to be full of unusual picks as Ball State was desperate to grab and try to find their footing on that map.
Yeah, if you're not finding success on a meta comp, you have 3 options. Own up to your mistakes, go to the mirror, or do something crazy. And they threw one heck of a curveball on Circuit. We saw a very off-meta, let's just say a creative composition.
Absolutely.
To open that up. But then they went over to this dive composition, and it did hit them from the side. They weren't quite ready for it. But eventually they ended up on this mirror. But during all those switches, all of that change, what was happening to the cart? It was just zooming right on down repeatedly. That was a massive swing in the momentum of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nerdy, looking at that, I think Miles brings up a great point. It was constantly trying to adapt and trying to change, but unfortunately you couldn't touch the cart in time because you were stuck swapping your heroes in spawn. Which of the 3 choices that Miles presented do you think may have been the easiest, at least from our standpoint? Of course, being players in the game is a whole different beast, but looking from that outside perspective, what were you thinking? You know, what was plan A for Ball State in that moment?
Honestly, there should have been a swap to dive almost immediately.
Sure.
I mean, you're seeing double, I'm going to put this in air quotes, double hit scan, double sniper coming out. Yeah, the Widowmaker, Hanzo, Jimical, as well as manually, both clicking heads left and right. RNG just took the wheel for both of them at various points in time, and I saw a red hit marker where I didn't think anybody's head was. And when that sort of stuff is happening, how do you counter someone who's really far away from you? Good pathing, use of natural cover, and diving the living daylights out of them. You want to make them regret their decision to choose such a stationary hero to begin with. That really comes down to understanding when and where you need to initiate from, but the counter swap to dive should have come so much faster because it did work. It just wasn't too late.
It did work too little too late. The fallacy really does work, unfortunately, against Ball State in that moment. They look phenomenal, but unfortunately will be a map 5 loss to close out tonight. That's right, folks. It has been a very long day, and we've been very grateful to have you here with us at the CECC, presented by McDonald's North Texas. And speaking of McDonald's, the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2023 is presented by McDonald's North Texas, the official quick service restaurant of Esports U. You can get a free large fry with a minimum purchase of $1 when you download the McDonald's app. You can click a link that somebody's dropping in chat right now to download that app now. Before we go ahead and close it, I want to give a huge shout out to everybody that made this possible. I'm not going to name names or we'd be here for 5 more hours, but all of our producers, all of our observers, all of our TOs, and our casters, hundreds of people have put thousands of hours into making this event possible, and it would not be possible without them, including my 3 lovely desk analysts here that have been joining on the desk pretty much all day long. Folks, the fun here at CECC continues tomorrow. You can join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time for a broadcast to Seize the Awkward, where we discuss mental health and gaming, brought to you by the Ad Council. I will be on that, I'm forgetting the word,
panel?
Broadcast panel, thank you. I'll be on that panel, as both those things are very important to me, and we are really looking forward to it. Seriously, thank you to all the teams coming out today. Thank you all so much for watching. We could not do this without you. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll CECC you tomorrow.
High five.